Well, looks like the Super Street contingent finally woke up. Good morning, guys and gals. I was beginning to wonder if we were going to have just a few cars for that first session. Super Street, need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Street, lanes 1 and 2 for your first session at the racetrack. Super Street, lanes 1 and 2. Again, Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp. You will be getting your 3 sessions early to set up our qualifying for the draw. RFC Shootout presented by Mosier for Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. Stock and Super Stock, your third sessions will come up a little bit later on today. Of course, our Top Alcohol Dragster, Top Alcohol Funny Car, 2 qualifying sessions, along with our Top Dragster and Top Sportsman. Qualifying as well, our Spitzer Race Cars, Top Dragster Series, the Brodix Steve Schmidt Top Sportsman Series. A couple of shots at qualifying today for you as well. So lots of activities to go on, lots of race cars on the ground. Going to be a good race, going to be a good points race for many of you. Obviously, the points standings going to take a bit of a shuffling by the end of the evening tomorrow, or maybe early morning Sunday, however the case might be. But that being said, good field of cars makes for a good race, makes for a good collection of points once everything is all said and done. So, Super Street needs you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Street needs you to lanes 1 and 2. And guys and gals, you can go ahead and pull up in lane 1. Looks like everybody's lining. There we go. Somebody else decided to play in lane number 1 this morning. You can go ahead and line up both lanes. Lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, track's been prepped, track's been sprayed, time slips have been checked, everything's functional. Got just a couple more minutes. Super Street cars, need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Street, lanes 1 and 2. Come on down if you would. Super Street, lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, Super Street drivers, get them suited up and get them loaded up. Time to pull you up underneath there and get ready to go. Super Street, suit up, load up. Time to get rocking and rolling. Super Street, if you're not in lanes 1 and 2, you may very well miss this first session. Stock Eliminator now needs you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Stock Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Stockers, come on down. Stock Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Street, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Stock now to lanes 3 and 4. Super Street, you should be in 1 and 2. Stockers, lanes 3 and 4. 92.7 on the FM dial, boys and girls. Whew. Somebody give me a cup of coffee. I haven't woke up yet. And keep that pot going. May need it by the end of the evening. But Stock Eliminator, need you to lanes now, please. Stockers, lanes 3 and 4. Stock Eliminator, 3 and 4. Super Street, you should be in 1 and 2. Super Street, you should be in 1 and 2. Stock Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4, come on down. Hey, it looks like it's time to get things rocking and rolling. Super Street, first out this morning are 1090 cars and trucks. Tom Head coming up on the left side. Illinois-based runner at the wheel, that Plymouth Roadrunner. Looking for 1090s, the Dodge Dakota, right-hand side. D5 player getting ready to rock and roll down the laser energy side of the racetrack. Stock Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4, please. Stockers, lanes 3 and 4. Come on down. Stock Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4, please. Stock Eliminator, 3 and 4, please. Stockers, lanes 3, 4. Come on down. Stock Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. All right, first pair. Yeah, Dakota. A little bit better on the reaction time. Looks like that 1090 number may be coming up in a hurry. How about a 1005? That's low ET of the session. 1076. 136 miles an hour for Tom Head. 10:05. All right, everybody, you got something to shoot for now. Fred Squires and Pam Keener out of Greenwood, Indiana, rolls in another truck, the S10. Small motor, 421 combination. Squires on the left side. 68 Nova rolling over from the Buckeye State. Nice little tour down I-70 to get here. 1074. 126 by Squires. Pamela goes through 1085, 134 miles an hour. Alex Miller, Jason Satterley rolling in next. Alex currently number 2 in the points chase here in the division, so he would love to have a good weekend. The Ohio-based Monza there on the left-hand side. And Jason Satterley, Lordsburg, Kentucky. 37-year-old machinist has that stock eliminator look to it, doesn't it? 400 cubic inch combination, a little bit different motor allowance than what they have in stock. Jason says, hey, I'll rumble it on down the racetrack. 1083, 126, 1099 by Alex. Came out rolling with the Monza this morning. Just kind of hustling on down the racetrack. Brad Frederick, Roger Bean. Benny up on the right side, coming down from Scribner. Brad Frederick coming down from Kearney. Both drivers out of the Cornhusker State. 466 cubic inch blue oval for Frederick underneath the hood of the Falcon. Frederick's on his 11-day tour here this weekend for the D3 Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. Wrap this race up, head on over for Topeka for the back-to-back races next Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Heartland Park. Benny right side goes through 1099, 133. Frederick 29 on the tree. Cranks out at 1086 at a $138. Mark Warner in next, the Mustang out of Waukesha, Wisconsin. Camaro up on the left-hand side. Second generation body style. Remember that 1005 number. That's our low EQ in the section so far. Stockers lanes 3 and 4, please. Stock eliminator lanes 3 and 4. Werner 4 on the tree. Hustling it down track 1080 at 133. You can tune that. 1085 at a $138. For the Camaro there on the left side. Bob Schmidt, Jeff Wheats. Bob, Jeff, Bob. Wheats and Sons out of Morrison. They're in the land of Lincoln. 500 cubic inch Mopar. 72 Barracuda body. Bob Schmidt out of Bob Schmidt Performance. Got my favorite body style of all time. 66, 67 Chevy too. Don't care if it's a 2-door hardtop, 2-door post, even a 4-door wagon. They're all cool. 1087 by Schmidt at 140. 1088, 142 by Jeffrey. It is CUDA. 1090s are being a tad elusive, but first round they generally are. Wayne Kelly out of Mount Vernon. Hoosier State runner up in his white Malibu left side. P5 contestant rolling in from Missouri. Over here in the right-hand lane, another Malibu. Wow, and another early Falcon in the water box. I haven't seen this many early Falcons in, well, a few years. Kelly left side, top end, 1086 at a $137, 1071. Here in the Laser Energy lane for the Missouri runner. Gary Horseman out of Festus, Missouri. Gary and Brad Frederick need to get together, do a photo shoot. I mean, early model Falcons are kind of rare. John Kastner out of Minnesota. Making a tow down from the snow country. Land of 10,000 lakes. And a whole lot of fishing. $10.92, $142 by Horseman. $10.86, $134 for Johnny Kastner there on the top end. Camaro out of Minnesota. Rob Cropfield and Jeanette Rowe. Jeanette campaigning the 65 Mustang. 351 combination for Janetta. Cropfield out of Ohio, another Buckeye runner, another Vega. 71. Wagon. Eliminator, you should be in 3 and 4. Stock Eliminator. You should be in 3 and 4. See a lot of you in 3, very few of you in 4. Cropfield 1082, 133, 1087 by Janetta. 91 miles an hour out of the Mustang. Larry Carter and Lewis Murray. Larry coming up from Park Hill, Oklahoma. Campaigned this Chevy 2 for nigh on to 30 years now in different forms and fashion. Lewis Murray out of Eureka, Missouri. I think that's what Lewis and Clark said to each other. Eureka, we found Missouri. You don't think so? Okay. 73 Camaro right side. There's the thought. 1091, 154 for Murray. The Missouri runner, 1084 to $153 for Larry Carter coming up from the Sooner State. Rudy Matthews, your reigning points leader right now. Rudy Matthews, Alex Miller, and Phil Smida battling it out, 1, 2, and 3 currently. Rudy been at this for a number of years. 9 barrel left side. Dan Icahn coming to us out of Wamego, Kansas. Remember, making your way across I-70 in the central part of Kansas. You can stop in Wamego and visit the Wizard of Oz Museum. For real. 1083 is the pair. 1083-4 by Icahn. 1083-1, 145 by Rudy. Both drivers will take those numbers and adjust accordingly. Here's Mr. Gary Stinnett, and I say that with Revere because Mr. Stinnett is a multi-time national champion. Ryan Boland out of Wilmington, Illinois lines up alongside of him, the Ford Fairmont. 423 cubic inch duo. I actually got passed last night driving down by a Ford Fairmont out on the highway. It's like, wow. I haven't seen one of those since, well, the racetrack. 1097, 135 by Boland, 1087 for Gary Stinnett. 151 miles an hour. Stockers, lanes 3 and 4, please. Stock Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Michael. Michael Opiu and Jerry Rosenmeyer making their way down track now. Michael wheeling that vintage early model Malibu. 1090. How about Jerry Rosenmeyer? First 1090 of the day. 1090 at 140. 1122 for Opiu. 119 miles per. Jeff Mandel and Bitsy Satterley. Bitsy out of the gate and running. Front end up, front end down. 400-inch Camaro. 1087, 133 by Bitsy. Mandel goes 1081. 144 miles an hour for the runner out of Tennessee. Volunteer state campaigner Ricky Ship pulls in next. Ship says, just keep calling me back to the lanes. Just don't tell me my ship has sailed. 550, I reach for it sometimes, folks. 555 cubic inch, 70 Nova. Late model Camaro right-hand side, yet to be entered into the system. And when you're looking at taillights, hard to figure out who it is. 1093, 141 by Ricky. 1096 in the laser energy lane. Mark Smith, right side, the Mustang, out of Bowling Green. Bluegrass State runner. Also through 1094 at 135 miles an hour. Trevor Larson slides in, the runner out of Starbuck, Minnesota, the Larson Farms. Pro Blast, Seafoam. Chevy Camaro left side, Dan Helwick. St. Paul Mo. I do believe that St. Paul did. Got the Ford. Sedan. Bustling its way down the racetrack. 1092, 148 by Trevor. 1076 by Dan at 141 miles an hour. Tony Fuller. Wow. Tony Fuller's had this car in combination in many different shapes and forms over the year. The runner out of Arkansas. Up on the left side. Randy Ship right lane. Nice light, Tony. Good way to start off the weekend. 0-0-4 on the reaction timers. 1089.7. Let's see. Misses a perfect lap on the first shot at the racetrack by, let me count, 7 thousandths of a second. Ship goes through 11:26 at $1:45. Fuller, best pass or best package, I should say. Anybody here in this first session? Runner out of Indiana, left side, the Firebird, Brent Rooker. Wasco, Illinois. Might have to look that one up. VFN fiberglass. 69 Pontiac goes 1087 at $1:37. 1093 by Richards. 150 miles an hour. Kent McNichol. Phil Smida. Phil coming up. Currently number 3 point standings. Already a winner on the division trail this year, picking up the win over at Norwalk. Little Cavalier out of Ohio. Nickel up in the Grand Prix. I love the guys who list their sponsor as their Visa card. We've all been there. 1075, 132 by McNichol. 1081, $1:48 by Phil, and I do believe. Boys and girls, guys and gals, that'll put a wrap on first session for Super Street. Super Gas, we need you lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2. I was just told my thinking was scary. It is. Super Gas, need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Gas, your turn. The RSVP has been extended. Your invitation response is your presence in lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2. Andrew Kinish up now, the Copo Camaro right side. Chuck Bellinger. Oh, wheels up launch. That's a small block Noma cranking the front end up like that. That's a sweet ride. Andrew's probably going to show as the number 1 qualifier because, well, he's in as a L stock automatic. And Copo doesn't fit that. It's 916 lap at 146. So we'll have to get in and correct car number 1314. 1115 by Chuck. 115 miles an hour. Chuck's at 69 under the index. Ellis Booth up. The little 4-cylinder, 140 cubic inch. 76 Pinto wagon. Ben Wenzel. Been coming off the good weekend. Over in Columbus, where they finished up the Route 66 race. They ended up runner-up to the Route 66 extravaganza. 1 owner, low mileage, 67, 302 Z28 Camaro. Sweet ride. 1050, 126 by Ben. A little 4-cylinder Pinto. 1551 at 85 miles an hour. And you want some, come and get you. I can't wait for a 8-second stock eliminator Mustang to have to run Ellis Booth on his 1550 dial. Gotta love it. Rob Petrie, Danny Bird. Danny, the runner out of Sykeston. D-Stick, 1 bad 327 4-speed Chevy 2. Petrie's B-stock automatic, Pontiac left side. 6th edition, the LT1 underneath the hood. Below 2 on the tree for Petrie. Working his way down track now, runs it through 1070 at $124. 1069 by Danny Bird. Danny's 80 under. Petrie's 54 under. Ellis Booth at 88 under the index, unofficially your number 1 qualifier. There's another 4-cylinder, this time in a Ford Ranger. The W stock automatic machine of Gerald Nivens out of Memphis. Making a toe up 55 to be here this weekend. And Dan Toole, another 4-cylinder Ford, the Toole Farms. V-stock automatic Mustang, right side. Out of the gate we go for the Jacksonville, Illinois-based run. Toole through to 1521, 1649 for Gerald in the Ranger. Both drivers on the qualifying sheet, both drivers under the index. Julie Bierman, Pontiac Firebird right side, runner out of Ohio. Hey, Walther out of Lanesville, over Indiana way, F-stick, 327. 66 Chevy 2, Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2. Come on down. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2. Goes up launch for Julie. Firebird goes through. How about that? Perfect super street number. 1090. 10900 for Julie. 004 on the tree. 1088 by Dave Walter. 120 miles an hour. David Down, officially your number 1 qualifier at 91 under the index. The Maverick up next, and I do believe that is a 6-cylinder Maverick. Not yet in the system. Cars coming in overnight. Don't have everybody's tech card making its way up to the tire yet. Mike McGinley right side. Who's your state runner? This Pontiac. 11:37 at $1.15 by Mikey. 13:56, 95 miles an hour for the 6-cylinder Ford there on the left-hand side. Judy Bereski and Danny Waddle. Danny up. Accurate Concrete Factory Stock A Mustang Cobra Jet out of Pickerington, Ohio. Judy up the W442. Cobra Jet making its way down track in a hurry. 9:02. 151. There's that 9-second Mustang. Need to come back and run Booth's Pinto. Can't wait to see it. 7-second handicap start. Judy goes through 13:74 at 69 miles an hour. Tim Weidzaffel out of Mount Vernon, 283, long run, Bel Air wagon. Wow, talk about a little torque. Old wagon just twists hard to the right. Travis Morgan right side. Coming to us out of Brazil, which we all know is in Indiana, not South America. 11:94, 109 by Travis. 13:18, 102 by Tim. Travis at 90 under. Tim Weisdaffel. 76 under the index. Right now, number 8, Rosalind Gressens. Brad Bishop. Fords everywhere. 302s apiece. Stick shift, convertible left side. Automatic fastback, hatchback right leg. Supergas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Supergas, lanes 1 and 2. 12:53 by Brad. 104 miles an hour for Mr. Bishop. 12:68, 106 by Rosalind. Brad at 46 under. Rosalind's at 41 under. Dave Walther still leading the pack unofficially at 91 under the index. Danny Hillman. Denny up at 327, 4-speed, 67. First body, first generation, first year Camaro convertible. Car could be on the auction block out of Barrett Jackson, Steel, Studio. Danny Greening, Columbia, Missouri. That is a V6 powered stick shift Chevy S10. Great combination, hard runner. 12:12, 108 by Jamie, 11:64 by Denny. 114 miles an hour. Greening's 82 under. Denny Hillman's in at 55 under. Bruce Gibson up in the Mopar car, 71 Demon. Nick Siebert, right side. Wamego, Kansas run. Picking him up, a new stock eliminator ride. Pontiac Firebird on the right-hand lane. Placing his older Camaro. Siebert top end, stepping off the throttle, 1098, 95 miles an hour. 1073 by Gibson at $1.22. 22 car field so far, but we're a long ways from being done. Here's Drew Skillman. Drew runner up here a year ago. Final round of stock eliminator came up just a little bit short against Chuck Weber. Factory stock B, Mustang, right side. Red Suitor left side, early muscle, 396. automatic, wheel standard, 69 Camaro. Skillman 904 to $150, 1047 by Suter. 126 miles per. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2. Boys and girls, you should be there. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2. Tyler Wodarczyk. Left-hand side, the Chevy Nova. Tough running combination, a little 350. Shady right side coming up from Oklahoma, 427. 69 Camaro, wheel stands a pair. Love stock eliminator. $10.31, 127 by Chris, $11.44 by Tyler. Cheney at 68 under the index, Wodarczyk at 55 under. Tim Tosto out of Wentzville, and Rachel T-Bear. Lewisburg, Kansas runner, transplanted Canadian. Now living on the south side of the KC metro area, a little 305 combination. Malibu for the T-Bear race team. Michelle and her dad both competing. Tosto up. Parked the 99 Camaro, got back into the 69 edition. Okay, kids, center of the groove, the best place to be. Not hugging the center stripe. There we go. Much better. 1054, 126 by Tim. 1176, 110 for Rachel. Rachel at 88 under the index. Jimmy Hidalgo and Joey Ship. We continue on. The dog coming out of Donaldsonville, Louisiana on the left side. Hidalgo motors through 1151, 86 miles an hour. Another runner would like to be down at the bottom of the sheet till the final qualifier. 1156 by Joey at 113. Bill Skillman, Rob Massey. Rob, Bill, Rob. Robbie driving the Carl Chevrolet Copo. Skillman driving the Skillman Ford Cobra Jet. Skillman's Ford's out of the Ford dealer. Massey's car out of the Chevy dealer. You think both of them are on test drives? Can I sign up? 873. 156 miles an hour for Mr. Skillman. Yaha, Robbie with issues out of the gate. He'll cruise through 1439, 81 miles an hour. Skillman may very well be unofficially your number one qualifier now, 96 under the index. I'm telling you, we have a lot of stock eliminator cars to get corrected before the qualifying sheet will be accurate. Donnie Beeler pulls in now. His Corvette out of Elizabethtown, Kentucky. Bobby Bishop right side, the 289 Mustang. Classic body style, 67 vintage machine. And I'll guarantee you, Bobby Bishop has a lot easier time working on that 289 Mustang than some of the guys that have got a 390 shoehorned in. Yeah. Bishop, 1254 to $1.04. 1137 by Donnie Beeler. Beeler at 82 under the index. Kent Stone and Brina. Spring Air. Brina on the right side. Opened up the season. On a pretty good note. Now she's back and rolling with her E-Stock automatic. 67 Camaro right side. Kid Stone in. This Camaro left flank. Kid 44, 129 for the left side Camaro. Rita goes through 1091 at $1.19. 36 car field so far, and we're still going. Lynn Smith and Bruno Massel. Bruno up the factory stock A. Copo Camaro. Bruno's had a pretty good year so far in his new stock eliminator ride. Lynn Smith wheeling and dealing the ever faithful 73 Buick. A96 138 by Bruno. How about Bruno's Copo and Booth's Pinto wagon? That'd work. 1143 buck 14 by Lynn Smith. Could be interesting. 15.5 second car to a high 8 second car. Yeah, I'd take it. Bob Gear, Wade Owens. Wade right side. The money pit. Got a Cape Girardeau mo. Wade goes through 1081 at 122, 1178 at $1.11 for Bob. His 72 Buick Grand Sport. Adam Davis, Alan Wick. Adam, F stock automatic. 73 Pontiac. Firebird. Left side. Wick coming down from Wisconsin. 68 Barracuda. 340 combination. Right-hand side of the racetrack. F-stock automatic goes 11:38, 115, 11:28 by Davis. Adam says, oh, I'll wait till later to run it out the back door. Nathan Botten and Jerry Bennett. What a sweetheart of a car for Jerry. Jerry and Mike and the gang, the Bennett's Auto Outlet out of Hickory, Kentucky. Cubic inch, 1962 Plymouth. Botten left side, 73 Mustang. I love the 73 Mustangs. They've got that aircraft carrier rear deck look to them, don't they? 1160 at $1.14 by Nathan, 1109 by Jerry. Botten at 54 under, Bennett at 60 under. 44 stockers have answered the bell so far, and well, we're not done yet. Here's Tom Pettigrew and Danny Nugent. Pettigrew out of Gallatin, Tennessee. 350 cubic inch Pontiac working its way down the racetrack here on the Laser Energy Lane, and he left before the tree was activated. Will not get a time. Danny on the left side, 1168, 109 miles an hour. Alan Castle and Bruce Castle. 429 cubic inch, 71 Mercury Cougar. When's the last time you saw a Cougar? And I'm not talking about in the zoo. Castle left side, 72 Torino. The runners out of the land of Lincoln. Alan and Bruce campaigning a pair of tough Fords. 1136, 104 by Castle in the Cougar. 1170, 412 by Castle in the Torino. And that, boys and girls, I do believe, will give us a wrap. Couple more stockers sitting at the ready line underneath the tower here. Super Gas, you should be in lanes 1 and 2, please. Or should I say Roadster Gas? Since that's what the majority of them are anymore. Super Gas, need you in lanes, please. Super Gas, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2. 47 cars so far have taken to the track. Scott Lavershire and Austin Richardson sitting underneath the tower, getting ready to make their way down track. Not quite yet done with stock. Of course, Austin coming off the win over Columbus just a few short weeks ago. We'll be hitting the track as 327 Nova. Richardson Racing entry has that X-Mosier Engineering Southern Louisiana-based paint scheme. Car painted, though, by John Settles out of Imaginac Customs. Final pair, stock eliminator, will end session 1 with 49 cars on the sheet. Now, don't come running up to the tower wanting the qualifying sheet just yet because, well, Andy's got some work to do to make sure everybody gets into the right pairings or right class. Because there were a multitude of cars that came up. Drivers have switched cars. Some tech guards not even in the tower yet. Scott Lavershire, Austin Richardson, final pair, stock eliminator. Car number 48, car number 49 to go down the track in the opening session. Super Gas, the 990 category, is getting ready to come up next. Young Mr. Richardson. A little bit better on the tree than Scott was. Lavershire goes through 10:07 at $1:33. Richardson 11:48. But only 94 miles an hour. He too wanting to play the, gee, where do I want to be at the end of the day? Qualifying game. Super Stock lanes 3 and 4 now, please. Super Stock lanes 3 and 4. Super Stock lanes 3 and 4. Super Gas getting ready to come up. Roy Edwards with the IKickYour.com sticker on the back windshield. And as I step off for a minute, Ron Ruggles going to step in and call you some Super Gas cars for a moment. The 990. How about a wheel stand? Super Gas car. Ron? Step on in, buddy. Roy Edwards making his way down track right side. He'll go through 10:52 at 141. 985 for the wheel standing Camaro on the left line. Here's the rest of the Super Gas field and Mr. Ron.
Thank you very much, Bob, as you're getting the day rolling here at Gateway Motorsports Park. What a beautiful day here in St. Louis for the Division III race. As Steve Shaughnessy, Steve's picked up a win here not too many weekends ago. Super Pro race at Shaughnessy, the Shaughnessy Racing 37 Ford, and looks like he's having problems quickly. Meanwhile, David Sears out of that left-hand lane out of the Buffalo Grove, Illinois area. A little bit of problem on both sides as we don't have any time recorded on the left side. Steve launched the car and it's in park as that race car is getting some attention. Steve's out of Springfield, Illinois. Looks like he's got things lined out and he'll just take a nice cruise northbound here in St. Louis on the racetrack. So Sears and Shaughnessy will not have any data to work off of, and meanwhile, sitting patiently in the water box till we get things lined out. The signal goes out. And we are back to action with John May, sponsored by Covenant Steel, running the right side of our racetrack. Super Stock needs you to lanes 3 and 4. Super Stock needs you to lanes 3 and 4. So John May out of Dothan, Alabama, 23-year-old student. Rocky May spinning the wrenches for their 555 Chevrolet motor. The two fast, big, and bigger. So both of them on the green side as the finish line is quickly going to capture those cars. John May, a 985. How about left-hand lane? We're not sure who's driving it, but they're dead on with a 0. That is a great way to start your weekend. Kevin Pryor, Mike Vance, next pair up out on the launch pad. Kevin Pryor running the right-hand lane. Mike Vance, throttle stops are working over there on the left side. He hung a red apple on the left side of the tree, but they are free. Here comes the finish line for Mike Vance as he runs 10 flat, 150 miles an hour. Kevin on the quicker side with a 985 at a booming 168 miles an hour with his Forenza. So Bill Rowe, he's retired and having a ball at 78 years old with his 70 Maverick running super gas out of Eureka, Missouri. The Rowe Motorsports Maverick. And out of our right-hand lane, the 340J Racing team as the tech cards are being put in the system. We apologize for some of these drivers. It is hard to know everybody across the country. Super gas, throttle stopping, bulb popping, heart stopping, finish line racing as they get into eliminations later on the baseline for their combination. Well, that right-hand lane's leading the charge down the racetrack. Here comes Bill Rowe closing the gap. He runs 998, 147 miles an hour. But if I was on that Laser Energy side, I'd be loving that 990 dead on 4 right at 150 miles an hour. Super Stock to lanes 3 and 4. Super Stock while Robert Rowan is making the journey. Out of Derby, Kansas, the technician, race car driving right now. Robert plants a 978. That's a little quick. He'll have to look at that time slip and make some adjustments. 168 mile an hour, 69 mile an hour on the right side at a 932. Dwight Noost with the Macon Bacon 82 Dodge Rampage. It's the only one I know of running the class. He's a farmer and a rancher. Dwight and Judy already going northbound with the Accurate Concrete sponsored 69 Chevrolet, 598 cubic inch under the hood, and he runs 985, 160 miles an hour for Hessler, and Dwight Noost a little quicker out of that left-hand lane with a 981 at 157 miles an hour. So the smoke clears, and out comes Haley Gregory out of that right-hand lane with the gorgeous 2010 Cobalt, the J&L Gregory Farms sponsored car out of New Bern, Tennessee. Moser Engineering alongside with their ride on the west side of the racetrack. So a pair of bulbs lit on the tree, low beams. The high beams will just about. There they go. Good looking run for Haley Gregory, just driving it through the tunnel. That finish line is coming quick as Haley runs a 993 at 170 miles an hour, a pair of 170 miles an hour, as the horsepower was kicking into high gear that last 8th mile. Left-hand lane runs a 986 at 170 miles an hour. Couple veteran racers out here on the racetrack. Chuck Westcott, little town just close to the U.S. Nationals racetrack in Brownsburg. He is already at the 660 mark. Larry Rodell, right-hand side. Side by side we go. Speed trap. Larry Rodell, 996, 149. I don't believe these numbers is what either driver was looking for. Westcott, a 973 at 160 miles an hour.
Super stock. Need your lanes 3 and 4, please. Attention in the pits. Super stock lanes 3 and 4. That means if you got one of those cars that has that SS on the side of it, come on. Super stock lanes 3 and 4, please.
Doggone it, I thought Alan Reinhart was here for a minute. Bob Unger for a great announcer. A great announcer. Getting it done here today. Dave Dahlem, Bob Fuller. Dave's had some pretty good luck this year in the Midwest. He pulls a 986, 152 mile an hour out of his hat. Bob Fuller runs a 994 at 165 miles an hour. Keith Huckstep, Sean Carter, front and center. They are on the runway. They've got their flight plan already put into the system. I'm sure their flight plan is 990 when they want to withdraw some money down at the end of the bank. Sean Carter, Carter Racing and Land Pride on board. The Cavalier from Park Hill, Oklahoma. Keith Moses Yard, Cape Girardeau, Missouri, sponsored by Downtown Sinclair. He's leading the charge, but Sean Carter's Chevrolet is going to kick her into high gear down there. And Keith holds him off, runs 6 over the number at 165 miles an hour. Carter, I'm sure when he sees that time slip, he's not going to like that 10:09 at 169 mile an hour down there. But they will be back, and they will get it right. Michael Keenan, the yellow and white, 87 Chevrolet, Huntsville, Indiana. So Michael's already at the 660, 1320 coming quick for Michael, and he is too quick with a 977, 161 miles an hour. Meanwhile, on the top side of our class is a 10:01 for Team 323. The beauty of all of these classes is you've got several opportunities to get it right. They're looking for 990 or maybe a little quicker because you can drag them brakes and put that 990 on the board. This time we got beautiful 63 Chevy 2, Carl Roots, the wheelman, sponsored by Hoare Racing Products. He's from Washington, Illinois. He will stripe it first with a 983, 165 miles an hour. All right, just for your information, if you are expecting a UPS package, they will be delivered on the north end by the gateway sign, the front office area on the north end of the racetrack. Roger Bishop. Well, Ryan taking that red-eye flight northbound. Roger may have left too quick. He will not have any numbers on the left side, but Ryan will show a 978 at 170 miles an hour out of the right-hand lane as he trips the beams at the top end. So very important, racers. If you are expecting a UPS package, they will be delivered north end of the racetrack by the gateway sign, and that is basically the front office area. David Davis, Rick with that gorgeous yellow 34 Dodge, the Tubby's Performance out of Wildwood, Illinois, and Dave Davis, the firefighter, but race car driver today as Davis trips the beams, 987, 146 miles an hour, but Rick Sarmento, he'll have a big smile on his face, dead on 8, 157, printed on the slip. He owns it. John Sickish out of Belmont, Ohio, 63 Corvette convertible. He's going to enjoy the cool breeze flowing around that race car. That's a 63 Corvette, big block, 632, getting the job done in super gas. 34.95. Man, oh man, he is back and forth left-hand lane. That 1320 is turning into a 1330 for that left-hand lane as he stripes it, 962, 138, but he had his hands full on the low end of the racetrack. Meanwhile, Sickish, 005 on the tree, 995, 179 completes the chapter in that story. Jody Davis, left-hand lane with that red 65 pony car. Jody's Auto Clinic on board. That's a Ford under the hood, 557 Cubers. Alan Kohner, the Kohner Electric, 68 blue Chevrolet, Illinois. Throttle stops, working the magic. Do they have them set right? We'll find out. Alex was 006 on the tree, runs 973, 158. Meanwhile, Jody Davis, he puts it in red on the AAA insurance side, 986, 151 miles an hour. Well, Daryl Sutton got them wheelie bars tied up high over there on the left-hand lane. The Gateway Big Dog Motorcycles sponsored car. He's from Moscow Mills, Missouri, and Gary Rogers alongside with his out of Indiana. They are tighter than Loctite at the 660. Here comes Route 1320, and the story shows Rogers 987, 151, and Darrell quicker than that, 963, 171. So it'll be back to the drawing board for both of those racers as Rob Kropfeld and Michael Jurasik. A pair of, looks like Corvettes, as Kropfeld, the mechanic out of Hamilton, Ohio, runs the left side. Mike Jurasek, well, he mows his yard in Elyria, Ohio, sponsored by Powerhouse Race Cars. So they're sneaking up on that Christmas tree down there. So the brake lights flickering for Mike over there on that right-hand lane. As, again, he sneaks up into the staging beams down there. He's away. And Rob, not sure what was going on with Michael. Problems set in as there will be no time out of that right-hand lane. Meanwhile, Rob's got some numbers to work with. 10:03, 159 miles an hour for Kropfeld. So we're watering the concrete and growing race cars here today as Jeremy Seffring and Steve Williams. Steve in the True Blue Maverick racing team, but it's a 94 Pro. He sits behind the wheel of, running the small block Ford out of Noblesville, Indiana. Jeremy Seffring out of Arlington, Nebraska with the gorgeous Don Davis built Seffring Racing Roadster. So Jeremy is a gardener and a landscaper through the weeds. Right now he's wheeling a mean race car as he is chasing hard. He's behind at the 660, but he'll make that up down there at the top end. And Jeremy posts a 988, 166 miles an hour. I would be happy with that particular run right out of the box. Steve Williams, 991, as he finishes the shutdown process. They're looking for the exit ramp off of Route 1320, and we bring up Ken Bowers, 57 Corvette Roadster, 555s under the hood. The consultant from Paulding, Ohio. Ken's going solo this time as the northbound journey is going pretty quick. He's driving it right through the tunnel. Good job for Ken. Dead on with a 4. You betcha. 168 miles an hour. That will bring joy to any race camp. Bob Locke, Charlie Hama on the Laser Energy side. That's the right side of our racetrack. Charlie came from Davenport, Iowa, 85 Daytona. And the sun picks up those green colors on that Daytona, sponsored by Digital Delay. Bob Locke, sponsored by Custom Business and Tax Solutions. 57 vet out of Bob Glidden's hometown, Whiteland, Indiana. And they have painted their mark. Bob Locke, 1008, 155. A little on the quick side is Charlie Hama's 984 at 170 miles an hour. Danny Toole's been at this a lot of years. The farmer and rancher from Jacksonville, Illinois, sponsored by Toole Farms. 2001 Mustang, convertible version there, as he'll enjoy the nice cool air. And Teddy Barlow, sponsored by Quickfield Technology, out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. And Division III will be making a stop there the weekend before the U.S. Nationals. So Teddy was 4 over the dial. Danny Toole, 5 over the dial. So they'll mix them and match them, make some adjustments. They'll be back. See if they can tighten that combination down via the electronics. Nathan Vrooman. Now Nathan last year here was our runner-up in Super Gas, and he would love to take it one more level and be in the winner's circle, but so would everybody else in this very competitive Super Gas at the Division III stop in St. Louis. 351X out of that right-hand lane trims the tree, 004. The branches are piled down at the base of the tree, and he runs 988, 165. And Nathan, how about a 989, 176 miles an hour? I could work with that time slip. Couple veteran racers, very decorated racers. Tim Gillespie left side, Alan Bush out of the right-hand lane. The Bush Racing 77 Nova, 2004 Division III Super Gas champ. All right, kind of catching some of these, a lot of these race car drivers have different weapons they use on the racetrack, so we've got to make a little correction there. as the Camaro is what Alan Bush is trying to get the job done with today. Tim Gillespie, that is a 33 Ford. That is a Roadster, and away they go. Boy, Tim is way out front. Alan Bush got some power under the hood trying to close the gap. 005 Tim runs 986. Alan Bush 989 with a 9. Man, look at the speed down there. Bush was way behind at the 660, and with that 183 mile-an-hour charge, he closed that gap at the finish line. That, I believe, is the fastest MPH we've seen in Super Gas today. Wow. Luke Bogacki, there is your defending champ from last year here at the Division III race in St. Louis. Steve Hoyt, what else can I say? Both of these drivers have credentials plus, trophies plus. Steve Hoyt out of Corvette. Racing. So Steve Hoyt pulled a win at the Columbus Division III race, so he's having a pretty good month here as he runs 1 over the number at 169 miles an hour. Luke Bogacki was 6 under the 990 standard at 167 miles an hour. Ray Conley, another decorated racer out of Elyria, Ohio. And I believe Ray Conley is currently 3rd in the national points scene and is 4th in Division III before we got underway here. So Conley, technician, sponsored by Dart, Hoosier, K&N, Sparco, and BP Fuels. Jason Plus Racing Machine out of Pleasant View, Tennessee. Jason's been tearing up the racetrack around the country too as well. Conley 986, 168. Jason Lynch, he's got a pretty tight package, 989 with a 1. Another booming speed, 180 miles an hour for Lynch. Mia Tedesco, how about a very versatile racer who's been sitting in the seat, top alcohol dragster, has picked up a win or 2 this year, both divisionally, nationally. And Dirk Sutton, the Gateway Big Dog Motorcycles sponsored 92 Camaro. All as quiet as the drivers wrestle with the tree to get things started. Mia Tedesco, left-hand lane, out of Murraysville. So more data is needed to try to trim the numbers pretty tight. Dirk Sutton runs dead on 6. I'd love that. Mia Tedesco, 3 under with a 987 at 162 miles an hour. Ryan Bolin and Jennifer Jo Costello. Jennifer Jo, a former junior dragster racer, traded that in for the 68 Firebird. Ryan Bolin, he's got that Mustang, and he says, I've got a big Ford underneath the hood, and we're going to try to win this Super Gas class before the weekend's over with. Ryan Bolin, sponsored by Wilmington Door Company. Well, Ryan, 005 on the tree. He took a big chunk out of that. 992, 150 for Ryan. Jennifer Jo, a little quick, 981. Trimmed the MPH at 140 miles an hour. And we've got quite a competitive large class of Super Gas as Joey Ship, Carrie Larson sneak up on our Christmas tree. Carrie Larson, the accountant. That comes in handy when you're racing. Sponsored by Larson Farms, Bishops. Joey Ship, sponsored by Ray Skillman, Chevrolet. Dennis. Kerry Larson blasting the tree was in that bulb, 003, as Larson finishes with a 984, 163. Joey Ship 6 over the dial of 990 for the class at 155 miles an hour. Justin Moser, sponsored by Moser's Engineering, 2010 Corvette out of Portland, Indiana. And Jacob Elrod, sponsored by Moser Engineering, K&N, and Sunoco Fuels. Ohio. Throttle stops. We definitely can hear them up here in the tower as they work their magic. Both of them 4 under the 990, and I'll tell you what, both of them run 166 and both of them run 986, and they both ran 676 to the 8th mile. So wow, we'll call that being welded together. Jerry Burchett and Tommy Turner, Turner Construction, the Corvette, making the trip from Naples, Florida. And Jerry Burchett planting his mailbox in Antioch, Illinois. Well, the tree was a little more friendly to Tommy Turner than it was Jerry. Tommy trying to make some ground up down there at the top end. He will stripe it with a 984, another 180 mile an hour pass with that big bow tie. Jerry, quicker yet, 967 and 152 miles an hour. Larry Deemers, Edmund Richardson. Edmund had quite a year last year on the racing scene. So Edmund's Strange Engineering hits the tree, 004, and Larry was right there with his 009 bulb. And they are knotted together at the finish line. Edmund gets there first, 983, 170 miles an hour. Larry with a 1007. So he will need to try to tighten that up there. They'll have another opportunity later on today. Goodyear also sponsoring Edmund Richardson. And I believe that this will conclude our Super Gas class. This is going to be knockdown, drag out, over. And whoever stands the last at the end of the weekend is going to have earned it. There's some heavy hitters here this weekend, as the last Super Gas car runs 1093 at 114 miles an hour, and we're going to bring Bob Unkefer back online, and we've got some more race cars to send northbound. Bob?
No, you think we've got more race cars? Where? I haven't seen any anywhere. There's only 450 odd number odd cars out there. Criminy. Thanks, Ron. Appreciate it. Going to be a long weekend with a whole lot of race cars. Appreciate Ron sitting in, doing a Super Gas session. Super Stock getting ready to roll up next. Super Stock getting ready to roll up. All righty, boys and girls. Those of you with the long, skinny cars running in the category known as the 890 class, Super Cop. This is your first call to the lanes, please. Super Cop lanes 1, 2, 3, 4. Super Cop lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Come on down. Superstock getting ready to roll at us now. A pair of drag pack challengers. Dennis Breeden left side. Keith Lynch over in the right lane. Former world champ. A couple times back in the 80s. Chevy Nova in the stock eliminator ranks. Now living over in Sweden. Keith Lynch been at this a day or three. 10:14 by Keith. 130 miles an hour. Breeden goes through 10:03. Buck 35. Keith at 65 under. Dennis at 51 under. And again, all of this is very unofficial. We have everybody's tech cards in, checked and ready to go. Ray Skillman and Jeffrey Turk. Jeffrey coming out of Mars, as in Pennsylvania. Not as in where the lunar rover discovered some interesting trinkets the other day on the surface of the planet. But that's a story for another day. Turk on the right side. 345. GT. Skillman's Factory Super Stock Mustang. Cobra Jet. Boot Scoot and Boogie car down track 794. 171 miles an hour. Factory Super Stock car running 794. You want some? Come and get it, boys and girls. Tommy Randall and Billy Dyer. Randall left side, little Cavalier. GTC. I like the Cavalier. Good looking, good running. GTB, A, C, and D cars. Dyer right side, the 302. Conventional. Superstock. Mustang. Wheels up launch. Tommy Randall. Tom working his way down track. Shuts it off 9:51. 139 at the other end. 11:05. 121 by Dyer. William at 89 under. Randall at 89 under by 7 thousandths of a second. Dyer unofficially takes over the number one qualifying spot. Robert Brewer and Dan Kyle. Kyle up. GTG automatic. 7 Firebird. Right side. Early model 350 combination. Puts it into the GT category of super stock. There goes Dan. Robert Brewer alongside another GT car. Take an early model or a late model body style. Put an early model motor underneath the hood. Keeping it all in the GM family in this case. 1016 by Brewer's Oldsmobile left side. 1002 by Dan Kyle's Firebird right side. Dan up to 3. Brewer into the number 5 spot. Kyle 87 under. Brewer 74 under. Bob Marshall. Marshall rolls in. Runner up at Norwalk just a little bit earlier this year. Super stock, A automatic, 65 Coronet. Fred Bartoli. Number 9 in the country last year is I automatic. Pontiac Firebird goes 1008. Only 114. 959, 122 by Marshall. Fred 61 under. Bob's barely under. Paul Hellenberg out of Dry Ridge, Kentucky. Did you ever look at the name of a town and go, wow, I'd like to have been around when the city council decided that that's the name of this town. Dry Ridge, Kentucky. Must not be any alcohol allowed, right? 350, small block, Chevy Camaro, or Chevy Cavalier, I should say. And Bill Skillman, part of that Skillman Fleet O race car. Factory Super Stock E goes to 899, 148 for Billy. 976, 120 by Hellenberg. Hellenberg 64 under. Skillman showing right now to be 105 under the index. Again, all of this very unofficial until we get everything checked. Cars known to be in their right class. Drew Skillman up now. Skipping the western swing. Coming off of the Pro Stock battle. Drew rolling back in. The Altronics gang. So Bartoli Sr. head down track a while ago. Here comes Fred Jr. Skillman 927 at 141. 1016 by Bartoli. 106 miles an hour. Skillman 77 under. Freddie at 48 under. Jeff Dona up next. Love Jeff's new Pontiac. Gorgeous automobile. Factory Super Stock H automatic, 350, 98 bird. Russ Campbell right side. 426 Hemi. Cuda. Runner out of Springfield Mo. Hemi car. Really struggling to get off the line, and Russ says, "Dip, this one ain't working." There may be something out of position on that rear suspension for Russ. I have a feeling he'll have that one back to the trailer and be looking underneath to make sure. She just really left the starting line funny. 983 by Jeff, and I could have sworn I heard him step off the throttle before he got to the other end. Jeff goes 76 under, up to the number 7 spot unofficially. Mark Nowicki rolling in. Mark right now leading the D3 points chase here in 2015. Mitchell Autry left side. Pontiac Grand Am out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. Mark Nowicki right side, Gaylord, Michigan-based runner. Now retired. Construction contractor. Back in the days of the issues over at Heartland Park, Topeka, it's kind of like Mark looked at me one day and he says, "I can fix this real easy." Just cost him a few shekels. 963, 138 by Mark. 1097 by Mitch Autry. Nowicki goes in at 72 under the index. Mitch Autry wasn't even in a category yet, so there's one we got to get cleaned up. Ricky Decker left side, Mikey Stokes right lane. Ricky, your defending champion, wheeling that good-looking Chevy Camaro on the left side out of Charleston, Indiana. Stokes, another runner coming to us from the bluegrass state of Kentucky. Super Stock C modified. Ricky would love to have a weekend like he did last year. Decker 1003 at 118, 878 by Stokes. Mike at 71 under, Ricky at 67 under. Larry Hodge and Mike Town. Mike, your former U.S. Nationals champ, up on the right-hand side, the GTK automatic. 84 Buick Regal, small block Chevrolet now sitting underneath the hood for the runner out of Paola, Kansas. Always thought that'd be a good town to be from, Paola. Give me the money. Larry Hodge, wheel standing, little 305 Monte Carlo. A little mouse-motored, smog-motored machine. Cranking out a little bit of torque to stand the front end of that Monte up like that. 1061. 102 by Larry. 1063 by Mike. Town goes through at 122. Mike's at 81 under. Larry at 63 under. Don O'Malley. And Alan Wade. Alan out of Rochester. which we all know is in Indiana, not New York. The big block Camaro right side. O'Malley. Big hands O'Malley out of Decatur, Illinois. 64 Corvette, 327. Great competitor. Former winner, former record holder. 929 by Wade at 141, 992 by O'Malley. Allen Wade at 90 under. O'Malley in at 77 under. 24 cars so far. The Superstock qualifying sheet. Angelo DiCarlo. Love that Corvette. Beautiful Corvette. You look up red in the Webster's Dictionary, there's a picture of Angelo's car. Little arrow pointing to it saying, this is red. Just in case you might miss that. Dups left side. Chevy Camaro out of Germantown. DiCarlo 987 and 132. 1043, 128 by Dups. David 81 under. DiCarlo at 72 under. Tyler Wodarczyk, already a winner on the division trail this year, picking up a win out in Denver. Alongside Morris Vogus. Morris, the gentleman out of Illinois. Been known to put together a race engine or two. How about a 65 automatic car? Competitive Super J car should be running high 9s, low 10s. See what Morris does. Goes 1028 at 127. 1042 by young Mr. Wodarczyk. 127 miles an hour. Tyler at 77 under. Slides in right behind Don O'Malley. Morris goes 71 under. Good for the number 17 spot so far. Nicholas Morris rolls in next. Currently third in the points standings. Winner over at Norwalk, the Mustang out of Louisville. 1-year-old competitor. Jimmy Lavallo. Classic, 66. Plymouth Belvedere right, left side. 426 combination for Lavallo, 1076. 124, 995 by Morris. Lavallo 28 under, Morris at 64 under. Skillman still unofficially leading the pack at 105 under. 30 cars so far down track, 4 to go. Right, Frank? Lots of them. Super Comp lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Super Comp lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Jeremy Duncan goes through 993 at 130. Super G automatic Camaro. Dups with his GTE automatic Cobalt, 970. Dups up to the number 2 spot. Duncan slides in at 61 under now. Claremore, Oklahoma-based Speedy Lube machine. Cheney working his way down track, 981 at $114, 1064, 122 by Steve. Cheney at 68 under, Steed at 55 under. 34 car field so far. Here comes Jimmy Harrison and Troy Ross. Harrison having some problems last night out of the shoebox Chevy 2. Let's see if he's got it all put back together. So far, so good. Started under its own power. Staging under its own power. Up and make it together at the racetrack. There we go. Wheels up, wheels down. That works. That's what you call it. Troy Ross, right side, 920 to 118 is a supercar. 1048 by Harrison at 123. Jimmy Harrison, 71 under. Troy, 39 under. Michael Bryant and Jimmy Hidalgo Jr., a.k.a. Cooter. Over here on the right side, the runner out of Donaldsonville, Louisiana. You ought to see their race shop. They've got more cars in that race shop than Carter's got filled. Tell him. Michael Bryant, left side. Another Louisiana-based runner. That Pontiac G6 in the left lane. $992, $136 by Bryant, $1010 by Hidalgo. Jim will be down at the bottom of the sheet. This is where he likes to stay till that last qualifying session. Bryant goes 87 under into the number 7 spot. Aaron Dysinger and Todd France. Mr. Todd having a pretty good year. Took the win over Columbus just a few weeks ago. GTE automatic. Chevy Beretta for the gang out of Louisville. Dysinger left side, Monticello, Indiana-based runner in the Oldsmobile. Sierra. $976, $135 by Todd, $1043 by Dysinger. 126 miles an hour. Aaron's in at 61 under. Todd's up top 10. Set at number 6 spot unofficially at number 6 at 88 under. Mike Morgan. Irvin Johns, Indiana Johns over here on the right side. Suburban heavy haulers. Chevy Cobalt. Automatic car. Cranking the front end up, sets it back down. Gina looks on from behind. 947, 141 by Irvin. Mike Morgan's Firebird, the left side, 11 flat, 120 miles an hour. Michael up to the number 10 spot. 84 under, Irvin 77 under. Unofficially puts him back in that lucky number 16. Scott Leiberscher, Justin Jink. Leiberscher's Cobalt, or Copo. A little lackadaisical off the starting line. 1023, 143 by Leiberscher. 953 by Justin. 142 miles per. Jenkins at 87 under. Leiberscher now at 33 over the index. He'd be down at the bottom of that sheet. Training the cars just not yet on the qualifier. Riley Stuffelbeam and Greg Meyer. Looks like we're down to our final 3 super stock cars. Pretty good field for the first session to roll out. Stuffelbeam left side. Young Riley out of Peoria. Riley having a very good year so far. Already picking up a win. Pontiac. Hands the front end up on that Super J automatic car. Meyer GTF automatic machine. Firebird right side for Meyer, 1005, 131. Stuffelbeam 1036, a 109. Riley 63 under. Greg's at 74 under. Looks like we're going to end up with 48 cars. The super stock qualifying sheet, first run through. Ryan Richardson, GTD automatic. Another 20-year-old youngster out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. Everybody asks the future of drag racing. I think it's pretty safe and secure. Lots of good young guns coming up out of the junior dragster Racing Series. Did 48, 94 miles an hour by Ryan. Richardson just barely under the index, down at that number 44 spot. And Walter Sullivan, 89 Ford, 352 combination, factory GT car. I do believe I heard via the radio chatter in the background a few moments ago that Walter looking to put a record run together. Well, the record currently stands at 10:10. Run this morning, make another run a little bit later. If he can get both runs under that 10:10, he can set the record. Then he's got to go to the teardown barn, get checked. 969. I think he might have a leg up on it. 969, 138 miles an hour by Walter. Yeah, I mean, that car left the starting line like, oh, let's just kind of leave and keep on going down track. 90 under the index for Walter. I think he may have a good shot at setting the record. Come back, run it up, or back it up. Then it's off to the barn. Get out the wrenches, the tools. Tear it down, check it, put it all back together, and come back. You think Travis would have a little bit of fun down there, checking everything out? Yes, he would. I think Travis might just do that. Super Comp getting ready to come up next. I understand a little maintenance down on the top end. Check the one of the center cones. Make sure it's squared to the world. Got a reflector that's giving us funny reflections. It may be the sunlight reflecting upon it, but whatever the case might be, double check it. Make sure everything's good. Everybody's been getting numbers coming up on the time slips, so just a precautionary move, if you will. Get ready for Super Comp to come up. We will have made our way through the sportsman classes the first time around. Super Street will be coming back in just a little bit. Stock, Super Gas, Super Stock, Super Comp. Again, Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp. You will all get your 3 runs in as we set our qualifying for the Draw RFC Shootout presented by Mosier. Remember, if you want to sign up for the shootout, one of the quick 8 that makes the show for the Draw RFC Mosier Shootout, need to sign up for it down at the Tech Trailer. You guys know the drill. Been here before, seen this movie. Got the souvenir hat and T-shirt, as the expression might be. So if you want to sign up for the Draw RFC Shootout, Super Gas, Super Street, Super Comp, do need to get that sign up done down at the other end of the racetrack, down at the Tech Trailer. They'll take your money, get you signed up, get you squared away, get you checked in, get you good to go. Looks like the cone getting a line down at the other end of the racetrack. Super Comp, the 890 cars getting ready to roll in. Super Comp, if you have an 890 car and you are currently not in the staging lanes with the other 732,568,000 Super Comp cars, you're in the wrong spot. And I'm giving you all static because I love Super Comp. Licensed in Super Comp many years ago. I like it. But Super Comp, you should be in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 as we speak. Super Comp lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. While it is kind of quiet, do want to remind everybody that if you're expecting a package from the brown truck or the white truck with orange and blue stripes on it, the package delivery is at the maintenance shed or maintenance building down at the far north end of the property. It's the building that's got a lot of equipment parked around it that looks like it might be there to help maintain the facility. It's a small thing, but, you know, the maintenance building down at the north end of the racetrack. I do not know if UPS and FedEx have delivered yet, but that is the building if you want to check where you need to go, because that is where UPS, FedEx delivers for those of you that are expecting. And I do know some of you are, because you've already been up here asking about it. I'm sure there are others that want to know. UPS, FedEx, packages delivered to the maintenance building down at the far north end of the racetrack. Supercomp getting ready to come up. 890's up on the scoreboard. We set the target down there and send the cars from down here. And Mr. Frank Morski going to step in and tell you about the 890 cars and Supercomp.
Thank you, Brother Bob. Haven't worked with Bob in a long time, but we've had some fun over the years. He's not as old as I am. He says he's old, but I know he's not as old as I am, because he's still working and I'm not. Supercomp on the line, getting ready to make a little faster noise this morning here at Gateway Motorsports Park. Division 3, the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Lots of fun in store. Got some friends wanting something to do today and tomorrow, and they're twiddling their thumbs. Have them come on out. Jerry Mellis from Hope, Indiana, trying to run an 890, goes 885, 162 miles an hour. To start off the Supercomp qualifying session or time trial session, Angelo Belosi in the Transmissions to Go car. He's a mechanic out of Hillsboro, Missouri. He's going to square off against Steve Bueller, all the way down from Freeport, Michigan. He's got almost a brand new Profab car there on the Laser Energy Drink side of the track. Angelo Belosi creeping up, turns on the beam on the left side. Angelo been around this business a long time. Not sure about Steve Bueller, but I would suspect he's probably has too, out of Freeport, Michigan. Sharp on the tree. Angelo with a 12 and a 20 for Steve. Click the beams off down there. 889 reads the slip on the left-hand side for Angelo. And Steve was an 884. Going to have to slow her down just a skosh. 170.99 miles an hour. Brings up Brian Hackett, another local out of Quincy, Illinois. The Hackett Racing team. Got a couple of years on me. Big retired behind his name in the 89 Pontiac. All of you Supercomp guys, you should be in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. They're pulling you out now. We're at the beginning of the session. It'll be a pretty long session because I see 4 full staging lanes of cars down there. We had a lot of them here last night, making some test and tune time trial runs to get the feel of the track. 020 on the Brian's get-go with an 895 pass, 157 miles an hour. 902, 169, just a little bit too slow. For the dragster, he's going to have to creep up a little bit on that 890. It's Mike Musgrove and Donald Pistol. Pistol comes from Columbus, Ohio. 58-year-old manager and foreman, supervisor. Both of them sitting there on the starting line, taking advantage of this beautiful day here at Gateway Motorsports Park in St. Louis. We've been paying a lot trying to get one of these nice days for racing. Rain has been the predominant factor around here for the whole springtime and most of the summer. Mike Musgrove off with a 023, turns an 892 at 166 miles an hour, and Donald turns an 886. He's got it a little too quick the first time out. He'll go back and do a little twisting and adjusting and get it down to that 890, because 890 is where you got to be. You want to run dead on and have as many zeros without a red light. in the reaction time so he can put together one of those very competitive packages in Super Comp. Mike. Eric Wilkerson from Seymour, Indiana. He's on the right side of the starting line, paired off against another dragster. For Super Comp being dragster and dragster and dragster. Mostly. Car of choice. Eric turns the red light on by 0.08 of a second. You see that negative in front of it on the big board down there on the Laser Energy drink side. 877, way too quick too. 161. Going to need to slow that down. Left side just a 0.06 too quick with an 889 at 177 miles an hour. Brings up Scott Vanderwalker. He's on the right side from Portland, Tennessee. Bob Fuller out of Rogers, Arkansas. Scott in that 2000 Dodge. Gets there with a 906, slowed it down a little, 138 miles an hour. 892 for Bob Fuller at 179. Bob very active, made several division championships and national wins over the years. Mike Peavy out of Alvin, Texas, the Lone Star State. That's a 2010 American chassis he's pushing down the right side of the drag strip. We still have some cars that need to be entered into the computer system so us announcers can be a little more intelligent. Not look just at a number. Mike Peavy with one of those 003 lights. He runs an 8 with 2 8s behind it and a 4. A little bit too quick, but the reaction time is where he wants to be. Left side was an 887, a little too quick also at 159. Trying to slow him down to run an 890 dead on. Kenneth Davis out of Mooresville, Indiana, in the little Alter. That's a 32 Bantam. 540 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet. Thundering power. And 890 is the number. Both looking to see they got that in their back pocket when you get down there to the finish stripe. An 893 for Ken Davis. And a dead on with an 8 to the other side with an 044 light. So step up on the light, get a little closer package at 167 on the laser side. Ronald Finney out of Greenwood, Indiana. In the 2011 dragster with 605 cubic inches. Actually, it's an altered. And Dave Dollum from Tremont, Illinois. Up the northern part of the state. 16 light on the right side, an 056 left side for Ronald Finney. And both of them a little bit too quick, 889 and 157 left side. Right lane follows up with an 888 and a 3 this time. Last one had a 4 at 176 miles an hour. Bill Vance, he's next up in the Spitzer altered style car. And John Tigner, he's right out of St. Louis, right across the river. Throw a rock across the big mud puddle and you'll find JT Automotive. 014 light. He's used to the track here at Gateway Motorsports Park. Been down that line, track many times. He goes 870 at 173, so he's too quick. And Bill Vance slows to a 915, 170 miles an hour. Craig Schultz from the Goodson Tool and Supply out of Winona, Minnesota. Long tow down from the cold country. And Justin Moser came across the Indiana and Illinois line right over here to St. Louis in the Moser Engineering car. Throttle stops kick in. Away they go. Would have been a good race if it was a race. There was a thousandths difference on the get-go, and both of them run almost dead on. It was a dead on for Craig Schulte, 890.00, and Justin Moser was an 890 with a 1, and he'd had a 2,000ths loss in that particular race. That's how close it was. A 0027 to be exact. Jeremy Mason out of Waco, Kentucky, in the brand new dragster built by Miller, sponsored by Ohio Crankshaft, and Timothy Millwood. Timothy out of Columbus, Indiana. 540 cubic inches of Dodge powered in the 93 Daytona. Jeremy Mason, a 27-year-old engineer, so the ink is just dry on his engineering certificate. Out of Waco, Kentucky. Puts a 006 up on the board and runs an 886, so he's going to have to slow her down just a little bit. And Timothy Millwood goes a 907 at 153 miles an hour, and he's going to need to speed it up a little. Get it down to that 890. You had one dead on with a 0, so that particular racer has got the package figured out. Just get the reaction time where he needs it to be. Janice Swan out of Mooresville, Indiana. Won a Vision event back in 06 and took 8th place that year also. Super Comp. Up against John Sickish out of Belmont, Ohio. Sickish 884, 160. And Janice turns an 888, 176 miles an hour on the left-hand side. Kimbra Fusting from Waukegan, Illinois. That's not too far from the Joliet Route 66 track up there in the Chicagoland area. And Rachel Meyer out of Spring Hill, Kansas. She's still honing her skills in school. Randy Myers racing, of course, that's Randy Meyer in the Top Alcohol Dragster fame. Rachel's sister Megan was making passes last night to get her feel of the track in her Top Alcohol Dragster, run 550s and 540s last night. So Kimbra 885, 176 right side with a 004. And Rachel Meyer goes 883, 167 behind an 035 on the starting line. Troy Coughlin Jr., that's one of the Jegs guys out of Delaware, Ohio. Of course, Jegs in the Jegs Super Quick Series was here earlier this year and set some fabulous records. It was the fastest or quickest Jegs qualifying field ever in the history of the Jegs Super Quick Series. Was here earlier this spring. And Barney Barnhart out of Wadsworth, Ohio. So I suspect these two know each other more than just opposite lane partners. Jackie just a little bit too anxious, goes 017 on the red side of the bulb. 026 for Barney. And he shuts down at 881, way too quick at 170 miles an hour. And Troy, he's got the number figured out. He run an 890 with a 5, so now just get that 17,000th red side to go on the green side, and he'll be real close to a good package. Brian Browning out of Richmond, Kentucky. Browning Racing. And Dennis Foster squaring off. Dennis from Morton Grove, Illinois. And Brian Browning from Richmond, Kentucky. One of the Bluegrass State boys. Morton Grove, part of the state of Illinois also. Yonder country. Brian Browning puts a 008 goes 875. We're going to need to slow that down to make that 008 really good at 185 miles an hour. Dennis Foster stops the timers down there with an 892, 178 and some change on it behind an 031. Super Comp, it's as many zeros as you can get on the green side in that reaction time, and an 890 with a 0 behind it. Alex Miller out of Miller Racing Transmissions from Mansfield, Ohio. Going to take his turn at the Gateway Motorsports Park starting line and tree. I need Super Street to lanes 1 and 2. Super Street to lanes 1 and 2, please. Alex Miller at 055 with an 884 run at 161 miles an hour. Super Street to 1 and 2, please. Super Street to lanes 1 and 2 for your second shot at the tree. Right side goes 881, 170 miles an hour. Shannon Mingy out of Urbana, Illinois. That's a name that I've known for a long time. That name is associated with some top fuel racing up there. And in fact, I owned a car that name was involved with at one time. And Michael Jurassic from Ohio. Shannon Mingy's been around racing a long time. He's got lots of accolades behind his name. He goes a 900 with a 6 behind a 007 light. And Michael Jurassic had an 013 light, stops the timers with an 893 and 176 on the printout slip. Brian Cook across the river, Arnold, Missouri, just south of the St. Louis area. Another one of the transmissions to go guys. Dean McIlvain from New Carlisle, Ohio. McIlvain Racing. Dean puts a real good number up there. She had 002 on the big laser side, and then an 896, 177, so speed it up a little. Brian Cook shuts her down with an 886, 160. Again, I need Super Street to 1 and 2, please. Super Street to 1 and 2, please. Scott Cook's turn. 26-year-old machinist sitting on the AAA insurance side of the drag strip. Looking across to see Rose Richardson from Woodburn, Indiana. P&R Express, self-employed. Paul and Rose Richardson, I would suspect, is what that P&R stands for. And it's an 896 for Scott Cook behind a 008 light at 168 miles an hour. That's on the AAA side. Laser Energy follows up with an 888 and a 6170 for their first time down this quarter mile today. And now Rick Hughes is going to see what he can do. It says an 06 Woody car. Well, to me, that would be a Woody Gilmore car, but Woody Gilmore's not making cars anymore. Jordan Pratt, right side, from Otsego, Minnesota. Another one of the North Country guys down here. There's a whole bunch of them. Came down from the Minnesota area, looks like. We've seen quite a few of them run down the track so far today. 17 years old for Jordan Pratt. I suspect mom and dad probably are with him, or at least dad, helping. 8 with 3 8s behind it for Jordan Pratt with an 038 reaction, 179.8 miles an hour. Richard Hughes follows up with an 886, 163. And I need the Super Street to lanes 1 and 2. Super Street to lanes 1 and 2, please. Fred Snavely from Joplin, Missouri. That's the opposite side of the state of Missouri, down there where the tornado went through and did all the carnage a year or two ago. Looking across at Trevor Larson. So Trevor Larson out of Starbuck, Minnesota, another Northwoods country guy, 27-year-old farmer, rancher. And Fred Snavely out of Snavely Racing out of Joplin, Missouri. Tornado didn't get his car, I guess. He was lucky enough. Goes 883, 183. And Trevor was 896 behind an 011 reaction time. Kendra Reinshield out of Brookville, Indiana. Fall Sloop, Armor. Current points leader. And won at Columbus 2 weeks ago, the points race. Kendra's currently the points leader in Super Comp for the division. So she's going to be one tough cookie. Should see some pretty good numbers out of her right here, I would suspect, right off the start. And Haley Gregory from New Bern, Tennessee, 20-year-old student, sponsored by J&L Gregory Farms. True Racer Motorsports, False Lube, Armor Sealing are sponsors on Kendra's car. A little bit too quick by 7 thousandths. See, now she's got an 890 in her back pocket when she gets to the finish stripe. And it's dead on with a 0. A 176.4. So, guys and gals, there's somebody you're going to have to contend with. She was the winner last week, or 2 weeks ago. And she still got that 890 dialed in that car. 889 in the other lane with a 0. The wrong kind of stuff coming out of the wrong place, it looks like, on the car as it made the burnout. And loses fire, so helping hand get the car back off the track, and we'll be over here to the other side and have a single run down that lane and carry on. So Haley Gregory, she ran an 889 with an 8 at 183. Joe Bomarito out of Springfield apparently having the difficulties in the Bomarito racing car. That's an 07 Gebhardt car, which is just up the road, a hop, skip, and a jump from here at Gateway. He's Robert Moser, Moser Engineering, occupying the Laser Energy starting line. Of course, everybody recognizes Moser Engineering. Lots and lots of axles. Well, it looks like Joseph Bomarito got the problem fixed. He is going to be able to stage after a pushback. Of course, that brings back memories of the old days when we do burnouts with the fuel dragsters and have to push them back left to the 1,000. Too quick. Right side. Something Robert Moser not off and running at the right time. Still runs an 887. Joseph Bomarito struggling down there with a 1698, and looks like he's still having some difficulties, unfortunately. Go back to the trailer, twist some wrenches, maybe get the problem fixed, so he'll be ready for the second session here this morning. I need the Super Street cars to lanes 1 and 2. Super Street to lanes 1 and 2. Todd Piper and Gary Stinnett. Now, here's two guys that know each other real well. Todd from Wamego, Kansas, and Gary Stinnett from Emporia, and they're just stone's throw from each other. Gary Stinnett, his list of successes in the Super Comp category are longer than your arm. He's been around this business for a long time and a very tough competitor. Has 28 divisional wins, 22-time national champion events, 18-time Division 5 champion. So just a couple of the things that are on that long list of accomplishments. And of course, Todd Piper, no slouch either. He was the 2010 Division 5 Super Pro Racer of Champions winner, 2014 Division 5 Super Pro Racer of the Champions winner, and Heartland Park Topeka track champion many times. It's unusual to see Gary Stinnett put the red bulb up there, but he did by 2000s. And let's see if he's got an 890. Yes, he's got an 890 with a 4 in his pocket. Todd Piper just a little bit too quick with an 885 176. But those two guys have squared off against each other many times. Stinnett in his dragster is one tough competitor, and so is Todd Piper. Tyler Cayley out of Rock Springs, Georgia. Down to Peachtree State. And the Cayley Racing. Again, I need this super street to lanes 1 and 2. I only see a few cars down there eager to get on the track again. So super street to lanes 1 and 2. We're going to be up right behind the Super Comp cars. You don't want to miss your second chance, or if this is your first time because you got here a little later this morning, you need to be in lanes 1 and 2. Tyler Cayley, 886 at 181, and the right side, 884, 176, and that'd have been a heck of a race because there was a thousandths difference at the stripe on the starting line. Now it's George Cayley, 62 years old, out of Lafayette, Georgia. And Phil Smida out of Canfield, Ohio. Intensity Racing Products, sponsor on that brand new car. Just built the car this year. 598 Chevrolet power. 009 for George Cayley, so he looks to put an 890 up there when he gets to the other end of the track. Nope, way under with an 876, so time to punch some buttons and slow it down a little bit to 174 miles an hour. And Phil goes 899, 180 for his first attempt. Brings up Dennis Ridgway out of Cerro Gordo, Illinois. And Angela Neely from Alvinton, Kentucky. Quick Fuel Technology, providing some of the operating funds for her racing operation. Dennis Ridgway, supported by DRE, Lucas, VP. There's a couple of his sponsors. We got 632 cubic inch powered Chevrolet. It says Cleveland, not Chevrolet. So 892, 178 for Dennis Ridgway behind a 004. And Angela turns in an 886 pass at 169 miles an hour. Eddie Cook out of Thomasboro, Illinois. 63-year-old truck driver sitting there on the Laser Energy starting line. And occupying the AAA insurance side is Tim Papp out of Charleston, Illinois. And Ron, you should know him. And so the guy sitting on the other side, he has an 026, a pair. This would be a heck of a race if it was on the for real. 026 is a pair, 927 for Tim, a little bit slow. Eddie Cook, 896. Both of them going to do a little bit of rethinking their numbers down there. at the trailer when they get ready for the second round. Super Street, lanes 1 and 2. Super Street, lanes 1 and 2. Now, Steve Hoyt, the Fort Wayne, Indiana resident, 66 years old. 2013 Division III champ. And NHRA Sports National winner also in the past. Ken Sharp out of Omaha, Nebraska. And this would be a good race. There's 3,000s on the start line, an 890 with a 0 on the left side with an 005. Now that's a pretty darn good package. That's what you're looking for, is to have those real low numbers on the reaction time, and a run a dead on with a 0 would be good too. But an 890 is not quite right there. It's just a little bit too quick. An 008 would be great, with an 884 being too fast also. Jeremy Deemers out of Carroll, Iowa. Deemers Performance and Machine Shop, sponsoring the dragster. And Jessica Bogacki out of Carterville, Illinois. That's down there in southern Illinois. Deep southern Illinois, not very far from Carbondale and Southern Illinois University. Sandwiched in between Marion, Illinois, close to Crab Orchard Lake. Kind of the entrance to Crab Orchard Lake. One of the WPA projects. 002 and 001 between Jeremy with his 2 and Jessica with the 1, but they're way too quick at the other end. 880 for Jeremy and an 887 for Jessica. Reaction times is what they want to see, but you got to slow that car down just a skosh. Tim Foley, he's a local boy out of Dardine Prairie, Missouri. Welder by trade. And Luke Bogacki out of Carterville, Illinois, also 34-year-old professional drag racer, he says, K&N Engineering. Super Gas, world champ last year, Luke was. So he's no slouch when it comes to drag racing. Maybe he really is a professional drag racer. Crew chief is Mom. And he had a 006 in his pocket, runs an 892 with a 9 on the right side at 180 miles an hour. Flip it over to the other lane, and Tim Foley turns an 886, 167 behind an 024. So a little bit of changes need to be made there. It's Mike Eagleston out of Highland, Illinois. The Tough Paw aluminum car. 2012 champ right here in Super Comp. 2012 Cedar Falls Open winner. Went down to Bowling Green 2 years later and was a winner. And he also won up at Cordova in that, we won't mention it, name. Can't quite read it. It's garbled. Adam Gerber, also a successful racer out of Massillon, Ohio. 2014 runner-up right here. That was last year. And in 2012, Division III Super Comp Jegs All-Star champ. 890 with a 5 for Adam at 176 behind an 019 light. 891 for Mike Eagleston, and he should know this track real well, and of course he does with that 014 start. Greg True from Cleveland, Tennessee. Behave yourself. He's a law enforcement officer. No speeding now, Greg. Keep it under 55 or 65 or 70. Now, you can't go any faster than that. Austin Sharp out of the Cornhusker State, Omaha, Nebraska. 20-year-old student. Wonder if he's up at Creighton University or if he's down at Lincoln. Both of them on the red side of the bulb on 001 for the law enforcement officer. Had to turn it red. That's the only color he really knows. At 005 for Austin Sharp. 891, 175, and Greg True goes an 894, 177. So another one of those guys with an arm's length worth of accomplishments on the right side. That's Ray Connolly of El Rey, Ohio. 52-year-old technician. He's an 03 national winner at Sonoma. That's a long way out there to the west coast. It's the left coast. 02 U.S. national winner, all in Super Comp. 05 national winner down at Houston. And also like to go up to Brainerd and over to Indy. Winner at all of those. 2, 3, 4, and 5 was very successful. David Schmidt out of Flintstone, Georgia. Another one of the Peachtree State races. With a 002, red side goes 906 and an 885 for Conley on the other side of the track at 182 miles an hour. There's a tough competitor up on the starting line. He didn't list his accomplishments, but I know for a fact that he's a very strong runner. It's J.R. Loebner out of Gardner, Kansas. He's been streaking down the track for years in Division 5 and a lot of the Division 5 Super Quick Series. Won quite a few of them over the years. Todd Kuyawa out of Elkhart, Indiana, in the vintage trailers car. Kuyawa has an 086 light. JR is a little bit too anxious. Goes 905 at 177. Kuyawa goes 883 at 167. Super Streets, you should all be in lanes 1 and 2. We're getting ready to pull you out for your second hit on the track. I need stock to lanes 3 and 4. Stock to lanes 3 and 4. It's first call for your second session. Bruce Wiedemeyer out of Topeka, Kansas. And Chuck Rednauer out of Plainfield, Indiana. Finish this up. We'll turn it back over to the expert in the announcing deck. We'll be back here in just a short. Yep. Going slow for Chuck Ridnour. I hope something he can easily fix. Bruce Wiedemeyer with a 004 light and an 885 number with 165 miles an hour on that printer. And Chuck Ridnour is going to have to go back to the trailer and figure out just exactly what was not working right. Yep. Put all the spark plugs in it, right? Maybe it'll go faster. Troy Stone, Super Comp runner-up at the U.S. Nationals 2 years ago. On the right side, 004 red, Mark Buttram from O'Fallon, Missouri. And that's just a hop, skip, and a jump on the other side of the river. There's an O'Fallon, Illinois, and O'Fallon, Missouri, about the same distance from the arch. Buttram with a 001 light, 892 number, 179 left side. Troy Stone, the multiple wins, 886, 177.79 miles an hour. It's like about a half a dozen or so more Super Comp cars to round out this first session. Blake Richardson, Greenbrier, Tennessee, 19-year-old student. It's his turn. 3. Michael Kerr from Galaxy, Virginia. Sponsored by Ohio Crank and Quick Fuel. Won a lot of things over the years. Goes 886, 178. Had an 02 red. And Blake goes 884, 167. Derek Denny. It's his turn. Out of Pleasant View, Tennessee. I believe that's up in the mountains, I believe. And Kenneth Wickman from Urbana, Missouri. K&W Marine Machine Shop. I believe that's down by the Lake of the Ozark area, I believe. So Derek and Kenneth both going to try run 890. Real small reaction. Nope. Going to have to come back on the reaction. Punch in some different numbers there, Bob. 888 and a 940. Kenneth with a 940, slowed down, and Derek has an 888 with a 0. Last pair, Super Comp. Next up will be Super Street, and we need stock to lanes 3 and 4. We need the stock cars, or stock eliminator cars, to lanes 3 and 4. Stock eliminator, lanes 3 and 4 for your second session. And boy, I'll tell you what, the weather is about as good as it could be. We've been waiting a long time for this kind of race day here at Gateway Motorsports Park. We've had so much rain here in the St. Louis area. Ryan Richardson, a 0-1-2, and Jason Lynch. 99 was his year. Jason Lynch, 895, 178, and Ryan Richardson, 885 at 182 miles an hour. And with that, I'll give this microphone back to the expert. Best man in the division right now, Mr. Bob Unkerford. Bob, it's your turn.
Thanks, Frank, but I think you're passing around the big words awfully, yeah. Getting a little carried away there, son. Here's that 20 I promised you for saying all those nice things. Interesting watching the young Richardson boys out there as Dad standing alongside the wall, the multi-time champ, bringing in the young guns now, the boys out of Greenbrier, Ryan and Blake. Looking good there, Pops. Super Street getting ready to roll in. Stock Eliminator, need your lanes 3 and 4, please. Stockers, lanes 3 and 4. Your final session this morning. We'll get another one for you a little bit later on this afternoon. Jeff Mandel rolls in now as we throw 1090s up on the scoreboard. The Super Street category. For those of you that spectating along and you're watching some of these cars go down the racetrack, Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp, all run off of a 90 index. Object is to set the car up to run the 90 number. 1089.6, Jeff Mandel. Nice job there with the Camaro out of Tennessee. 1034 out of the Dodge Dakota at 120. He's still struggling to get that truck down into the 1090 number. But the drivers set a mechanical throttle stop prior to getting into the car. They adjust via calculations and figuring and head scratching, and sometimes it's a coin flip or a wild guess. Tom Head takes his car down track, 1090. Pretty much on the money, honey. Over there on the left-hand side, the AAA insurance lane. 1103 by Tony Tanner at 133. But the object is to set the car up to run the number. And then the driver's job is to have a reaction time, a good reaction time. And effectively, the drag strip, and this might be overstretching it a little bit, but effectively the drag strip becomes 2 feet long. The first 12 inches down here on the starting line and the last 12 inches down there at the finish line. It becomes a matter of being able to cut a line on this end, cutting a line, a good reaction time. Mark Smith with a 17 thousandths light there, 19 thousandths on the AAA line. And then run the number and be able to judge the finish line stripe against your competitor. Mark Smith goes 1095.9, the Malibu in the AAA lane, 1096.0. Between those two runs, there was 2 thousandths of a second difference on the starting line and 1 thousandth of a second difference down at the other end. Mark Smith and the Mustang, actually a 3 thousandths better lap down the racetrack. Jason Satterley's Pontiac out of Kentucky, Wayne Kelly's Malibu, right side, out of Indiana. So you got the Bluegrass State and the Hoosier State. Battling it out here in the land of Lincoln. Jason Satterley, 003 on the tree. If you're sitting in the grandstand, you can see the reaction times come up on the scoreboard during qualifying. We get into eliminations, we hide those numbers. 1088 by Satterley at 126. 1092 by Wayne Kelly at 136. Janetta Rowe and Rob Cropfield. Cropfield up the 71 Vega. Little wagon. Janetta up. I love the Mustang. Gorgeous automobile. 351 powered. 65 edition. Fastback there on the left side. Janetta out of the gate. 14 thousandths on the reaction timer. She should be pretty. Oh, looks like the Mustang's slow in top end. Up 1088, 90 miles an hour. She's got to set up with the throttle stop on the other end. That's an interesting concept and way to race. I've seen it work to their advantage, and I've seen it work to their disadvantage. Cropfield takes the Vega through. 1093 to $132. Stockers should be in lanes 3 and 4. Stock eliminator, lanes 3 and 4, please. Stockers, you're not there. You're late. Stock eliminator, 2 lanes. Michael LaPone, Larry Carter. Carter with 582 cubic inches, a big block Chevrolet, and a very light, small Nova. 001 on the tree for Carter, 10.908. 9 thousandths of a second away from a perfect lap. Michael takes the Malibu through, 1063. 122 miles an hour for the electrician. A nice lap there for Larry Carter. Bob Schmidt. Lewis Murray. Schmidt left side. Bob Schmidt performance. 509 cubic inch. Another body. Chevy 2. Second edition body style. Lewis Murray. Big block in the Camaro. That was a whole lot of hard throttle stop. Car came off the line. Looked like it broke and then just accelerated. 10.904 by Murray. Dead on 4. 10.92 by Bob Schmidt. At $140. Pam Keener left side. And a Camaro with a driver to be named later. Coming up here in the right-hand lane. Well, it's baseball trade season, right? Player to be named later. Driver to be named later. Top end by Pamela, 1089 at 133, 1093. Camaro on the right side at 121. Talked a little bit earlier about Brad Frederick coming up. Early edition, first generation. Ford Falcon. Runner out of Kearney Ag and Auto. Camelot Transportation. Both out of Kearney, Nebraska, helping Brad to be here this weekend and Topeka next weekend. Whirlwind Tour. That is as in whirlwind. Not wind, win. Frederick's game plan is to win 3 races in 2 weeks. 1091-1 at 135 for Brad. 1057 for the S10 there on the left side. 121 miles an hour. Gary Horseman and Johnny Kastner. Horseman comes in. His Ford Falcon, 62 edition. I'm telling you, Gary and Brad need to get those 2 Falcons together, do a little photo shoot down there at the other end of the racetrack, or maybe over in the bowl of the Roundy Round track. Neat feature. I haven't seen 262 Falcons side by side since, well, probably about 1962. And yes, I am that old. Shut up, don't say a word. 1089, 139 by Horseman. 1089-4, 136 by Kastner. I knew somebody out there was going to make a wise comment. I knew it. It was coming. Mark Werner and Jerry Rosenmeyer. Ford and Chevrolet, Mustang and Camaro. Does it really get any better than this? Huh? Yeah, I know all the Pontiac fans going out there. Yeah, it could be a Firebird, not a Camaro. Rosenmeyer out of Illinois, right side. Big motored, 68 Camaro. Warner left side. Small motored. Chevrolet powered Mustang. A little bit of crossbreeding going on there. Monkey business in the woodpile for that Ford. 1079, 131 by Warner. 1060, Rosenmeyer. Still not as quick as the 1005 we had in the opening session, but hey, Jerry's going for that low ET of this round. Not exactly something you want. You want to run 1090s. Actually, you want to run about a 1088-8. Give yourself a little bit of setup room for the other end of the racetrack. Opportunity to walk the throttle once or twice. And Bitsy Satterley and Matt Lauterbach make their way down track. Bitsy wheeling the Camaro. Matt, obviously, therefore, in the Oldsmobile. 1089-9 by Matt. 007 on the tree. Another 8 thousandths package. 10908 by Bitsy. She's a little quick out of the gate, but dead on the money down to top end. Roger Benny, Steve Holwick. Oh, we got a Minnesota. .32 Ford Vicky over here on the right side. Roger wheeling the Pontiac. 455, all Pontiac. 1089-2, 002 on the tree, red by Roger. He's 4 thousandths of a second away from a perfect lap. 1086 by Dan in the Vicky at 141 miles an hour. Want to go racing? Here's a Pontiac Firebird for sale, 1969 edition. Brett Rucker out of Illinois. Big 512 cubic inch Chevrolet underneath the hood. How do I know it's for sale? Big letters in the back window says for sale. That's pretty obvious. Ray Charles might have been able to figure that one out too. Mark Hackett, right side, 1088 by Mark. 137 miles an hour for the young gun out of Quincy, Illinois. Rudy Matthews and Randy Shipp. Rudy. Rudy's 005. Randy Shipp is 007. 10909. Rudy's 14 thousandths package at 144. That's why the man's been champ more than once. 1110, 146 miles an hour for Randy Shipp. A little off the pace with his hot rod. Ken McNichol, the Pontiac Grand Prix, and Jeff Weeks. The CUDA 72 edition. Mopar car out of Morrison, Illinois. 10901 by Jeffrey. He's got the car figured out. Now he just has to get the starting line going. 1088 by McNichol's Pontiac Grand Prix. 131 miles an hour down at the other end of the racetrack. Alex Miller and Trevor Larson, the gang out of Minnesota. Larson Farms, Pro Blast, Seafoam. Chevy Camaro over here on the right side. Miller left lane. Alex right now. riding a hot streak with the little Monza. Two more good lights. 009 for Miller. 11 on the tree for Larson. 1089-0 Larson. 1094-3 Miller. So I'd say Trevor's pretty much got the Camaro set where he wants it. Miller will go back and take a little tweak on the Monza. Dan Eicham up next alongside Ryan Boland. Love drag racing. 62 Falcons. Now we have a 79 Ford Fairmont. I asked earlier, when's the last time you saw a Ford Fairmont on the street? I mean, seriously. They're long gone. Ryan found one over in Wilmington. Says, hey, this make a good race car. 1089, 135 for Boland. Eicham goes 1092 to $137. Eicham's hometown hosts the Wizard of Oz Museum out in central Kansas. Gary Stennett and Ricky Ship. Yeah. Which one you want to climb on board and run with all the way to the winner's circle? Either one of these two could do it easily. Ship right side. Chevy Nova. Stennett pushed the tree just a bit too hard. 6,000's red. That is a strong running 67 Camaro. 1096, 150 by Stennett. 1091 by Ship. Frank was telling you earlier about Gary Stennett. Stennett has won in virtually every sportsman class there is. Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp, Stock, Super Stock. Whew. Man's tough. Scotty Reinshield out of Fast Lube and McLaughlin Oil Company. Wonder if he's been known to change oil in a car or two. Possibility. Big motor, Corvette. Corvette, get your Corvettes. Oh, wait a minute, that's Super Gas. Reinshield, Brookville, Indiana, home base. 009 red, 1094 to 148 at the other end of the racetrack. Phil Spider rolls in, the Intensity Racing products. Little Chevy Cavalier. Buckeye State runner. I think they held a small political thing over in Ohio last night. Might have had a few viewers on TV. A lot of debate this morning over who won that. Blake Richardson over on the right side. The RichardsonBoys.com Chevy S10. Blake hustling down track. 1093, 124. 1092 by Smida. 147 out of the Cavalier. Last car through, 32 on the tree on the dark side of green. That'd be red. 11 flat out of the Camaro. They're on the AAA side of the racetrack, and that'll bring up Stock Eliminator. Round number two qualifying. Do want to remind everybody out there while we're quiet and getting the starting line prep for stock, those of you that are with a race car and make your way up towards the starting line, do want to seriously remind you that open-toed shoes are verboten, not allowed, can't wear them. And the biggest problem is if you try to wear an open-toed shoe up on the starting line, you're probably going to come back with bare feet that are very black on the bottom and a shoe that you had to rip up off the starting line. And when you have to rip, they oftentimes come apart. So please, if you're with a race car as a crew member and you want to work your way up towards the starting line, have on shoes that are tied on, if you would please. And even if you don't want to, would you please, well, it's kind of like do it anyway. Open-toed shoes not allowed on the starting line. Must be a tie-on shoe. Stock Eliminator qualifying session number 2 coming at you. Ellis Booth coming up is 15-second. National record holding. 4-cylinder, 76 Pinto wagon. He's like, when's the last time you saw a Pinto wagon anywhere? I mean, we've had Ford Falcons. Bruce Gibson rolls in, 340 cubic inch, 71 Dodge Demon. I'd like to have one of these Demons at home in my garage. Nice little 340 street car. Yeah. Be a good night to go out, be a good car to go out for cruise night. I don't know that I want a 340 six-pack. Just give me a 340 with a Quadra. Carburetor on top. What was that Quadra Ram thing? Carburetor. Funky carburetor. Prince 1076 by Gibson. No improvement. 1556 at 84 miles an hour. Thermoquad. Thank you very much. I had to dust the cobwebs off the back of the Caddy. Danny Waddle. Factory stock A. The Accurate Concrete. Mustang. Can he go 902 again? Nope, he goes 901 this time. 151 miles an hour. 1138 by Donnie Beeler. 4-speed Corvette over here on the right side. Stays consistent. You know, I'd take this car too. Tim Weisnaffel. '66 Chevy Bel Air. Long roof wagon, 283 cubic inch small block, stick shift car. I mean, that'd be a cool Saturday night cruise car too, wouldn't it? Rob Petrie, left side, B-stock automatic, Firebird, 1082, 122, no help for Rob. 1309 by Tim, that picks him up. 1309 actually picks him up from the number 17 spot all the way up to number 8. And that car double clutched off the starting line. Gerald Nivens. Gerald, great guy out of Memphis, Tennessee, 69 years young. 4-cylinder, 91 Ford Ranger. He calls the LDT. Little damn truck. Dave Walther, right side. Stick shift, 327, 66 Chevy 2. 15-second runner, Gerald. Gerald been known to get that truck out in front. And about now, his competition would take off and try to catch him by the time they got to the stripe. Makes for some interesting races, let me tell you. Walther goes through 11 flat at 119. No help. 1649 by Gerald. No help. As the LDT just cruises on through. Dan Bird. Chuck Bellanger. Chuck, right side. F-stock automatic, 350, 69 Nova SS. Neat car as it was delivered from General Motors back in 1969. Danny Bird, 327, 66 Chevy 2. stick shift car. And I'm telling you, you can barely see that car move when Danny grabs the gears. 1096-103 by Bird, 1117-114 by Chuck. Either driver improving on their qualifying numbers from the early session today. Judy Bereski and Joey Ship. Ship Clan out of Indy. Bringing a fleet of race cars this weekend. G-Stock Automatic, 70 Nova. Judy up to 455. Oles 442. Dr. W machine. This is the old advertising campaign about this not being your father's Oldsmobile. 1155 at 114. Judy picks up. 1159, 113. No help there for Joey. Judy up now to 29 under. Puts her 41 on a qualifying sheet that includes 49 cars so far. And I know of at least 2 that didn't make the opening session. Brad Bishop. Fred Suter roll in next. Another big block, 396 Camaro. 69 edition on the right side. Bishop left lane. 302 powered Mustang. Now, remember a while ago in Super Street we had that Chevy powered Mustang? Can't do that in stock eliminator. Nope. Got to be an engine that came with the car. 1050, 125 for Fred. 1250, 104 by Bradley. Bishop improves. Suter does not. Bishop will move up a couple of ticks on the qualifying sheet. Dan Toole. Rosalind Gressens. Rosalind right side. The R&R Enterprises. 302, 4-speed, 89 Mustang. Dan got that 4-cylinder Ford Mustang there in the left lane. I'm telling you, that little 4-cylinder Mustang in the left lane. 15-second automobile. Pretty good runner. 1546 this time around, 73 miles an hour. 1247 by Rosalind at 106. Here's 2 cars that didn't make a pass in the opening session, and these were not the 2 I was thinking of. Jimmy Hidalgo left side, Brent Vogus right side. 68 Mustang, 302, J-Stock Automatic, California Special. There in the right-hand lane, Hidalgo's Pontiac GTO. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Gas, your turn. Lanes 1 and 2. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2. Now, Hidalgo's going to run it down to right about there and hit the brakes. Yep. 1129, 89 miles an hour. 13 flat by Brent. 101 miles an hour. Brent will go on the sheet. Down at the bottom, just like Jimmy Hidalgo will. Jimmy Hanlon, 74. Maverick. Made the comment earlier, I thought this was a 6-cylinder Maverick. It is not. It is a 302. But if my memory serves me correctly, this is a 302 2-barrel Maverick. Runs in U-Stock Automatic. Jamie Greening left side. That is a V6 Chevy S10 with a 4-speed. Runner out of Columbia. Home of them Mizzou Tigers. Greening, the record holder, goes 12:24, 108 in his Chevy S10. 14:33 by Hanlon. At least gets it down the racetrack this time. He'll be at 51 under the index. Puts him pretty much in the middle of the field. Greening's sitting number 12 on the qualifying sheet. And again, that's all very unofficial. It's Robbie Bishop and Robbie Massey. Or excuse me, Bobby Bishop and Robbie Massey. Get ready to see what they can do. Now, remember the Copo Camaro out of Carl Chevrolet. Last time up, Robbie had trouble getting his car off the starting line. Just kind of eased it on down track to a 14-second elapsed time. Definitely can do better. Yeah, you think? Bobby Bishop left lane. The M-Stock Automatic Mustang. Massey, much better this time. 966 at 138 miles an hour. 1255 by Bobby Bishop. Massey now, number 26 on the sheet. He'll jump halfway through. 63 under the index. Ben Wenzel and Bob Gear. Ben with the runner-up already on the division trail this year, the Route 66 stock eliminator runner-up. One owner, 67 Camaro, Z28 302 4-speed. And I do mean one owner. Bought it new, took it home, made it a race car. Been a race car ever since. You could also qualify that as a low-mileage car. Bobby Gear right side, the 72 Buick Grand Sport, 1184. 110, 1058 by Wenzel. 125 miles there. Gear will remain number 3. Wenzel will remain number 9 so far. Mike McGinley and Jimmy Hidalgo Sr. The country dog over on the right side, the Corvette. McGinley wheeling his Pontiac there in the left lane. Hidalgo 1126 and 103. That'll shuffle him around. McGinley no help with an 1141. Buck 15. Hidalgo now up to the number 18 qualifying spot. Dan Coville having some problems getting into Dakota to do the burnout. Sitting a little cockeyed in a water box. Ended up getting a little twisted. Here's your number 1 qualifier, Bill Skillman, left lane. .364 speed, Dodge Dakota. Skillman, factory stock A, goes 873.5 at 156. 1203 by Dan. 110 miles an hour. Skillman improving a couple of ticks on his number 1 spot. 96.5 under the index. Dan goes into 49 on the qualifying sheet. 52 cars down. Making our stock eliminator field. Wade Owens Corvette right side. Brina. Splinger up on the left-hand lane. 1 car this weekend. Competition for Brina. Stock automatic. Small block. 67 Camaro. Cut a light. Run the stripe. Make your dial. 1098. 118 by Brina. 1077 for Wade. 122 miles an hour. Wade actually improves a couple of hun. Moves up now to number 18. Qualifying sheet. Clarence Harding. Denny Hellman. You know, we talk about some of these unique automobiles that we see on the racetrack this weekend. How about an original 67 Camaro convertible 327 4-speed car? And I got to tell you, Denny Hillman has been campaigning this hot rod for, well, a long time. Long time. 935, 125 by Harding, no improvement. 1167 by Denny Hillman. 114 miles an hour. Julie Bierman and Tim Tosto. Tim up now. Tim was one of the cars that was up earlier. Came up as his 99 Camaro. Well, he left the 99 Camaro at home and brought the 69 Camaro out. Compete with this weekend. Julie Bierman, Buckeye State runner, 400 cubic inch, E-stock automatic, Pontiac Firebird there in the left lane. Firebird back in the day, ordered with a 6-cylinder inline, single overhead cam motor in it. Just had the overhead cam nationals over in Ohio last weekend. 1092, 121 by Julie, 1074 to 109 by Tim Tosto. No improvement for either driver. Interesting to see some of the Pontiacs on the ground. I wasn't there, I just saw pictures, but Every car on the grounds was powered by an inline 6-cylinder single overhead cam Pontiac motor. Ain't a lot of them left these days, boys and girls. Scott Labershear, Chevy Copo, Drew Skillman, Ford Cobra Jet. Harking back to the days of Mustang, Camaro, Ford, and Chevrolet. 910 by Drew. 149, 1009 by Scott. 132 miles an hour. Jerry Bennett and Tommy Pettigrew. Tommy's going to make it a 53 car stock eliminator field when he takes his K-Stock automatic Firebird down track. Jerry Bennett up. Realize there aren't a lot of spectators here today. I'm telling you, you get a chance to wander through the pits. Go find Jerry Bennett, 63 Plymouth Savoy. And I have no idea where it is, or I'd tell you. Car is absolutely immaculate. 1103 at 118 by Bennett, 1178 by Pettigrew. 111 miles an hour. I mean, I love coming to the drag races just to see the car show that's going on, too. Bruno Massel in his Copo Camaro. Danny Nugent, his H-Stock automatic. 350 small block Chevelle. Wonder whose suspension he's got underneath that Chevelle. Woo, and Bruno off the starting line. That car was not happy. $12.46 by Bruno. $11.88 at 109 by Dan. Super Gas, need you lanes 3 and 4, please. If you're not there, you're just about to be called tardy. Absent without leave. Absent with no excuse. Excuse me, Super Gas lanes 1 and 2. I stand corrected. Thank you, Frankie. Super Gas lanes 1 and 2. Let's put it this way. Super Gas, we need you in lanes. Come on down. Be the last time you see the stock eliminator cars until later on this evening. We'll run them with our top dragster, top sportsman, top eliminator, top alcohol funny car, and top alcohol dragster competitors later on today. Late this afternoon and into the early evening. Love stock. Of course, the fact that I raced stock might have something to do with the fact that I love stock. And am living proof that a blind squirrel can find a nut every once in a while. Was able to take home a win in stock eliminator a few years back. God, a few. Scary to think that it's actually been 7. That's all right. That Wally doesn't tarnish. Rachel T-Bear. Lynn Smith. Getting ready to roll down track now. Young lady in the left lane out of Lewisburg, Kansas. Grow a lot of apples down in Lewis. Have a wonderful cider farm down there. Make some great apple cider. I'm telling you, in the fall, get a little apple cider. Mix it with your favorite concoction. Boy, it goes down good. Lewisburg Cider Mill. Yeah, Anyway, Rochelle's 305, Malibu in the left lane. Smith over the right. The Buick. The big Buick. The 455 Buick. T-Bear taking her car down track, 1164 to 111. Wow, picks up and improves. Now a second under the index all the way to the number 1 qualifying spot. Way to go, T-Bear. Lynn at 1150 this time around. No improvement on this 1143 from earlier. Adam Davis. Pontiac Formula right side. Hit Stone left lane. Kent Stone, 1062, 127, no help, 1101. Buck 19 by Adam Davis. That'll move him up to the number 11 spot. Tyler Wodarczyk, Austin Richardson. Austin up left side. The youngster, second generation Richardson racer. That could be scary. Tyler Wodarczyk, another second generation racer on the right side. And Tim campaigning, helping out on mini cars over the years. Darzik right side, 11:53 stepping off the throttle, 11:52 for Austin. He too playing the qualifying game, waiting to pounce that final qualifying session. Travis Morgan and Alan Castle. $53 cars so far on the sheet. Don't believe we're done. Might be one or two left. Castle right side, 72 Arena. Morgan wheeling that 400 cubic inch, 75 Chevy Malibu. Travis goes through 12:01 and 109, 11:79 by Castle. 111 miles an hour. Neither driver picking up. Nick Siebert now wheeling the Aeromotive. Hoosier. VP Fuels, Pontiac Firebird left lane. Jeff Strickland's first lap. 54 car field now. GM Parts now, Berger Chevrolet. Topo Camaro right side. Ooh, and Strickland. Looks like he may have some issues out there about the half-track mark. He's going to slow up. 1270 at 76 miles an hour. 1110 by Siebert. 91 mile an hour lap. Strickland will go in as the number 54 qualifier. And here's one more. This will make 55. Russ Spear. iStock automatic. 350. Camaro on the left side. Nathan Botten right lane, the 351 Mustang. Botten already on the sheet. He went 1160 earlier. LODRS down track now, 1166, 1173, 111 by Russ. Spear goes into the number 32 spot, pretty much middle of the session. Middle of the field, 55 cars now. What did I say, 55? 56 car now, because here comes your reigning Division 5 champ, Brett Spear. Up on the left side, big block, 402 combination. Jegs All-Star campaigner and winner. Spear hustling down track. He'll take the big block, 402 combination through to a 1072. 97 miles an hour. And Brett will go into the show at 52 under. Number 38 spot. Chris Cheney's big block coming up. .1035, 126 by Chris Cheney. No improvement on his earlier 1031. Bruce Castle. D-stock automatic. Mercury Cougar. Now you're saying, how come we're running all these in one lane or the other? Well, they run right lane, then run left lane, or run left lane and then run right lane. And we're just kind of getting to the point that down to the end of the session, got 2 or 3 single lane passes to make. Bruce is going to get his in. D-stock automatic, 429, 71 Mercury Cougar. 11:56 at 93 miles an hour. No improvement. He'll stay on the bottom of the qualifying sheet. Down there where he wants to be. And last but not least, Alan Wick comes up. You have stock automatic, 340. 68 Barracuda. I'd take this car for a Saturday night cruise car too. 68 Cuda, 340, just a good street motor. 68 Cuda is just a classic body style. I mean, what more could you ask for? 11:45, 114 by Allen. And that, boys and girls, will put session number 2 of stock on the qualifying ledger. Now, like I said, we'll see stock and super stock come up for their next session later on this evening when we get into the top alcohol dragster, top alcohol funny car, top sportsman, top dragster, and comp eliminator qualifying sessions. A little showcase opportunity for the wheel standing stock and super stock cars. Super Gas getting ready to roll in. I'm going to turn around and kick Ron and shins and see if he wants to try this again. Test day. 990 cars coming up. Super Gas, you're not in the lanes. You're late. You're tardy. You're absent without leave. Larry Rodell and Roy Edwards working their way down track as the first of the 990 cars, and Ron coming at you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bob Unkefer. As we are Super Gas, this is their second opportunity to try to get it closer or get it dead on right. Larry Rodell, 992, 148. Roy Edwards is, well, problems set in for Roy as he made the journey northbound, 1238. So they will probably have to look over some issues going on with that race car. Chuck Westcott, Scott Hessler patiently waiting as we wait for clearance on the racetrack. The green has already sent these two racers. It's Scott Hessler painting it green, and Chuck, well, he left the red tomato on the vine on the left side, but they're free as Chuck runs 994, 159 as they look for the exit ramp off of Route 1320. Scott Hessler 3 over at 158 miles an hour with the accurate concrete Camaro. Well, scheduled to come up is Ryan Kohner, but Kevin Pryor's already sneaking up on the tree out there from Warrington, Missouri. Sponsored by Herzog Racing Engines, the Forenza as Super Gas session number 2 is underway. And Kevin is underway. That finish line will capture that Forenza. 991, 167 miles an hour for Kevin. And they will work on the reaction time on that because they will have to tighten that up at the starting line. They're trying to find the sweet spot on the starting line down there. Just try to be inside that bulb when we get into eliminations later on in the weekend. Keith Huckstep out of Cape Girardeau, Missouri, the downtown Sinclair Firebird, just about ready to take flight. Nathan Vrooman, the farmer from Indiana, with his bright red Beretta. He'll occupy the west side. The journey is underway, and here comes Vrooman trying to close the gap down there at the top end of the racetrack, and he runs 989, 169 miles an hour. That's a good number. But how about Keith Huckstep's dead-on 8 pass at 157 miles an hour? Both drivers will be breathing a little easier when they pick the time slips up down here at the ET Shack. Matt Gibbons and Alan Kohner sitting on the launch pad or the runway out here at Gateway Motorsports Park. Alan hit the tree pretty good. Matt, he's trying to hit the finish line down there as Alan closing the gap quickly, runs 994, 157 miles an hour, and about 200ths slower is Gibbons' Camaro at 996. And he pulls out of the power down at the top end, and Sam Johnson and Bill Rowe, they want their opportunity here. And Q2, Bill Rowe with the Maverick, sponsored by Rowe Motorsports, 78-year-old retired racer, and Sam Johnson with the Mustang, also retired in his 70s, makes his home in Peoria, Illinois. Wow, Sam Johnson twisting the tail on the race cars. He pulled out of the box. He quickly got it maneuvered into the center of the racetrack. Good looking run for Bill Rowe. He's 2 over the number at 147 miles an hour. As that 992 pops up on the right side. Sam Johnson on the quick side out of that left-hand lane with a 9 and a pair of 8s to go with it. Roger Bishop with the bright red 75 Monza, the mechanic. Tony Tanner trips the beams at the 660, and the quarter mile shows 983 for Tony Tanner out of that right-hand lane. Roger Bishop 988 at 149 miles an hour. And quickly, 2 more. I believe that's Dwight Noost. Yes, it is. He's got the right side reserved. Looking out his driver's window sits Stephen Hoyt. So it's the Corvette. Dwight is on a rampage now. Here comes Steve as the power kicks in high gear for that Corvette, and Steve gets a 991, 169 mile an hour for his work out of the left-hand lane, and Dwight ends up 6 over the super gas number, tripping the beams at 152 miles an hour. And David Nelson and Steve Shaughnessy. Steve with that gorgeous 3740. He has the button released, and so does Nelson. Nelson 006 out of the starting line area. Steve Shaughnessy 999s out of the left-hand lane, 149 miles an hour. Nelson and the vet 994 as he covers the laser energy scoreboard in red down there. Bob Fuller and David Sears. David with the classic. And a twist of the tail for Fuller as the front end goes one way and the steering wheel goes the other. Bob's driving it through the tunnel now out of the right-hand lane to a 994, 159 miles an hour. So Bob, the 1320 probably turned into 1325. Sears off the pace, 1006 at 150 miles an hour with that bright red Ford Falcon. So the unsung heroes, they are busy on the race teams down there. That be the crew as they're getting those drivers lined up. As Teddy Barlow and Bob Locke are going to lock horns. Bob sponsored by Tax Solutions. And Teddy bringing quick fuel technology for a ride with his race machine. And looks like Bob will stripe it first out of the right-hand lane with a 986. And Teddy follows across the AAA insurance side, 2 over the 990 number. Both of them tripping the beams in the 150 mile an hour range. And we bring up Timothy Irwin and Dave Dahlem. Dave currently number in the top 10 in the Division 3 points. Dave's lined up. Dave and Judy. Dahlem out of Tremont, Illinois. Irwin's got the Lumina in high gear as he runs 989 with a 9. That is a sweet number for the Lumina. And Dahlem runs 992 at 151 miles an hour. And Kerry Larson, the Larson Farms accountant by trade. They shovel snow in Starbuck, Minnesota. They've got the left lane covered. And our right-hand lane. Maybe another one of the Larson racing machines. It's hard to tell from the backside. But they've painted it green on left and the right side of the tree, and the finish line striping is going on right now as Kerry runs a 9.9. How about 993s a pair, left and right? Mike Jurazic and John May gently staging these race cars. So Ohio and Alabama going down the racetrack northbound. And our canvas down at the top end shows a 992, 151 miles an hour for John May, and Mike follows across 997, 162 miles an hour. So Mike probably going to do a little more tweaking of the system down there as Robert Rowan and Carl Root have reserved their spot on the runway here at Gateway Motorsports Park. Carl Root, Chevy 2, he's away. Robert Rowan, a little better number on the tree with his Corvette. So Kansas and Illinois represented on the racetrack, and Robert files a 993, 162 miles an hour in his database out of the right-hand lane. Carl Root puts 991 at 161 miles an hour, prints it in ink on the left-hand lane on his time slip. Couple door cars this time, quite a variety of race cars in our super gas class. As we bring up Haley Gregory and Mike Vance. Haley Gregory as the Wilkerson of the Cobalt, the J&L Gregory Farm sponsored machine. Mike Vance just missing that perfect bulb 1,000, and he sunburned it on the left side and runs dead on with a 1. He'll love the dead on 1, but the 1 red, that's close to that perfect light. Haley Gregory, 988, 171 miles an hour. Good speed out of the Cobalt. All right, Super Stock, first call to lanes 3 and 4. Super Stock to 3 and 4. Record runs in lane number 5. Jerry Burchett and Larry Deemers just about to release the steering wheel. And Larry did it a little quicker, 005. Sponsored by Mickey Thompson, the machinist in the Corvette, flying low on the top end. Wow, flying low is an understatement. 962. Larry was not looking for that number down there. Jerry Burchett, a 982. Another quick pass at 155 miles an hour. Jerry out of the left lane, Larry out of the right lane. Kevin Pepper, photos and more. He has been busy. Check out the work of Kevin Pepper, photos and more, as the race cars are being captured. Roy Eisenhower trips the beams, 973, 162 out of the left-hand lane. The Earth Resources Camaro. And our right lane competitor off the pace, 1026, 130 miles an hour. Maybe some electrical issues popping up for our Laser Energy lane. So they are searching for the exit ramp down here off of Route 1320 as quickly. Two more are ready to launch. Jacob Elrod, Daryl Sutton. They did a great job off the tree. They were hiding inside that bulb down there, and they just, well, vaporized him. Jacob, he's done. 992, 158. And Daryl Sutton, how about a 989 with an 8 to go with it? 162 miles an hour. Little tap of the brake will put that 990 right in the bank down there, as Michael Keenan and David Davis try to add to their collection of time slips. So Michael got that red spray paint can and he sprayed his bulb on the left side. Dave Davis, right-hand lane, runs 991 at 142, and Michael Keenan 4 over the number at 160 mile an hour as he finishes the left-hand lane in style as Sean Carter and Rick Sarmento. Rick with that bright yellow 34 Dodge, and it's a Dodge under the hood, 556 Cubers. Tubby's Performance going for a ride. And Sean Carter, that laundry basket, going for a ride as well. The Carter Racing Land Pride sponsored machine. Division 4 2009 Super Gas champ, that'd be Sean Carter, and he'll put a 994, 170 mile an hour in his bank account. Rick turns in another outstanding run here in the Super Gas class, 989 with an 8. I think I said that number before, not too many pair ago. 157 miles an hour as Rick locks that one down on the right side of the racetrack. And for our Mustang lovers, Jody Davis' 65 Mustang sneaking up on the tree on the left side. Meanwhile, looks out his passenger window. There sits Paul Richardson's, the P&R, putting the express word to use. Boy, that finish line came pretty quick for Richardson. 993, 159 miles an hour. And Jody Davis on the flip side, on the quick side, a 981 out of the left-hand lane and tripping the mile per hour also in the 150 mile an hour range. And Mr. Alan Bush, Justin Moser. Next pair of gladiators moving into the beams. Justin running the right side. The Moser Engineering Corvette. They run all over the Midwest, and they base their operation in Portland, Indiana. Alan Bush, Division III Super Gas champ 2004, knows how to get it done with the Cavalier. So Illinois and Indiana represented by both of these racers. A little bit of a wiggle for Justin Moser, but he quickly lines her up with the racing groove as Moser turns in a 995, 159 miles an hour. Meanwhile, Alan Bush says, sweet, dead on 9, 176 to go with that. And I'm sure they'll be very pleased with that pass at Gateway Motorsports Park. Steve Williams, John Sickish. We've got the low beams on our tree out there. Well, they'll fill out a few more. We'll light up the tree. Steve don't like that red ornament on the right side, but this is a good time to do it when you're in Q mode. 995, 141, and John Sickish on the quick side out of the left-hand lane. 988, 173, good speed for the Corvette. I believe John loves to chase. Looking at that particular mile per hour pass is a very decorated racer. Mr. Ray Conley, left-hand lane, is in the top 10 Division III points, and also he's in the top 3 in the national scene. Winner, divisional, national, Joey Shipp, another veteran racer who knows how to get to that winner's circle. The Ray Skillman Chevrolet Dennis Ridgway Enterprise sponsored Racing Cutlass runs triple nines, 154. Joey was in the right-hand lane, and Conley out of that left-hand lane, 3 over at 161 miles an hour. Looks like there's been one perfect light so far in Super Gas today. Gary Rogers, Brian Richardson ready to go. So the unique 66 Chevelle of Gary Rogers, he'll pull in to the west side of the racetrack. He's a truck driver, but today he's a race car driver. Sponsored by Roy's Trucking. He mows his lawn in Tipton, Indiana. Brian Richardson, they plant their mailbox in Woodburn, Indiana. Gary Rogers trying to pull that perfect light out of his hat. Just missed it by 6, but it's green. And Brian with a 15 bulb out of the gate. Holy cow, Rogers just threw a 6 thou package down there. Dead on zero, 990, dead on zero, 006. Man, you want to do that first round. Or Gary says, how about a final running that? Richardson, 1037, 139 miles an hour with his 34 Chevrolet. As Rob Cropfeld and Ryan Boland looking for $9.90 in their bank account down there. Ryan Boland runs the Mustang out of Wilmington, Illinois. He sits over there on the left side, and Rob Cropfeld. It's an undercover chassis. Out of Hamilton, Ohio. The 660 came and gone, and the 1320 is going to come and go for Cropfeld as he runs 991, 152 miles an hour, and Ryan runs 3 under as he pulls out of the pedal down there, 145 miles an hour as they search for the end of the racetrack. Luke Bogacki, right-hand lane. Our winner last year at the Division III race here at Gateway Motorsports Park lines up against Charlie Hama out of Davenport, Iowa. Charlie's going to take digital delay for a ride in the Cutlass. Luke Bogacki, RacingRVs.com. Corvette is the office chair for Luke. Number 1 in Super Gas last year. And Luke, 002 on the tree, 986 at the finish line. Charlie, a nice dead-on 3 pass with a 21 bulb. And that will make a racer smile when they pick the slip up as Edmund Richardson, another racer who knows how to find that winner's circle. And Tommy Turner is alongside. Tommy, sponsored by Turner Construction. 63 Corvette out of Florida. And Richardson, sponsored by Jegs, Brodex, and Strange Engineering. 604 big ones. Under the hood, Edmund's looking over the top of the scoop. 001 on the tree for Edmund. Tommy, 008 out of the gate. And Richardson runs 7 over out of the right-hand lane, 161. And Tommy Turner, a little quicker on the top end, 173 on the speed, 986 on the ET. All right. Super Stock has been called to lanes 3 and 4. Record runs to lane number 5, please. Release the button already. Dirk did it a little quicker. Good looking runs as 2 of them driving through the tunnel. Sutton, 994, 153. Ken Bowers, a number they probably are not looking for, 975 out of that left-hand lane for Bowers. So a little bit more tweaking to go to the combination. They will be back for another session. Well, looking at the sheet, this is their last session. Mia Tedesco, the versatile racer who's having quite a year. Runs the right-hand lane. The Cars Protection Plus 63 Chevy 2. A national event win. Top alcohol dragster Jeremy Siffring. The Don Davis pipe runs 992, 160 miles an hour. Tedesco stripes at first, 993 at 162 out of the right-hand lane. Steve Theodore and Jason Lynch. Lynch in the top 10, Division III points. Has reserved the right side of the racetrack. Cars Protection Plus GXP. And Steve Theodore from Columbus, Ohio, sponsored by McLaughlin Oil Company and Fast Lube. Division III Super Street champ a few years back. Theodore in the top 10 in the Division III points as we speak. So a couple of racers trying to move up the food chain as Theodore runs 991 and Jason a little quicker with his 988 out of the right-hand lane. So we'll send them 2 by 2. This time we've got Jennifer Jo Costello with the Firebird. Jennifer on the east side of the racetrack, just about to go northbound, and a car that we do not have a name on, 3495. West side. The left-hand driver has sawing the wheel back and forth, but the 660, they're going true and straight. Meanwhile, Jennifer Jo runs dead on with a 2 at 139 miles an hour, a little quick out of our left-hand lane with the 980 pass. Tim Gillespie out of Xenia, Ohio, the engineer. 33 Ford, Pontiac under the hood. Number 2 finisher in Division III a few years back. So the call has went out. Super Stock, you should be in lanes 3 and 4, and our record runs will be in lane number 5. Meanwhile, Gillespie, he's going to be looking at a 996 at 150 miles an hour as he is just about to find the exit ramp. And it looks like we are back to some wheel standing action. As Super Stock is patiently waiting in 3 and 4, record runs in 5. And Bob, this is one of the classes that's pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, but it's more fun to drive. Be inside the car, front end up, carrying it out, set it down 60, 80, 100 feet out. Yeah. Beats the heck out of anything Disney World's got, let me tell you. No e-ticket ride at Disney World can compare to a wheel stand and stock or super stock car. Of course, that's one of the reasons we'll get to see them later on this evening, as the stock and super stock cars will be back for their final qualifying run a little bit later on today. And when I say later on, I'm talking back 7 o'clock or so. Stock and super stock, we will feature them in with our alcohol funny cars, alcohol dragsters, top sportsman, top dragster, and comp eliminator qualifying this evening. We've got our final session for this morning's bracket, if you will, coming up for super stock. And we're going to roll back into super comp for their second session. We're going to run right back into our super category cars for a time trial run. Super street, super gas, and super comp. That'll give our competitors who want to compete in the Draw RFC Shootout, presented by Mosier Engineering, an opportunity to get their third time run in, get things lined up, dialed in. Now, competitors, if you do want to compete in that Draw and RFC Shootout, presented by Mosier Engineering, you do have to sign up down at the Tech Trailer. It is the Quick 8 in qualifying the best 8, I guess I should say, in qualifying in Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. You will come back and run for a special purse, a special race, the draw RFC Shootout presented by Mosier Engineering. 8-car field in Super Street, 8-car field in Super Gas, and an 8-car field in Super Comp. Our alcohol dragsters and alcohol funny cars will be coming up a little bit later on today. Of course, don't forget our top dragster, our Spitzer Race Cars Top Dragster Series, and our Brodix Steve Schmidt Top Sportsman Series coming up as well as our Comp Eliminator qualifying. Of course, our Comp cars getting ready to come up for the Comp Eliminator bonus race. It'll be coming up, about the end of the month now over in Bowling Green. Tip of the cap to all of the sponsors and competitors for the Leo Tower Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund, Butner Auto Sales, G-Force Racing Transmissions, Quick Fuel Technologies, C-Tech Aluminum Cabinets, Cone Racing, Total Seal Rings, Jack's Wax, Liberty Gears, Bullet Cams, Skillman Motorsports and Skillman.RaySkillman.com, Camp Lane Machine, Indy Gear, Brow Bell Housings, T&E Enterprises Auto Haulers, and of course Book Racing Enterprises. Everybody making it possible to run for that Comp Eliminator bonus race. That'll be coming up over in Bowling Green. A unique combination of points earned in qualifying and rounds of eliminations. I was looking at the sheet a little bit earlier of who's what and who's who on that Spitzer Race Cars Indy Gear Comp Shootout. Steve Ambrose right now number 1, Todd France 2, Greg Camplain 3, Rick Brown sitting in 4, David Billingsley, who's had a pretty good year, sitting number 5 in that, Brian Brow 6, Robert Bailey 7, Chuck Hallbill sitting 8th, then Troy Galbraith, David Rampy, Jeremy Bailey, Terry Smith, Ray Skillman in there, number 13. Jim Greenheck's Hot Rod out of Wisconsin sitting 14. Jason Cohn, John Freck. I'm telling you, pretty good who's who. Comp Eliminator campaigners. A little track prep, a little race track addressing if you want, making sure that our starting line doesn't have too much rubber on it, isn't getting too squiggly down there, so a little scrape and a little prep. Of course, checking the top end of the racetrack as well. While we're working on this end, the over-the-wall gang comes out, checks the top end of the racetrack, the shutdown area, and the racing surface itself to make sure we're clean and green. Do want to remind everybody, concession stands open, up, running. Lunchtime, right about now. Good opportunity to swing by the concession stand, get you something hot to eat, something cold to drink. I'm going to take a run over there here in just a little bit. I know the Funnel Cakes trailer is open. I saw them open up earlier today. Still got to get over there for my funnel cake. That'll be dessert, about a mid-afternoon dessert. I will have that. But again, a tip of the cap to each and every one of the competitors here with us this weekend at Gateway Motorsports Park. Stop number 5 on the Division III Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour this year. And I'm telling you, we're over 450, I do believe, race cars on the grounds this weekend. That makes a strong Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series race. Lots of rounds of competition. Good points race for everybody to go rounds and earn points. Interesting to look at who is leading the points in each of our categories, what this race means to them, and look down in the pecking order in the top 10 and look at some of the guys that are sitting they're just a good race off of being in that number 1 spot or number 2 spot. So certainly going to be an interesting 48 hours here at Gateway Motorsports Park to see who walks away with the Wallies tomorrow night, who picks up the most points available here this weekend. All I can say is thank you, Mother Nature. Looks like it's going to be a good weekend. Tomorrow's going to be a little bit warmer than today. Good air out there today. Just a little bit of humidity out there, but the wind's blowing. That helps to make things a little bit more doable. Of course, we need to get her done tomorrow night because, well, Sunday's forecast looking a little bit more iffy than any other time in the weekend. Lord knows we've had enough iffy weather around here this year. Good golly, Miss Molly, it'd be nice to pack up some of it, send it all that moisture out to the folks in California that so desperately need it. But it is what it is, and we're greener than I'll get out, and I know each and every one of you is probably as tired of mowing as I am. I don't know if some of you may not be as tired of mowing as I am. I've got 3 acres to mow. And let me tell you, it gets tiring mowing it. But it is what it is, and we'll keep rocking and rolling. Our super stock cars sitting in the lanes. As soon as we get the official okie dokie from the guys out on the racetrack, we'll roll them around underneath the tower and pick up our qualifying pace once again here. Stop number 5, the 2015 Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour. It looks like trucks rolling off the top end of the racetrack. Looks like everybody's rolling off this end of the racetrack. I'd say we're pretty much ready to rock and roll. Super stock drivers, to your cars, suit them up, load them up. Let's go super stock qualifying. Super stockers, to your cars, please. Come on down. Super stock. Come one, come all. Super stock to the lane, or up to the water box, please. Put a little fresh water down for everybody. Super stock qualifying session number 2 coming at us. Both of our final round contestants from last year with us again this year. Ricky Decker taking the win, your defending champion at this race last year. Fred Bartoli, the Altronics race car, runner-up in that final round of eliminations a year ago Saturday night. Both drivers love to make their way through this super stock field and back to us one more time. So far, 48 cars on the super stock qualifying sheet. Plainville, Indiana's Dennis Breeden rolls in. The JT Express. Drag Pack Dodge Challenger over here on the right-hand side. Number 38 qualifier after the first session. William Dyer, Granite City, Illinois-based runner. 4-speed, 302 Mustang. If I remember correctly, William was with us down in Belrose, Louisiana earlier this year. Had problems with the car after the first couple of qualifying sessions. He ended up not being able to answer the bell on race day. 11:03 at 120. Dyer picks up on the number 5 qualified car. Dyer moves from number 5 up to number 3, now 91 under the index. Bill Skillman, unofficially, your number 1 qualifier. Then Dave Dupps. Now William Dyer, Alan Wade, Craig Sullivan, and Tom Randall. Quick 6. Former world champ Keith Lynch. Factory Super Stock L. Another drag pack challenger on a racing RV. Jeff Turk over on the right side. Illinois baseline. Pair of Mopar cars. Jeff driving the factory GT. 345 cubic inch powered Barracuda. 959, 138. Turk improves. 1016. Lynch doesn't. Turk now at 75 under the index. Number 20 on the qualifying sheet. Mark Nowicki and Fred Bartoli Jr. Electronics Incorporated, folks. Makers of weather stations used by many. Up alongside Mark Nowicki, the factory GT 360 cubic inch. Dodge Avenger. The M&M Racing. 963, boy, talk about consistent. 963.0 and 963.2 back-to-back runs. 1027 by Bartoli. To give you for instance, Bartoli ran 1016 earlier. Just slowed up a tenth of a second. Mark Nowicki slowed up 0.02 of a second. Angelo DiCarlo. Super H automatic. Look up Webster's dictionary and the definition of red. There's a picture of Angelo DiCarlo's car. Circled, got a little arrow that says, "This is red." Angelo goes 991, 132. Jeff Town makes it now a 49 car field. His first lap, he goes 1081. 128 miles an hour. Jeff will be down in that number 43 spot. Qualifying sheet. Jeremy Duncan and Mitchell Autry. Mitchell up. Runner out of Henderson, Tennessee. GTH automatic. GT, super stock racing. Late model body style. Early model power plant. And in this case, converted from front wheel drive to rear wheel drive. Autry, 227. Whoa, hang on. Jeremy Duncan driving that Mr. Pest Control just took a good look at that Illinois blue sky up there. Wow. Stood it on the bumper, goes 996 at 129. 1086 by Mitchell. Whew, Mitchell's best lap. Had problems the first round. We'll go on to the qualifying sheet down to number 44 spot. Irvin Johns and Tom Randall. Tom, your number 6 qualifier. This is a GTC automatic. Little Chevy Cavalier. 350 Bouse motored combination. And Indiana Johns. Irvin out of Memphis, Indiana. Suburban Heavy Haulers boss man, owner, operator. Chief cook, bottle washer. Driving the Cobalt over there on the left side. John's got problems. You could hear that engine wind way back down. 953 by Tom Randall. 138 miles per. Indiana Johns may have just stretched the valve springs on that motor a little bit because it sure sounded like she got a little high RPM down there. Something in the drive line going away, letting the engine climb up the RPM ladder. Todd France, Mike Morgan. Get ready to roll in. France coming off the win over at Columbus just a couple of weeks ago. Well, maybe more than a couple, but just a few weeks ago. Good race weekend there. The final round boiled down to him and Brianna Kelly. Todd able to walk away with the trophy, the Wally, the attaboys, the accolades, the high fives, the yahoos. And I bet there was even a yippee skippy in there somewhere. Because let me tell you, when the win light comes on your wall down there, there's a whole lot of celebrating. So Todd rolls in, Louisville, Kentucky-based runner. Mike Morgan, right side out of Indiana. 350 cubic inch, Super M automatic. Pontiac Firebird. Remember back in '77, the gold Trans Am with the full bird kit on it was quite the car to have. France goes through 978, 135. Varies by just a couple of hun. 1102. Mike Morgan, he's off by just a couple of hun. And that obviously the little bit warmer air, a little bit higher temperature. Not able to make just quite as much horsepower as you were earlier today. Justin Jenkins left side, the runner out of Nebraska. Chevy Cobalt. Mike Town over on the right side, runner out of Paola, Kansas. Former U.S. Nationals champion. Taking the Buick down track to a 1067 lap at 122. 954, 142 by Justin. He's off by a hun from what he ran earlier. So the air is staying relatively consistent, just a little bit warmer track temp or a little bit warmer air temp. Slowing him up just a bit. Fred Bartoli left side. Number 9 finisher in the points chase last year, Dan Steed. Over here on the right side, the runner out of Ohio. Another Chevy 266 GTI automatic. .1064 earlier for Steed. He finds improvement by almost a tenth. 10:05 by Bartoli. He finds improvement by a couple of huns. So Fred now 64 under. Steed up to 63 under. Alan Wade's Chevrolet Camaro, the Rochester rotational molding entry up on the left side. Bobby Brewer, right lane run. Wheels up Oldsmobile. Small block 350 combination. 1022, 128 by Brewer. 935, 141 by Allen. Paul Hellenberg up. And we talked to you earlier about the Carlos red Corvette. If you look up yellow in Webster, you got a picture of this car. This is yellow. Old Chevy Cavalier for the runner out of Dry Ridge, Kentucky. Marshall's Mopar car, 952 at 140. 968, 120 by Hellenberg. Mikey Stokes and Chris Cheney. Stokes rolls in left side. Cheney on the right side. Stokes right now sitting pretty much dead center in the middle of this super stock field. Goes 881. Doesn't help himself any at 155. 986. 109 for the runner out of Oklahoma, young Mr. Cheney. Young Mr. Wodarczyk rolls up next. I can tell that that's Tyler because, well, Tim's standing behind the car. That'd be Dad. Nick Morris up, the factory GTF machine. Nick currently number 3 in the division points chase. The Mustang out of Louisville. Good-looking Mustang. 352 cubic inch combination for the hard-charging Ford machine. Tyler already a winner on the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour. Picking up wins up in Brainerd, Minnesota, and Denver, Colorado already this year. 10:45, 126 by Tyler. 999, 114 for Nick Morris. Supercom, need you lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Supercom. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, please. Supercom, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Come one, come all. Super Comp to the lanes, please. Dan Kyle, Ray Skillman. Skillman, how about a 7-second super stock hot rod? Yaha. Remember, it wasn't that long ago we were celebrating the first stock eliminator car in the 9s when Bobby DeArmond did it up in Mission, British Columbia, Canada. Now we got Ray Skillman going 794 and 796 on back-to-back runs with the Mustang in super stock. Dan Kyle goes 1190 at 82 miles per his GTG automatic machine. He had some problems getting off the starting line. Morris Vogus. Scott Leiberscher roll in next. Scott at the wheel of his Copo Camaro. Morris, the little Chevy 265 edition. Scott looking to see if he can get down track a whole lot better this time than he did last time. Well, it's better. I wouldn't put it as a whole lot better, but it's better. 940 to 150. The Copo gets down the racetrack. 1032, 127. Scott's at least under the index now, 49 under. Morris will stay number 26 on the sheet. Greg Meyer and Don O'Malley. Mr. Don. Youngster out of Decatur, Illinois, and I say youngster with reverence. Don is 73 years young. There are days, though, that I'm sure he feels like he's 23. 327, 64 Corvette, Greg Meyer left side. GTG automatic, Pontiac Firebird. Don O'Malley has been racing this Corvette for a long time. 995, 130 miles an hour by Don, 1010 by Greg Meyer. 131 miles an hour by Greg, no improvement for him. 995 by Don, just like everybody else. Been pretty much off by just a couple of hundredths of a second. Ricky Decker, your defending champ. That white and silver Camaro there in the left lane, won it all here a year ago. Chip Lavallo up alongside. Somebody wanted to give me this Belvedere and tell me I could take it home and keep it in my garage for Saturday night cruise night. I'd take it. 426, 66 Belvedere. Yeah. I'd even go find the high-octane gas needed to be able to drive it on the street. Decker goes 1004 to 118. off by a Hun. 11:29 by Lavallo. Mopar car falling off the pace just a skosh from the earlier run. Aaron Dysinger, right side. The old Sierra out of Monticello, Indiana. Jeff Dona, left side. Number 4 in the division last year. Selling a very nice Chevrolet Camaro that's going down in Texas. Whoa, hang on, Aaron. Where are you going? Back in the middle of the groove. Dona, meanwhile, picking up the Firebird, making a very nice car out of it. 978 at 136. Jeff picks up 5. He's now 81 under the index and into the number 14 spot. Dysinger goes 1051 that time. He was 1043 earlier. Super Comp needs you lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Super Comp lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Comp, come on, come all. Super Comp to the staging lanes, please. Troy Ross, Jimmy Hidalgo Jr., Cooter, the Country Pup. Got lots of names he answers to. One of them might be, hey, winner. Reigning Division 4 stock and super stock champion. Took his old Pontiac Firebird stock eliminator car, converted the motor over to a super stock combination, and has been nigh on unstoppable with it since. 10-12 at 97 miles an hour, 924 by Troy. Runner out of Emporia, Kansas. No help out of the Clint Boyer Racing Chevy Camaro. And yes, I did say Clint Boyer has a NASCAR Clint Boyer. Jim Harrison and Mike Bryant. Michael, another Louisiana-based runner. This time out at New Orleans. The M&B Trucking. Pontiac G5. Nice race car. Clean car. Good working car. Jim Harrison, left lane. GTI automatic. Nice to see Jim. Chevy B scored away after some issues last night. Not quite as big a wheel stand as we saw earlier today. Jim taming it down a little bit to get it down the racetrack just a touch better. 1140, 94 miles an hour by Harrison. 998 by Michael, off by just a few hundredths of a second from his earlier run. Bill Skillman and Brett Spear. Brett's first shot at the racetrack with his 87 Camaro. Going to make it a 50-car field with this one. GTF automatic car for the runner out of Little Falls, Minnesota. Skillman, left lane, your number 1 qualifier. 99 earlier today out of that blue Cobra jet. Runner out of Indiana, Ford dealer. Works his way through 897, picks up 200ths of a second. 1019 by Spear, puts Spear at 60 under. Number 38 in the show. Skillman improves to 107 under and solidifies his lock on that number 1 qualifying spot. Nick Folk will make it a 51 car field now with his GTA automatic. Chevy Cobalt running out of K&N, Hoosier. Runner out of Durand, Illinois. Small block 346 LS combination underneath the hood. And Riley Stufflebeam, the young lady out of Peoria. Picking up a win on the division trail already this year with the Super J automatic Pontiac Firebird. .002 by Riley, 1035. So she's 2 on the tree. Picks up a Honda down track. She's now 65 under. Folk goes into the number 41 spot with a soft 48 under lap. Ryan Richardson and Russ Campbell just about to put the wraps on Q2 for our Superstock gang. Ryan, left side. Second generation Richardson Racing. Gotta wonder how many race cars did they bring this weekend? They've got to have a fleet of them over there. Russ Campbell, the runner out of Springfield, the Missouri Mule car. Well, it's kind of being obnoxious and kicking like a mule does. Russ has yet to get a good lap out of that race car. 1975 this time around. But the Hemi car. I wonder if it's a case of the elephant motor or Hemi car in the right lane being scared by the little mouse motor. You know, mice scare elephants, right? Richardson had a little mouse motor over in that left lane. That must have been it. Scared by all them mices to pieces. Drew Skillman on the left side. Dave Dupps over in the right lane. I revert back to my childhood every once in a while. It's a nice trip for me. Number 2 qualifier right side, Dave Dupps, the GTE automatic. Chevy Cobalt making the tow over from the Buckeye State. I think they had a football team last year, and I heard they had a political thing last night. Just rumors I hear about the Buckeye State. 893, Skillman gets it down track this time. 10:01, no help by Dave. And guess what? Bill, you just got past Drew. Now you're number 1 qualifier. Dave Dupps just got bumped to number 3. Dave Dupps Jr., our Super K automatic machine. Yeah, that wasn't exactly the run he was looking for. And by now, he's decided the exact same thing. That wasn't the run I was looking for. Inside that helmet right now, you can hear words such as golly gee, son of a gun, shucky darn, and there's probably even a gall darn it in there somewhere. 1365 at 69 miles an hour. Craig Sullivan rolls in, the runner out of Avon, Indiana. Sullivan Equipment, 89 Mustang, running to set a record. Ran 969 earlier today. Probably come back and run about a 973. Missed it by a hun. I said 973, and he runs at 974. Well, here, slap me. 137 miles an hour. That isn't bad. 969, 974, 5 hun apart, a couple of laps, a little bit warmer air in the afternoon than what he had this morning. Super Cop getting ready to roll in. Warren asked if he could sit in and do a session, so I'm going to let Warren jump in and do his thing. He's been over there playing with that D3 TV electronics all morning. The electronics kid. Here, I'm going to hand you a hot microphone, Warren.
Well, thank you, Bob. Super Comp coming at you right now. And if I can find the button to push it, there it is. Got a dragster and a little Bantam altered side by side here. The altered over there in the AAA insurance lane. Laser Energy side is Troy Coughlin Jr., TJ out of Delaware, Ohio. The Miller Race Car chassis entry. And they will be looking at the 890 down there at the big end. Trying to get them dialed in for eliminations later on today. TJ turns it red as he heads down track. At the stripe, it's an 889.7 for Troy Coughlin Jr., 180 for the speed. AAA side, Little Bantam with an 884 at 148. Next up, a pair of long cars on the starting line right now. It's Mike Peavy out of Alvin, Texas. He's in the AAA lane. It's an American chassis car, 565 cubic inches of bow tie power behind him, alongside Craig Schultz out of Winona, Minnesota. For Goodson Tool and Supplies, an undercover car in the Laser Energy lane. Again, this is Q2 for Super Comp, getting them dialed in for elimination. And Mike Peavy being backed off the starting line. In the meantime, Craig Schultz heading for the stripe. 893 at 171 for Craig Schultz. Two more out of the water box right now. Left side, it's Angelo Belosi out of Hillsboro, Missouri for Transmissions to Go. Former D3 Driver of the Year in the Super Quick category, alongside John Tigner out of St. Louis, Missouri. JT's Automotive, it's a Danny Nelson car. I think Danny may be here this weekend. I'm not sure about that. Tigner betting on the tree. Finish line says an 887 for John Tigner, 887 at 172. For Angelo Belosi, 894, 174 for the speed. Another pair pulls up. Neither one of them in the computer right now, but we'll get them in there before we get into eliminations. Down track they go. 888 left side, the AAA lane, 888 at 170. Laser Energy side of the track, 884 at 167. Michael Musgrove out of Foley, Missouri comes up next. The MMI Motorsports Gebhardt chassis machine, alongside Steve Hoyt. Hoyt out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. The dragster over here in the Laser Energy lane. Former Division III champ. Pulls up on the right side. He goes 001 red. Gets that out of his system. Musgrove 010 green. Finish line says Hoyt was 1 thou from perfect as he went 001 red, but he went 890 with an O. 8900 down there at the stripe, 181. He's got her dialed in. 888 at 166 for Michael Musgrove. Barney Barnhart pulls up now, Wadsworth, Ohio, for Blaster Abruzzi. The American chassis 565 cubic inch big block powered ride. Alongside Ken Davis, Mooresville, Indiana. The Willis Racing Bantam Ultra at 888, right side for Davis, 167 for the speed. For Barney Barnhart, he shuts him off 891 at 171. Another dragster altered matchup. The altered right side, that is Bill Vance out of O'Fallon, Missouri. 23 T-Bucket. That 565 Chevrolet motor, that must be popular here alongside the dragster. Bantam gets a little bit out of the groove, but he'll get it gathered up. He'll get there first, 883, 7 under. 171 for the speed. How about an 890 with a 3? 890 with a 3 at 159 for the dragster left side. Jerry Mellis pulls up next. The Mellis Brothers M&M chassis car out of Hope, Indiana. That is the dragster in the AAA lane. On the Laser Energy side, getting a little help pulling into the staging beams, looking up track there. They're trying to get them dialed into that perfect 8,900 down there at the big end. 890 with an O. Side by side as they head down track. Finish line says 886 right side at 170, but how about an 890 with a 5 for Jerry Mellis? Dead 5 at 162 left side. Brian Hackett pulls up now out of Quincy, Illinois. The Pontiac, I believe that is a Grand Am over there, alongside Dennis Foster. Morton Grove, Illinois, in the dragster. Hackett, one of the few door slammer drivers here in the category. Three drops, they go green. Car out in front, getting to the 1,000-foot mark. 907 at the stripe, 907 at 155 for Brian Hackett. Dennis Foster, 893, 3 over at 177. Another pair of dragsters pulling up. Right side of the track, that's Haley Gregory. They're running around of New Bern, Tennessee. The J&L Gregory Farms machine. It's an American car with a Sunset 615 power plant behind the driver. How about an 890 with a 9? Dead on with a 9 at 178 left side. Right side, Haley Gregory, 892. 892 at 183. Austin Sharp pulls up now out of Omaha, Nebraska. The D5 runner alongside Shannon Mingy out of Urbana, Illinois. The electrician for VFW and Bonnewell Automotive. Mingy trying to tighten it up a little bit like last time. 002 on the tree this time around. Shannon hustles down track. Going to get there first. Another 9 flat. It's a bracket car, but he's a 10th off. Back-to-back 9 flats. 890 with a 2 for Austin Sharp. Left side at 176. So I don't know if that's good or bad. It's consistent, but it's consistently a 10th off. Scott Vandewalker, Portland, Tennessee, for Quick Fuel Technologies. That's a Dodge Viper with a 548 cubic inch Dodge power plant under the scoop there. Alongside my buddy Tim Papp out of Charleston, Illinois. Papp some troubles last night with his top dragster entry. Looking a little better here in the Super Comp car. 889 with a 1 for Tim Papp, 174 for the speed. Vandewalker 897, 897 at 160. So Tim's son Zach, along with Megan Straswig, they're out there gathering up some video for us for our D3 TV presentation. So when they come by, Be friendly and cheerful and smile in the camera, and we're going to chop those up and insert them into our program starting tomorrow. Jeremy Mason and Brian Browning coming up. Mason left side out of Waco, Kentucky. Browning right side out of Richmond, Kentucky. D3 TV is online. The easiest way to get there is go to the Division 3 website. That's NHRADIV3.com. There's a big button right at the top, and that's going to get you there, and you can watch the live stream from right here at Gateway Motorsports Park. Jeremy Mason, 891, 176. For Brian Browning, right side, 894, 184. Two more coming up. Dragsters apparel in the starting line. It's Alex Miller out of Mansfield, Ohio. The Miller Dragster alongside Jeremy Demers out of Carroll, Iowa. Demers Performance and Machine, a worthy chassis machine. Miller is staged. Now Jeremy's off to go. Jeremy better on the tree. See those reaction times up there on the big board. At the finish line, it's a 9 flat for Alex Miller left side, 900-161. Jeremy Demers, 885 at 182. Adam Gerber comes up now out of Massillon, Ohio. For American Race Cars and APD. He'll stage up the American machine. He's had success right here at Gateway. Last year, he was division runner-up here in the category, alongside Fred Snavely from Joplin, Missouri. Looks like this is Snavely's first try at it here. Gerber, good-looking 005 on the tree. And he's 5 under 885 at the stripe. Adam Gerber, 885 at 177. 884 at 182 for Fred Snavely. Again, the magic number, an 890. That's what we're all shooting for here. Philip Schmeider out of Canfield, Ohio, coming up next. Sponsored by Intensity Racing Products. Pulls up alongside Timothy Foley for Garden Property, Missouri. He's 002 on the tree. And he's 894 at the stripe. 894 at 166 for Timothy Foley. Philip Smida, 891. 891 at 181. Eddie Cook pulls up now. Fast Eddie out of Thomasboro, Illinois. The undercover car alongside Brian Cook, no relation, out of Arnold, Missouri. The transmissions to go. .886 left side for Cook. 886 at 166. 887 right side for Brian Cook at 160. Here's Jessica Bogacki out of Carterville, Illinois, alongside Scott Cook. I guess all the Cooks got together, lined up together. Scott Cook right side out of Festus, Missouri. Jessica and her husband Luke, Gary, all over there this weekend, and they'll be providing some content for D3 TV as well. We're looking forward to some feature content from Luke throughout the rest of the season. Jessica is 3 under 887. 887 at 167. Scott Cook, 896. 896 at 168. He's going to want to tighten that up just a little bit. Steve Bueller pulls up next, Freeport, Michigan, alongside Bob Fuller out of Rogers, Arkansas. Fuller in the laser energy lane. He's already tripped the red light. He'll run it out. See what it'll do. 892 for Fuller. 892 at 178. For Bueller, the number he was looking for is what he got. 890 with a 4. 890 with a 4 at 170 for Steve Bueller. Ken Sharp next up, Division 5 runner out of Omaha, Nebraska, alongside Rose Richardson. Richardson from Woodburn, Indiana, in the P&R Express dragster. Left side red, right side green. And it looks like Sharp is out of power. He's a slow roller over there on the left side. Right side, how about an 892? 892 at 169 for Rose Richardson. Sharp coasts across 1711. So Sharp will take the first turn there, take the short chute. We'll be back to action. Brad Buechel steps back to his position as our chief starter. Between Dave Dahlem, left side, out of Tremont, Illinois, Dave and Judy's dragster, alongside Dennis Ridgway, out of Cerro Gordo, Illinois. Ridgway, the diaper man for DRE, Lucas Oil, VP, and lots more. K&N alongside. Ridgway, 003 on the tree. Can he make it count at the other end? He is way under 882. He's 8 under. 882 at 178 for Dave Dahlem. 889. 889 at 177. Eric Wilkerson pulls up now. The runner out of Seymour, Indiana, alongside David Schmidt. Schmidt from Flintstone, Georgia. Schmidt driving the Miller car. Wilkerson running his Jaws Racing over here on the left side. Wilkerson's a 005 on the tree to an 015. Side by side at the stripe. How about an 890 with a 7? Dead on with a 7 for Eric Wilkerson. 161 for the speed. David Schmidt, 889. 889 at 173. Kimbra Fusting out of Waukegan, Illinois. The Parker Store Racing Spitzer chassis car. Alongside Donald Pistol out of Columbus, Ohio. For Man Performance, it's a Racetech chassis entry. Both of them sporting those big block Chevys behind the driver. At the finish line, it's going to be Pistol getting there with an oh so close 889 with a 9. 1 thou from perfect. 177 for the speed. Kimbra Fusting 888. 888 at 176. And the cars just keep rolling out from under the tower. 2 more long cars getting set to pull up to the starting line right now. Megan Straswig, one of my camera people here this weekend, along with Tori and JB. I think that's Maddie out there taking some film. Justin Moser, Portland, Indiana, alongside for Moser Engineering. Going to have to dial her down about a tenth for Megan, 880. 880 at 170. For Justin Mosier, 885 at 183. Angela Neely out of Alvaton, Kentucky pulls up next. The American Race Cars entry for Quick Fuel Technology. That's the car in the AAA lane alongside Robert Mosier. Rob out of Portland, Indiana. Another Mosier Engineering car. Front to back here on the right side, the Laser Energy lane. Both of them turn it green and head north here. And at the big end, how about an 890 with a 7? 890 with a 7 for Angela Neely at 170. Robert Mosier, 889.5 at 178. Your next pair coming up now. Both of them have the green scoops on them. Rachel Meyer, right side, out of Spring Hill, Kansas, for Randy Meyer Racing. It's an undercover car. Down track they go. Left side, 890 with a 5. Dead on with a 5 at 167. Right side, Rachel Meyer, 893. 893 at 166. Janice Swan heads down track left side. 890 with a 4, 176. Right side, 889 at 160. Two more pulling up to the starting line. Right side of the track, that's Greg True. True, Cleveland, Tennessee. The undercover car. $889 left side at 174. Right side, Greg True with an 891 at 177. Bruce Wiedmeyer out of Topeka, Kansas. The long lighting, Danny Nelson, big block Chevy-powered dragster left side alongside Michael Eggleston. Eggleston out of Highland, Illinois, just up the road here. For Tough Paw Aluminum. He's won here before in Super Comp. Keeps running like that, he'll have a pretty good chance to do it once again. 890 with a 3. 8903 at 178. For Bruce Wiedmeyer, 889.6 at 165. So number 9 in the world last year, this is Ray Connolly. Super Comp racer out of Elyria, Ohio, alongside Todd Piper from Wamego, Kansas. Finish line says a pair of 883s side by side. 883 1 for Connolly at 183. 883.9 at 176 for Todd Piper. Here is Michael Jerusik, Elyria, Ohio, for Powerhouse Race Cars. Alongside Kinder Reinshield, the Brookville, Indiana runner, for Fast Lube and Armor Paving and Sealing, coming off a win at Columbus 2 weeks ago. Attention in the pit area. We need Super Street to lanes 1 and 2. Super Street to lanes 1 and 2. Once again, Super Street, lanes 1 and 2. 888 for Michael Jerusik. 177 for the speed. For Kinder Reinshield, 892 at 171. Once again, attention in the pit area. We need Super Street to the lanes, please. Lanes 1 and 2 for Super Street. Kerry Larson pulls up now out of Starbuck, Minnesota. The Larson Farms machine. Kerry Larson with an 006 at the starting line. 870. Way too quick over there on the left side. 870 at 183. Off pace here on the right side. Kind of a slow roller over here. 1214 at 65. We'll make sure both of them are clear before we pull our next pair up to the stage beams. Again, Super Street, lanes 1 and 2. Super Street, lanes 1 and 2. It's Jordan Pratt, Kenneth Wickham off and running. Pratt out of Otsego, Minnesota. 898 for Pratt at 159. For Kenneth Wickham, how about a 931? 931 at 142. Coming up now, you might have heard of this guy, Gary Stennett, Emporia, Kansas. He's done okay at this. Alongside George Kahele, Lafayette, Georgia. The undercover car right side. So Stennett will work out that red light before we go into eliminations. 888 at 173 for George Kahele. Gary Stennett, 887 at 188. Once again, Super Street to lanes 1 and 2. Super Street, lanes 1 and 2. Luke Bogacki coming up now. The runner out of Carterville, Illinois, professional drag racer. For K&N Engineering, the American chassis car alongside Tyler Kahele out of Rock Spring, Georgia. That's an undercover car right side. An 018 and a 008 as they head down track. Finish line, it is Kahele running the number. 890 with a 4. 890 with a 4 at 179 for Tyler Kahele. Luke Bogacki, 5 off, 885 at 180. Here's Jason Lynch. Jason does all right for Cars Protection Plus out of Pleasant View, Tennessee. He's picked up a win light or two in his career alongside Ronald Finney from Greenwood, Indiana. Looks like a big highlighter out there, that bright yellow. Well, guy on the left side went 007 and he was late by 7. Perfect light, right side, perfect package right there for Ronald Finney. 000 at the start, 890 with an O, dead on, 00, Ronald Finney. Perfect package right side at 156. Jason Lynch, 007 on the tree, 893.3 at 180. So Ronald Finney, perfect package, perfect at the tree, perfect at the big end. You'll want to frame that time ticket. Ryan Richardson comes up now alongside Troy Stone. Richardson out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. He is a student, one of the Richardson boys, alongside Troy Stone, proprietor of Vintage Trailers. Spitzer car, right side, 890 with a 9 for Troy Stone, 177 for the speed for Ryan Richardson, 887 at 181. Chuck Ridnour, Plainfield, Indiana, left side. Alongside another dragster over here, Laser Energy Drink. So as they head down track, finish line says 871, way under the number there. Right side, 871 at 163. Chuck Ridnour with an 898 at 174. Michelle Furr pulls up next out of Galax, Virginia. For Ohio Crankshaft, Quick Fuel Technologies, I apologize, K&N Filters. Michelle lines up alongside Dean McElvain out of New Carlisle, Ohio. The McElvain Race Cars Dragster. So red light right side, green light left side as they head down track. Finish line says 891 left side for Michelle Furr, 163 for the speed, 883, 700 at 178 for Dean McElvain. We need super street to the lanes. Super street, lanes 1 and 2. Super street, we need you now, lanes 1 and 2. Timothy Millwood, Columbus, Indiana, pulls up now. That is a Dodge Daytona left side alongside J.R. Lobner out of Gardner, Kansas. Lobner. I knew Bob would know that. How about an 896 left side for Timothy Millwood, 153 for the speed. Right side, J.R. Lobner with an 899 at 175. Single coming up here for Blake Richardson out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. For American Race Cars, Jags Strange and Brodix. A Sunset machine. That is a Sunset 565 behind the driver there. $893 at 166 for Blake Richardson. few more Super Comp cars coming at you, and then it'll be time for Super Street. Mark Buttram out of O'Fallon, Missouri pulls up right side. $891 for Mark Buttram. $891 at 179. Derek Denny comes up next, right side, out of Pleasant View, Tennessee. Another American Race Cars chassis machine. Big block power behind the driver there. And for Denny, finish line says 894. 894 at 174. And your final car coming up here in Super Comp. This is Rick Hughes out of Fishers, Indiana. The A&A transmission, 511 cubic inch bow tie powered dragster. $889 with a 7 at 162 to wrap up this Super Comp session. Coming up next, it's going to be Super Street. And back at the microphone, Bob Unkefer will join us.
Tip of the cap to Ron Finney that session. Perfect lap down the racetrack. And dead on O. Way to go, Ron. Now do it about 6 times in eliminations, and you got yourself a Wally. Yeah, don't waste that one. Do want to remind our stock and super stock racers. We talked earlier about your third session. Coming up later on today in the midst of our top sportsman, top dragster, comp eliminator, top alcohol dragster, and top alcohol funny car qualifying. Your third qualifying session is a all-run session. It is not a cleanup session. So those of you in stock and super stock, you still have a third qualifying session. Coming up a little bit later on today, we will showcase you in with the top dragster, top sportsman, comp eliminator fields in between our top alcohol dragster and top alcohol funny car qualifying. And it will be an all-run session. It is not a cleanup session. So there is a third session of qualifying scheduled for you, and it will be coming up a little bit later on today. Right now, we're going to go into our third session for our Super Street cars. We'll follow that with the third session of Super Gas, third session of Super Comp. Top Dragster will follow that with their first qualifying run of the weekend. Our Spitzer's race car, Top Dragster Series will be coming up. Well, I tell you what, boys and girls, I've been around this sport a long, long time. Down in Belrose, Louisiana, a couple of weeks ago, we had a timing light that was giving us some erroneous flickering. Figured it out that it was a collection of dragonflies living in the box where the photocell was. Now, I've seen snakes. I've seen a turtle. We've had squirrels, a couple of possums. Wasn't that long ago out at Topeka, we found a mother skunk and 2 babies in one of the photocell holes. But I got to tell you that the call that just came over the radio from down there at the half-track mark, certainly interesting. They pulled the box up on the photocells on the outside of the left lane, and there are 5 baby kittens in the box. So if any of you out there are kitten lovers, cat lovers, I do believe that we're going to have a litter of kittens. Their eyes are open is the words I got, but they are youngins. And I did not get any word about Mama. Mama may be out trying to find a mouse or 2. But we have figured out why we were getting some erroneous flickering there in our speed timer at the half-track mark. We got 5 baby kittens. And that's a first. Of course, it beats the heck out of skunks. And I got to admit, the dragonflies down at Belrose were kind of an interesting new scenario. What do you call a flock of dragonflies? A bevy? A bevy of dragonflies? Well, let's just say there was a herd of them in one of the photocell boxes. Wow. That would be an awful warm place for kittens to be in the hot afternoon sun inside that box. But they're alive, they're well, and so we're going to help them find a new home and move on with our time trials for Super Street, getting ready to come up next. Super Street, if you're not in the lanes, you're tardy for your third session down the quarter mile here at Gateway Motorsports Park. Kittens. That's a first. Well, the first 2 laps down track today for our Super Street cars counted as qualifying for the draw, Racers for Christ Super Shootout presented by Mosier Engineering. And understand we already have our 8 cars, Wheats and Satterley, Rosenmeyer and Frederick, Murray and Matthews, Carter and Larson. Rob Kropfeld coming up right now alongside Tony Fuller. Kropfeld in the left lane, Tony Fuller on the right side is the first pair of our 1090 cars for session number 3. Get ready to head down track. Tony Fuller Motors through 1092 at 144. 1093 to $132 by Kropfeld in the Vega. Country Dog just called up and said if it had been 5 baby alligators, we'd be having alligator stew later on this evening. And you know what? We would have. Jeff Mandel left side. And Kenny Sanders right lane, the youngster, 71 years of age. Out of St. Louis Mo. Now he's had problems getting down track all day. Slow enough to run the 1090 category. Now he's got problems running quick enough to run the 1090 category. Kenny Sanders is just not having a good day. 1087, 143 by Mandel. That time he left before the tree was activated. Isn't even going to get a number. Jeff Mandel and Ken Sanders made their way down track. Tom Head and Pam Kutchner roll in next. I like Pam's truck. 96 Chevy S10. Good looking ride. Pam Keener, excuse me. I'll get it straightened out here sooner or later, folks. Just got to read the phonetic spelling. Tom Head out of Highland, Illinois, up to the 68 Roadrunner. Pam goes through 10-9-1-0, 133, 1095 by the Boat Park car. Mr. Head at the wheel, 134 miles an hour. Jeffrey Wheats, number one on the qualifying sheet. Here's Tony Tanner and Alex Miller. Tanner left lane, Alex right side. Miller been rumbling and bumbling and going. Our Super Street Fields here in D3 this year. The 80 Mons out of Ohio. Tanner out of Kentucky. 11:02, 133. I would say Tony Tanner comes from a town in Kentucky on the side of a mountain that faces east. Because it's called Morning View, Kentucky. I mean, they wouldn't have named a town called Morning View on the west side of a mountain that faced west. Well, then again, you never know. I'll let that one go. Mark Smith and Lewis Murray roll in next. Ford, Chevrolet, Mustang, Camaro. Let me get you something. Red light start by Mark. 28 thou too quick. How about Lewis? Murray is 1 on the reaction time. Heads down track, runs 1089.3. A little quick by 7 thou. 1082.8 by Mark Smith at 134. Larry Zieber out of Wamego, Kansas. Telling you, Wamego, Kansas is not that big, and I think we've got like 8 racers here this weekend from Wamego. And there's more than that live there. Wayne Kelly. It's a couple hours west of my part of the country, but I've been there. I have visited the museum. It is the Wizard of Oz Museum in downtown Wamego. Been there. Wayne Kelly alongside the Malibu. 1092, 134. 1105 at $134 by Larry Zieber. His S10. Dennis Pearson and Trevor Larson. Here's another one of our 8 qualifiers for this afternoon and evening's draw. Super Shootout presented by Mosier Engineering and Racers for Christ. Pearson left side to the black Camaro. I got to tell you, folks, black looks good. But sitting inside a black car on race day in a driver's suit and helmet gets a little toasty. 1089, 122 by Pearson. 1081 for Trevor Larson. Trevor was 001 red on this end of the racetrack. Jerry Rosenbauer and Roger Benny. Jerry, Roger, Roger, Jerry. Rosemeyer. Carpenter by profession. He can do things with wood that I can't. Never have been, never will profess to be anything related to a carpenter. 1083 at 140 by Rosemeyer. 1091 for Roger Benny. 133 miles an hour. And it's kind of weird because the old German derivation of Unkiefer that my name came from means maker of wood. So somewhere back in the 16th or 17th century, there was probably a pretty good carpenter named Unkiefer. But I got news for you. Over the years, those genes disappeared from the bloodline. Janetta Rowe in the left lane. Dan Holwig over on the right side. 32 Ford Vicky. 572 cubic inch rat motor. Sounds like a great combination to me. Janetta with the little Mustang out in front, off and running. Here comes the Vicky, top end, 10.899 at 141 miles an hour. 1094 by Janetta on a 91 mile an hour lap. Gary Hortzman up with his 61 foul. I was calling it a 62 earlier. Shut my mouth and call me speechless. Rudy Matthews alongside. 1092, 144 by Matthews. 1096, 139 by Gary Hortzman. Super Gas needs you to the lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2. Come on down. Super Gas. Party's on. Final time trial run before we get into the draw. Racers for Christ, Mosier Engineering, Super Shootout. Super Gas needs you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Here's Jason Satterley and Bob Robert right side. Another one of them all black cars. They look good. They look nice. But boy, do they get hot. Schmidt Motors through. 1088, $140 for speed. 1093 by Satterley. Pontiac Firebird out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. For the machinist. 65 Chevelle left side. Randy Ship right lane. Mid-60s Chevrolet. Survived all these years. Still rocking and rolling and rumbling their way down a racetrack. $11.11, 146 by Ship. 1080, 110 by Mike. Mike Opio out of Moscow Mills, Missouri. Mark Hackett. Hackett's been at this a day or three. Scotty Tigner right side. Hackett won one of his first races over at Heartland Park, Topeka back in the late 80s, early 90s. I don't remember if he won the opening race there or not. 1094, 137. I'd have to go back and look. 1089, 9, 132 by Tigner. Wheeling is 79 Malibu down the racetrack. But I do remember Mark Hackett getting the win over at Topeka. He was a lot younger then and very elated. Bitsy Satterley, left side, another runner out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Might have something to do with that other Jason Satterley guy, but yeah. Mark Warner, right side, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Hang on, Bitsy. Camaro doing a little dance off the starting line. Go a little right, then a little left. She reels it in, goes 1091 to 131. 1089 for Mark Warner's Mustang. Tubby's performance car goes through at 130 miles an hour. Brad Frederick Kearney, Nebraska. The Kearney Ag and Automotive Repair. 62 Ford Falcon. Fred sent me a message earlier and he said, Bob, please announce my sponsors when I run. Yeah, I can't find it. It's Kearney Ag and Auto and somebody's transportation. I'll find it. Frederick working his way down the racetrack now. That early model Ford Falcon. Hustling right on down. Goes 1091 to 135. 10.902. Scotty Reinshield alongside of him. Fast Lube McLaughlin Oil Company car. Rocking it down the track just a little bit better. Kearney Ag and Auto and Camelot Transport. I knew there was a C in there somewhere. Camelot Transport. Larry Carter right side. Larry's going to be one of our players in the shootout. Ship left lane. And Super Gas. Need you lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Gas. Lanes 1 and 2. Super Gas. Come on down. Chip and the Nova. 1088, 141, 1092 for Larry Carter. 152 miles an hour. Ryan Bolin and Jeff Weeks. Jeffrey, there's your number 1 qualifier. Dead on 1 a little bit earlier today. Super Gas. Super Gas. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. Super Gas, need you lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2. Ryan Bolin, the Ford Fairmont. Out of Wilmington Overhead Door Company. And to visit my overhead door company here not too long ago, pick up a new spring. The other one sprung on me. 1087 to 135, 1083 by Jeffrey at 142. Fortunately, the spring broke while nothing or anybody was in the garage. I'm telling you, that can be some nasty things watching that spring come apart. Woo! Brent Rooker and Dan Eicham. Of course, then again, trying to get a new one stretched to get it back on. Yeah, get that puppy back together. That'll make you say words like golly gee, son of a gun, and shucky darn. Along with a few others that I can't repeat. Brent Rooker left side. The Firebird for sale out of Wasco, Illinois. Goes 1093. 135 miles an hour. 1088 by Eicham. 138 miles an hour. Little 67 Chevy too. Looks like we brought a few rocks with us. The Oldsmobile. $10.85 at 134 for Larry. Ken McNichol goes 10.899. Look at Ken's lap. That Grand Prix. 006 on the tree, dead on 9. 7 thousandths of a second away from perfection for McNichol in that Pontiac. Runner out of Hendersonville. This is a pretty good pair to draw to. Phil Smythe left lane, Gary Stinnett right side. A couple of drivers that over the years have found their way to the winner's circle, standing there at the end of the day with the attaboys, the accolades, and even holding the Wally. Stanadu has been really trimming the tree tight today with several red lights. Backs it up now, goes 10 on the tree, 1093 at 150. Smida dead on 9 lap, 10.909. He was 9 thou too quick. Blake Richardson, young gun out of Edmund Richardson's family race stables. Blake up, wheeling the S10 left side. Johnny Castor coming out of Clearwater, Minnesota. And there is a lot of good, clear, cold water up in Minnesota. 10.908, 009 on the tree. Castor with a 17 thou package. 10.87 by Blake Richardson at 125. Nice lap, Castor. Michelle Furr and Brian Richardson. This is Richardson out of Indiana. This Richardson, a truck driver by profession. Super Gas, final call to the lanes 1 and 2. Super Gas, final call lanes 1 and 2 for your third session. Michelle, left side. $10.88, 139 by Michelle, $10.93 by Brian, 144 miles per. So Michelle goes 10.88. Brian Richardson goes 10.93. And I do believe that that's a wrap on Super Street. With Super Gas getting ready to come up next. Ron, you've been doing Super Gas all day. You going to bail on me now? Okay. Ron's going to be here today and not be here tomorrow. I'm going to use and abuse him while he's here. Because it's going to be a long night tonight, I got a feeling. Super Gas getting ready to roll up underneath the tower. The 990 cars. Chuck Westcott, Matt Gibbons going to lead us off. I'm going to turn it back over to Ron. Let him have a little bit of socialization fun with all of you folks out there for the Super Gas final session before we get into our draw and Racers for Christ Super Shootout presented by Mosier Engineering. That'll be coming up just a little bit later on today. Quick 8 cars in the field. Be back to run for a little bonus money, a little bragging rights, and, well, hey, the money isn't bad either.
Well, thank you very much, Bob. As evening draws near, we are going to bring out a little top alcohol dragster, top alcohol funny car action later on today. Looks like they've got a couple qualifying sessions later on today. And, of course, as he mentioned, the shootouts. And we'll bring comp into the mix. So a little bit of preparation here before we jump right in with Super Gas. So as the Division III racing season is on its downward slope here, as we're here naturally in St. Louis, and then a few weeks out, we'll be down in Bowling Green, Kentucky the weekend before. Yes, we're already talking about the U.S. Nationals is on everybody's lips. We got some racing to get done between then and now, but it is getting close to the big go. So the fuel is flowing through the veins of these race cars as we speak. And I believe this is the third opportunity for Super Gas as Matt Gibbons and Chuck Westcott will lead the parade. A couple blue race machines as Matt is second out of the water box as he's roasted the marshmallows. Chuck, well, he's tightening the belts down and sneaking up on our Christmas tree out there, seeing what kind of presents is underneath the tree. Chuck Westcott running the AAA lane. That's our left-hand lane, the west side of the racetrack. He's not too far from the U.S. Nationals racetrack. He's from Brownsburg, Indiana. The Brown and pipe fitter from Columbia, Missouri. Now they are not sneaking up on the finish line. They are hammered down as Gibbons 991 for our Super Gas class. They're looking for a 990 or pretty close to that. And Westcott 14 on the tree, 985 to fill out the time slip as we bring up Nathan Vrooman and Larry Rodell. Rodell with the Baldman Transmission Roadster out of Evansville, Indiana. Don Davis Chassis and Nathan Vrooman. Beretta, right side, the Farmer and Rancher. Traded in the Farmer. So Nathan having a little better reaction time as I've noticed all the numbers are tightening down. Vrooman, 988, 170 miles an hour, booming speed for the Beretta, and Rodell runs a 985, 148 miles an hour as he flexes the Don Davis chassis. Steve Hoyt, Bill Rowe, front and center. Steve Hoyt on the right-hand lane out of Fort Wayne, Indiana is where he takes care of business. Steve and Jan, 63 Corvette. Bill Rowe with the 1970. Road Motorsports is on its way. Steve Hoyt has pulled the trigger on it, and he is about to crowd the finish line out with a 989 at 169 miles an hour. And Bill Rowe, 991 at 147. I would take either one of those runs on my time slip and work with it as Mr. Sean, well, Robert Rowan, Bob Fuller. Already parked. Buttons are released. Bob Fuller, a little bit of a wiggle out of the gate out of that left-hand lane, but he quickly squares it up with a racetrack. Meanwhile, Robert is gone with a 947, way quick. And Fuller missed the perfect bulb by 1 thou, but it's green, runs 989 with a 5 at 160 miles an hour. Good looking run for the Valvoline Odyssey Borla sponsored race car running the left-hand lane. This is Steve Shaughnessy out of the capital city in Illinois. 37 Ford, he's retired, but not from racing. Sam Johnson alongside with his Mustang, and he's going to try to so the Mustang jumping over the fence, looking for the stripe. There it is for Sam, 992, 145, and Steve is on the quicker side with a 987. Also running the 140 mile an hour marker. It's like Gary Rogers just run a perfect run earlier today. Racing, Jason Lynch, left side, John May, parked over there on the east side as we speak. So John May out of Alabama, Dothan, Alabama, been through that town, pretty nice community. sponsored by Covenant Steel. 555's under the hood. Jason Lynch, he's got the left lane reserve. The car's protection plus. The buttons are released. The throttle stops are kicked off. And the tires are kicked into high gear down the top end. Here comes Racing Jason, 992, 172 miles an hour as he was making hay that back half of the racetrack. John May, 997, 153 miles an hour. It's Kevin Pryor, Jerry Burchett. They're on the stage. We send them 2 by 2. We got so many cars back there, it looks like a traffic jam in a construction zone at 5 o'clock, but we'll get the race cars through. Jerry on the left side with his Camaro, born in 2013, the GNS Motorsports. Start racing engines. That Forenza is flexing the muscle just about now. So Pryor runs 4 over the dial, 167 miles an hour, and Jerry says, oh baby, there's what we want, dead on 0. But he'll have to pick up the pace on the RT to turn on some wind lights later on this weekend. Kerry Larson, right side, Mia Tedesco, left side. Cars Protection Plus going for a ride on Mia's race car. Kerry Larson, sponsored by Larson Farms. That is a Camaro. They reside in Minnesota. Is down up there already. So Mia welds the tree to a 005, looking for that finish line, and they're there now. Dead on 7, 12th thou for Mia Tedesco. If you're putting the numbers together, Kerry Larson dead on with a 3. That would have been a great matchup. Round number 1, dead on 7, dead on 3. That's what I'm talking about. Love the super classes. Roger Bishop pulled the trigger on it already. Mike did it a little quicker. Mike Jurasic, 004. He's got the left lane covered with a dead on 8. Wow, I knew it. Third opportunity, the combinations are tightening down. And I'm telling you what, these crew and drivers, it don't take them long. Dead on 8, dead on 9 is Bob Unkefer. He's getting a kick out of watching this too, and they are really getting the screws tightened down as looks like Timothy Irwin lines up with Dwight Noose and the Rampage, the Macon Bacon. Rampage, he's a farmer and rancher. And Tim back in the race car up over there on the left-hand lane, the Lumina. The car was sitting there for a while and it just took a quick move forward. A little bit of interesting activity going on as the red lights are on the bottom of the tree. So we're going to basically stop things here for just a few. Like to remind everyone about the Racers for Christ Chapel service that'll be Sunday morning at 8 a.m. in the Tower. Not sure which suite they will be conducting the service, but like to invite all of Racers for Christ Chapel service Saturday morning, 8 a.m. in the Tower. Meanwhile, Irwin's making the full pull. Dwight Rampage is having some problems. He'll stick her in gear and just take a cruise down the racetrack. Irwin's already posted a 987, 163 miles an hour, and Dwight Dwight Noost is just having a rough run there. The vehicle wasn't acting right as he left the starting line, and he just put the cruise control on and just completed the journey, enjoying the scenery here at Gateway Motorsports Park. So Ray Conley roasting the marshmallows over there in the Dart Hoosier Tire K&N sponsored 63 Corvette. He's from Elyria, Ohio. So he's got her parked on the left side. Haley Gregory, meanwhile, takes care of the right side of the racetrack. The J&L Gregory Farms Cobalt. All is quiet. As we're trying to fill bulbs out on the Christmas. We've got a pair of green ornaments on the Christmas tree. Racer's delight as Conley's 027 out of the gate, and he'll pace a 989 at 161 mile an hour on his time slip, and Haley in red on the Laser Energy side, 988 at 171 miles an hour. Next pair, the red 64 Falcon, fire engine red. Dave Sears is the proud owner. 67 Camaro, and it is out of power, and Sarah is pulling it over next to the left-hand guardrail as problems set in for the Becker Racing team. Meanwhile, Sears runs 5 over at 150 miles an hour, so tough break for Becker. Not able to make this run to add to the collection of input. So meanwhile, we will be on a little bit of a holding pattern as Sarah makes the race team makes their way down to the finish line. I'd like to remind everyone, Kevin Pepper, our Division III photographer, photos and more. Check out Kevin Pepper's work back in the pits. Does an outstanding job of capturing the moment of a race team's. And the sunshine is being very kind to Rick Sarmento's bright yellow Roadster, the Tubby's Performance Roadster. Another retired racer, resides in Wildwood, Illinois. And Teddy Barr, Quick Fuel Technology. And Teddy is quick off the line with a Quick Fuel Technology 006. He welded the tree and puts a 988, 152 miles an hour in his database. Meanwhile, Sarmento, 991 for the Dodge, and they'll park that in the database as well as we bring up quickly Rob Kropfeld. Rob's been in the winner's circle through the Midwest at least once, maybe twice this year. He's from Hamilton, Ohio. And Morris Yates. So double vision Corvettes out there on the starting line. There we got 2 red-eye flights northbound and down the runway. One's 3, one's 6. But this is a great time to pull the red apples and put them on the tree as Kropfeld runs off the pace, 10:03, 149, and Morris Yates, he drilled under the 990. He's got a 987 at 147 miles an hour, and he will own that number. We'll bring up Charlie Hama, the digital delay green Cutlass. He's got the right side of the racetrack. That car's in position. He looks out his driver's window, and there sits David Davis, firefighter. So Mr. Davis puts a 989 with a 3 together, 142 miles an hour, and Charlie 1 over at 170 miles an hour. Well, this time we've got Jody Davis. Not sure who's on the right side. The car number's 3495. It's got a lot of stickers on there. It's hard to see out the back glass of that race car, but they're all concentrating on looking forward. Who cares what's behind them? Well, I'll tell you what, I'm not sure what happened, but when your reaction times have 3 numbers in them and it's left side, right side, it's something that caught some kind of a reaction time dilemma on it, but it happened on both sides, left side, right side. Davis, 985, 151, and 995, 134 for Team 3495. And here comes Danny Toole with the Mustang. Jacksonville resident. Toole Farms. 604, it's all Ford under the hood of the right side, and Team 3941 out of that left-hand lane runs 994. And Danny Toole with that big block Ford got there way too quick. He paints it in red on the Laser Energy lane, 981. So a little more Corvettes, one on the old side, one on the newer side, as Justin Moser, 2010 Corvette, the Moser Engineering Corvette's about ready to go. He's pre-stage. Ryan bumps in with the 63 Corvette, Steve Schmidt engines. The electrician comes in handy with the miles and miles of wires on these race cars. 9 thou separating them out of the gate finish line. The bumper goes across first for Justin Moser, dead on 7, 159. Ryan was 3 over the 990 standard with another booming 170 mile an hour pass. So I believe Ryan likes to do the chasing at the finish line. As Carl Root, David Nelson locking horns. Carl Root with that gorgeous 63 Chevy 2. Check it out if you get an opportunity. He's tripped the hammer. David tripped the hammer just a little early. Nelson Upholstery and Custom on board for David Nelson's Corvette, and he runs 995. How about 995 a pair? Double vision on the scoreboard. Nelson 157, Root 161. Alan Kohner got them wheelie bars tied up pretty high, and so does Bob Locke sitting next door with his Corvette. The Accountant, Custom Business and Tax Solutions, is the sponsor for Bob Locke. And Alan Kohner out of Tremont, Illinois, the Kohner Electric 68 Camaro's about ready to go for a ride as the high beam flash a few bulbs down there. We just crossbred our Christmas tree down there. We got a red apple on the left side and a green one on the right side. The green one is the preference, as Bob runs 989 and Kohner runs 991. Super Comp 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Comp, this is your first call to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Mix them and match them, pick you a lane, and get ready to dance out here on Mike Vance, Joey's ship. Putting the power to the pavement. They're shocking those tires out of the gate, and they are motoring on. And the bumper goes across first for Mike Vance's 987, and Joey Ship in the 995 range with his finished product. Dave Dahlem out of Tremont, Illinois, the Dahlem Racing Corvette. Dave and Judy Dahlem. Laser Energy, that's where they've parked their car. Steve Theodore, meanwhile, takes the AAA insurance scoreboard, and they will light it up down at the top end. 005 for Theodore, he's in the bulb. 987, 159 for Theodore out of that left-hand lane. Dahlem, he welds a 988, 151 mile an hour on the Laser Energy lane. Alan Bush and Scott Hessler. Just about ready to take flight northbound. Hessler right side, Bush left side. The Cavalier and the Camaro. Scott Hessler with the Accurate Concrete sponsored Camaro from Columbus, Ohio. Eighth thou separating them out of the gate. And here comes the power of Alan Bush pushing the mile per hour down here. How about 176 for Bush, 991 for the ET. And Hessler hustling to a 987, 159 mile an hour out of that right-hand lane. The numbers are tightening up both on the starting line and the finish line as the combinations are getting squeezed tighter and tighter. This time Steve Williams, Ken Bowers. 2 by 2 we go. Bowers right side, Williams left side. Williams with a probe. He's probing for a 990 on the scoreboard. Gone. Steve Williams looks like is out of power already as Ken Bowers quickly passed him about the 8th mile, and Bowers records a 996, 165 miles an hour. Looks like Williams possibly left before the tree was activated. There's no numbers on the left side for the True Blue machine. Yellow and white going for a ride for Michael Keenan's Chevrolet. Their Ship Power Glides Incorporated. Tony Tanner's already released the button. The truck driver driving a race car today from Morning View, Kentucky. And what's the view down there for Tony? 991, 142 miles an hour. And Michael on the quick side probably will not like to see that time slip with the 981 popping up in red on the laser board. Cool Hand Luke Bogacki, the RacingRVs.com, former world champ in Super Comp, flipped it around and did it in Super Gas last year. Professional drag racer, starting to collect Wallies at home. Daryl Sutton lined up. There you go. Sutton's on a pretty straight run there as he's driving it through the tunnel. Bogacki with a big power kicking in on the top end of the racetrack. Bogacki dead on with an 813 bulb. Luke's ready. Daryl runs dead on with a 7, 162 miles an hour. That would have been a great matchup during eliminations. And we will get there before the weekend's over. Tommy Turner, Ryan Bolin. They're staring the tree down as they roll in inches at a time. So Tommy making the long haul from Naples, Florida with his Corvette. Wilmington, Illinois. And the 8th mile foam blocks wave as the race cars go by, and that finish line captures Tommy. 007 on the tree. 987 is the final product at 173 miles an hour. Ryan, he fills out the scoreboard on the left side. 996, 144 miles an hour. Super Comp, we need you to lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's all you get. 4 lanes to spread out, and we'll get to you. Sean Carter, Tim Gillespie. They've got that finish line in their sights. Carter right side, Gillespie left side. Both of them. A lot of victories and runner-ups. And all they got in mind today is trying to get the number to work so they can be in the winner's circle tomorrow. Gillespie, 989 with a 7, 151. Sean Carter's looking at a 988, 170 mile an hour as he retrieves his time slip. Larry Deemers, Dirk Sutton. Gateway Big Dog Motorcycle, Dirk Sutton, and I believe Frank knows a little bit of history of that young man. Mickey Thompson taking a ride on Larry Deemers' Corvette. Dirk Sutton, he's got that car that's just like hugs the pavement down there, like he just on the finish line, puts a wind light on. Dirk's 12 on the tree, and it's a nice straight run as we watch a 996 up here for Dirk Sutton out of the right-hand lane. Larry Deemers, 995, 162, as he pulls out of the power pedal down there. Edmund Richardson, another former world champ, runs the Jegs Brodex Strange Engineering Camaro out of the left-hand lane. Race car. Mows his lawn in Greenbrier, Tennessee. And the right-hand lane, we don't have a name on it. It's Team 5248. I'll tell you, they were tight down at the finish line. Edmund Richardson, 989 with a 9. That is a sweet number, 162 miles an hour. Meanwhile, a 1013 isn't what the Laser Energy team was looking for, as we bring up two more quickly. Jennifer Jo Costello and Jeremy Sifring. Super Comp, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bring them on. I see them coming as we watch them on the TV screen up here. Got a couple more pair of bulbs to light before the crew decides to send these two racers. Clean and green, both of them. 3 thou difference on the reaction time. Here comes Jeremy pedaling hard at the top end, and he runs dead on with a 160 mile an hour out of that right-hand lane. Jeremy, he's ready to rumble. Jennifer Jo, a 986 at 140 mile an hour with that Firebird. Flying the green colors on that. Brian Richardson, Jacob Elrod, and Brian is out of power quickly. Meanwhile, Jacob's gone across the stripe down there, going to grab that time slip. How about dead on with an 8 for Jacob Elrod out of that right-hand lane? And Brian Richardson's just now at the 660-foot marker. All right, looks like he will stripe it down there. The numbers are irrelevant for Brian Richardson, but a tough break to miss a run this session. They made their run, but obviously won't help him out at all. So as we do a little grooming down there, and I'll tell you what, the Super Gas class, all these classes, this is going to be a fantastic race to see who will be crowned the winners. And the weather's been just beautiful. I don't know how the weather stations are talking to the racers, but I'm sure they're definitely in tune with the weather. And looks like we've got more race cars coming under the bridge here. Looks like Super Comp and Frank. All right, Frank's going to call the action here, Super Comp.
Chair it, as Bob just said back here. Thanks, Ron. Good job. Bob standing alongside Ron here and the whole crew. You got more announcers this weekend than you got racers, it seems like maybe. We're having a lot of fun up here. First pair of the Super Comp cars coming up for their third session. This is the final session for all of them except in the ones in the shootout, Bob tells me. He's the boss man with all of the numbers and the instruction sheet back here. Making sure we have the right information on the screen. 886, 179 on the boards on the AAA insurance side. 892, 146 right side. And it brings up some more information. Now I can act like I have some intelligence. Troy Stone, he's up there from Elkhart, Indiana, in the green machine. What was it, Graham Hill, was he the racer that said you can't have a green race car, or had the green race car? And a long time it was kind of a stigma to have green race cars. He's out of Elkhart, left-hand side. Jeremy Mellis from Hope, Indiana, on the right lane. And 892 for Troy. Got a long list of wins. Pretty active in 2014, 2011, 2012. He runs an 892 at 166, 890 with an 8 for Jerry Mellis. Brings up Kendra Reinshield, and Eric Wilkerson. My phonetics was not intact on that one. Caught me with my left eye closed and my right eye wide open. Kendra's from Brookville, Indiana, in the fast blue car. And Eric Wilkerson from Seymour, Indiana. Jaws Racing. In full stage. The Wink Quartets, Pro Tree, off and running. Kendra. 017, Eric way behind with an 085. Kendra gets there with an 894 and a 0 at 163 miles an hour. Gonna have to slow or speed that up just a little bit, and Eric Wilkerson just a little too quick. 886 with a 5 behind an 085 reaction time. So Kendra's in the number 2 spot. Angelo Belosi out of the Transmissions to Go team, across the river, Hillsboro, Missouri. Suburb of St. Louis, roughly. Scott Vanderwalker, Tennessee, Quick Fuel Technology car. It's a 2000 Dodge, 548 cubic inches of Dodge power. 890 with a 1 for Angelo Belosi behind a 20 on the light. And Scott turns in an 896, 160 miles an hour. Top Dragster, you're going to be on deck. We'll be calling you up here very shortly. Again, Top Dragster, you're on deck. We're going to be calling you up here very, very shortly. Barney Barnhart, Wadsworth, Ohio. He's a sandblaster. That's a 2010 chassis, American chassis car. 565 cubic inches, Chevrolet power. He's on the laser side. And Top Dragster, you're on standby. We'll be calling you in just a couple of minutes for your first session. An 013 to an 019 on the reaction clock, 889 with an 8, 167 miles an hour on the AAA insured side. And Barney stops the timers with also an 889 and a 1, 170 miles an hour. Brings up Kenneth Davis from Mooresville, Indiana. He's in the Willis Racing 32 Bantam. Opposite lane is Bruce Wiedemeyer, 52 years old, heavy equipment operator out of Topeka, Kansas, the home of Heartland Park, Topeka. Davis, Bruce Wiedemeyer. An 023, 027 would be a pretty good race if they were in eliminations. And then you go an 889 for Bruce. and an 891 for Kenneth Davis. So Davis would take that one home because he would be on a breakout with the 889. So got to get that down to an 890. Tim Hortzman from Festus, Missouri, the 32-year-old equipment operator. And Todd Piper out of Wamego, Kansas. And as Bob said earlier, a whole bunch of cars from Wamego. Probably every garage in town has a race car. Todd, 2010 Division 5 Super Pro Race Champion of Winners. 2014 Division 5 Super Pro Race Champions winner. And he's scored quite a few victories at the old Heartland Park Topeka track, which is supposed to get back underway. And he turns in an 890 with a 9 behind a 007 light. So he had a 16,000s package. Pretty tough one to beat. Tim Hortzman behind an 045 goes 892 at 158 miles an hour. Brings up Doug Graff. Graff knows his track real well. From Troy, Missouri, northwest of downtown St. Louis. John Tigner, also out of St. Louis, 55-year-old mechanic. 028 and 023, 5,000s difference on the tree. Let's see what it would look like when you get to the finish line. An 883 and an 890 with a 7 for Tigner, so Tigner would have put that one in his pocket. Graff turns an 883 at 168 miles an hour, but that'd have been under, and of course, under doesn't do you any good when the other lane is dead on with a 7. J.R. Loebner out of Gardner, Kansas. Loebner's no stranger to winning ways. In the Loebner Racing 2008 Mullis chassis car. And Kerry Larson from Starbuck, Minnesota. Land of 1,000 lakes. 29-year-old accountant. She's got that job so she can count all the money she wins. Running the race car. Kerry had an 021 light. Goes 888 with a 0 at 181 miles an hour. The other lane equally 888 with a 5 on an 031 light for JR. Brings up Troy Coughlin Jr., one of the Jegs boys. And the Miller chassis car, 632 cubic inches of power. Challenging him on the other side is Steve Bueller from Freeport, Michigan. Interesting. He's 52 and he does miscellaneous things. Troy Coughlin Jr., of course, the Jegs Super Quick Series. Very, very strong running fields. Had one of the best fields ever here earlier this year. No 18 light for Jegs. And an 015 light for Bueller. Bueller 889 with a 2. Troy runs dead on with a 3 behind the 018, which would make it an 021 package. And again, those kind of packages make it tough for the other lane to beat. It's Justin Moser on the right side, the Moser engineering car. Looking across at Steve Hoyt from Fort Wayne, Indiana. 2013 Division III champ, NHRA Sports National winner in 2000 and something. 201 something, didn't get all the way on the card apparently, so it's not completely on here, but he was a Sports National winner recently, recent history. Justin Moser from Moser Engineering out of Portland, Indiana. He goes 891, 182.72 miles an hour. Steve Hoyt, 891 also with a 1 behind it, 181. But Justin had that 006 light, so the Moser Engineering car sharper on the tree. Donald Pistol, Columbus, Ohio resident, in the Man Performance sponsored 2010 Race Tech chassis car. He's sitting there on the AAA Insurance starting line. Paired off with Janice Swan from Mooresville, Indiana. She's a consultant, 50 years old. 06 took the Division III event win at Mid-Michigan. Turns an 891 at 171 miles an hour. Don Pistol, 890 with a 4 behind it. Good numbers, 177.81 miles an hour. Robert Moser this time, another of the Moser. I saw 3 cars over there in the pit area for the Moser engineering crew. It says self-employed business owner. Yes, Moser Engineering, makers of fine axles and other rear end components. Robert Moser piloting the car. On the laser side, opposite lane, David Schmidt from Flintstone, Georgia. A 62-year-old contractor. A 1-year-old by Miller. And reaction times, 2,000s difference between the two, and Moser runs an 890 with a 0. Had an 039 light, so if this were real competition, he'd have won it, because the other side, David Schmidt, would have broke out with his 887 and a 1 behind it at 173 miles an hour. Greg True from Cleveland, Tennessee. 2014 Carolina National win. That's at the 4 wide, I believe. And Shannon Mingy from Urbana, Illinois. Well, in 2002 was Division III Joliet points runner-up. 2001 Craftsman Nationals runner-up. 99 a Division III Bowling Green points. So Shannon turns on the red light by 4,000. She goes 889 with a 4 at 176 miles an hour. Another 889 for Greg True with an 8 behind it. 177 miles an hour for him behind an 012 light. Rose Richardson out of Woodburn, Indiana. 60-year-old self-employed business owner. P&R Express, so it's the 540 cubic inch powered dragster. On the AAA insurance side is Tim Foley, Garden Prairie, Missouri, 45-year-old welder. In the 2011 Danny Nelson racecraft chassis car. He has a 007 light, just like James Bond, goes 895 with a 2 at 166 miles an hour. And Rose Richardson, she clicks the red light on by 2,000, runs 887, a little too quick at 170 and a little bit of change. It's Bill Vance's turn. From O'Fallon, Missouri, the 63-year-old mechanic, and sponsored by Winning Technologies. He's in the altered style car, like 23 to 27, somewhere in that category for the body style. Runs a little faster than my T-Bucket setting back at the house. It looks kind of like that. Nothing on the car in the right-hand lane other than, yes, he's got a number, but no information. Vance goes 16 on the tree with a 858, way under the 890. And the dragster on the laser energy side, the board reads 886, 170.28 miles an hour. Next up is Megan Strasweg out of Evansville, Indiana. Home of the Frog Follies, 17-year-old student. And I'm told that Megan was in school this morning and left so she could come over here in time to make a couple of passes right out of Evansville, Indiana. She has an 034 light. 17 years old, goes 888 with a 3 at 170 miles an hour. Fastest one in her class, I'll bet. Kimber Fusting from Waukegan, Illinois, the 30-year-old miscellaneous Parker Store racing car, has a 007 light on the wrong side of the bulb, goes 891 with a 1. So, yep, Megan, probably fastest girl in the entire school out of Evansville. And maybe it's in that nice-looking high school there right on the entrance to Evansville on the north side of town. Rather unique architectural design. Fred Snavely out of Joplin, Missouri. Snavely Racing, still self-employed at the age of 70. I know how that feels. Angela Newell In the left-hand lane from Alvinton, Kentucky, 40-year-old manager and foreman supervisor, running one of the Quick Fuel Technology cars, and I know I saw at least 2 of them in their pits. She goes 889 with a 1 at 170 miles an hour. And Fred Snavely behind a 001 light goes 1013. Slows, something apparently not clicking quite right in all 8 cylinders down there or something, and he's not able to make a full hard pass. He'll get it fixed, though. I'd bet a buck on it. Brian Hackett from Quincy, Illinois. Retired, the 89 Pontiac. There's a couple of Hacketts running here today. Bailey Gregory from New Bern, Tennessee. She's a 20-year-old student, so that would put her in college. J&L Gregory Farm. She has an 023 light, goes 890 with a 4. That's dead on, 183.5 miles an hour. Brian Hackett a little slower. Behind an 015 light, goes 9 with 2 zeros and a 3 behind it, 156 miles an hour. It's Jeremy Mason's turn from Waco, Kentucky, the 27-year-old engineer, sponsored by Ohio Crankshaft. I believe Ohio Crankshaft makes a lot of pulling tractor crankshafts too. Rachel Meyer out of Spring Hill, Kansas, and that's Randy Meyer's daughter. She's getting time in Super Comp, and hopefully she'll step up and run Daddy's Top Alcohol Dragster along with Megan, her sister, who runs the Top Alcohol Dragster, and will be making her debut, I believe, in the Top Alcohol competition here this week. In fact, I believe that's Megan standing down there behind the car watching her go. And Jeremy Mason, an 002 light. Now, how close to 890 can he run? Runs a little bit under it, 889 with a 5 at 176 miles an hour. And Rachel says, all right, I'm going to put it up here right. 890 with a 2 at 167 miles an hour. Behind an 037 light for Rachel Meyer out of Spring Hill, Kansas. Mike Musgrove from Foley, Missouri, the 59-year-old automotive mechanic, the M&M Motorsports car, against Michael Eggleston out of Highland, Illinois. And Eggleston 022 light goes 891 with a 9 at 178 miles an hour. Mike Musgrove turns on the red beam with an 006 and shuts down the timers 8.889, 166.79 miles an hour. I need the top dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Top dragsters to the staging lanes, please. It's Ray Conley's turn. 2005 was a Brainerd winner in Super Gas. 2005, he was the Houston winner in Super Comp. On the left-hand side, George Cayley from Lafayette, Georgia. Cayley Racing undercover car. Has a 10 light, goes 887 with a 6, 174 miles an hour. Ray Conley, a 17 light, goes dead on with a 6, making it a 23 thousandths package at 182.92 miles an hour. So he's primed, ready for elimination type of action with a package like that. He hopes he has about 4 or 5 more of those in his pocket, ready to pull out. Tyler Cayley out of Rock Springs, Georgia, the 27-year-old painter, also in an undercover car. He's occupying the laser starting line. On the opposite stripe is Mike Jurasic from El Rio, Ohio. 51-year-old electrician and powerhouse race car sponsor. Mike Jurasic has an 036 light, goes dead on with a 7 at 177 miles an hour. And Tyler Cayley starts off with an 019, turns it into a 4/8. Good poker hand at 180, but not good for a Super Comp win because he's under by 12 thousandths. Dave Dahlem from Tremont, Illinois, the 67-year-old consultant, in the 2008 American chassis car. He's going to square off with Jordan Pratt from Otsego, Minnesota. Jordan, 17-year-old student also, but I'll bet he didn't leave class this morning to come race this afternoon because it's a little bit further to Minneapolis, to the Minnesota area than it is to Evansville, Indiana. So he goes 891, 179 miles an hour with a 13 get-go. A 006 for Dave Dahlem to start it off. Goes 891. Identical times, 891 with a 1 both lanes. 176 right side, 179 left side. It's Dennis Foster's opportunity to get his third number from Morton Grove, Illinois. That's up around the, I think, Peoria area, if I remember right. And looking across the center of the drag strip at Jeremy Demers from Carroll, Iowa, 26-year-old mechanic in the Demers Performance and Machine car. That's a 2008 Worthy chassis car. Foster has a 2011 car. And we have a perfect light for Jeremy Demers. And he runs 11 thousandths off of a perfect run. So he has an 888 with a 9 behind a 000 light. And Dennis Foster has a 033 light, goes dead on with a 6 at 178 miles an hour. He'd have picked up that win. Bob Fuller from Rogers, Arkansas. 62-year-old contractor with multiple national wins and multiple divisional wins. So nothing new to him after 62 years of experiencing life and winning races. Dennis Ridgway from Cerro Gordo, Illinois, self-employed. He has an 022 light, runs an 890, the number he wants to see, with a 4 behind it at 178 miles an hour. Bob Fuller, if he wants to add more to these multiple national and with divisional wins, needs to slow her down just a little bit because he ran an 888 with a 5 at 179 miles an hour behind an 036 reaction time. Dean McElvain from New Carlisle, Ohio, 42-year-old automotive person in the 2013 dragster. Crew member is Amber McElvain. Eddie Cooks, his opponent, from Thomasboro, Illinois, 63-year-old truck driver, Fast Eddie. Now we've got a place called Fast Eddie's Bon Air, so don't think he's associated with that, but it's still Fast Eddie. But Fast Eddie was a little slow on a tree at an 076, while Dean McElvain turned in an 015. Fast Eddie goes 891 with a 1, and Dean McElvain becomes Fast Dean with an 887 and a 3 at 179 miles an hour. It's Jason Lynch's turn. In 99, he had some success. I need the top dragsters to the lanes, please. Top dragsters to the staging lanes, please. First qualifying session. Top dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Top dragsters to the staging lanes, please. So Jason Lynch a little too quick on the start, and an 041 on the AAA insurance side goes 889 with a 4, and Jason faster yet with an 888 and a 7. Top dragster to the staging lanes now. It's Timothy Millward's taking his turn from Columbus, Indiana. 46-year-old executive in the 93 Dodge Daytona. Alex Miller, partner in crime from Mansfield, Ohio. He's a Miller Racing Transmissions. He's a 30-year-old engineer. And he has an 017 start, goes 888 with a 6 at 161 miles an hour. And Tim Millwood, who prints out an 897 at 153 miles an hour behind an 052 initial start. Austin Sharp, clear down here from Omaha, Nebraska, the 20-year-old student. Heartland Concepts is the sponsor. And he's going to match up with Tim Papp out of Charleston, Illinois, home of Coles County Dragway. That drag strip's been there a long, long time. Can tell some interesting stories about the track, especially the time the dragster ended up on the railroad tracks and got cut in half by the train. The tracks which no longer exist, I don't believe. The Oakley Motorsport, Tim Papp, 033 start, goes 890 with a 7, 175 miles an hour out of Charleston, Illinois. And Austin Sharp, he has an 021 beginning and ends it up with an 889, 176 miles an hour. Ken Sharp's turn from Omaha, Nebraska. And of course, Gary Stinnett, as Bob Ungerford said a little earlier, has won just about every class in sportsman that there is. His list just goes on and on and on. There's somebody that knows bracket racing. Gary Stinnett knows bracket racing real well. He had an 062 reaction on the wrong side, goes 889 with a 5 at 187 miles an hour. Ken Sharp goes 886 at 169.13 miles an hour. Stinnett has 28 divisional wins, 22 national event championships, 18 Division 5 championships. That's just to name a few of his accomplishments. Ray Richardson, one of the Richardson boys, I believe, out of Greenbrier, Tennessee, 20-year-old student. Jeggs, Brodix, and Strange all signed on to help keep the parts flowing. And Brian Browning out of Richmond, Kentucky, 42-year-old driver of a courier service. 632 cubic inches on the left side, 615 on the right side. So big inches a pair. 14,000 start left side for Browning, 34,000 for Richardson. Richardson goes 889 with an 8. Needs to slow her down 2 thousandths. And Brian goes 891 with a 2. Needs to speed it up 12 thousandths. Blake Richardson, Greenbrier, Tennessee. 19-year-old student. Jeg, Strange, and Brodix on this one also, helping provide parts out of the Richardson gang. They've been around racing along with Edmund Richardson for a long, long time. The younger generation's taking over the reins. Mark Buttram from O'Fallon, Missouri, on the left side. Buttram has a 006 light to show the young guy how to get off the starting line. He's 37 up against Blake, who is 19. Blake goes 014, which is really good, but he runs dead on with a 3. So he tells Mark, yeah, you got a good reaction time, but you went too quick at 884 with a 7. And Blake, he'd put it in his pocket if we were in eliminations. So it's Chuck Rednauer's turn from Plainfield, Indiana. 56-year-old self-employed bus business owner. So A&A Transmissions, and I would venture to say that's his business. And Rick Hughes out of Fisher, Indiana, also A&A Transmissions, sponsoring him. 52-year-old mechanic. So Chuck Riddenauer, the right side, Rick Hughes, left side. Indiana residents. Must live relatively close to each other. Not sure of the vicinity of the two towns, but kind of got an indication they might be close. An 019 light for Rick, an 017 for Chuck. 2,000's difference. Get to the other end of the track. Big difference. Chuck goes 894 with an 8. Rick goes under an 886 with a 9 at 163 miles an hour. Mike Peavy's turn from Alvin, Texas. Downtown Alvin, Texas. And Joseph Bomarito out of Springfield, Illinois. Because if you go across the river over here, you'll see that Bomarito name all over the place. Dealerships galore with the Bomarito name on them. 23-year-old student out of Springfield, Illinois. And he has a 007 light, but Mike Peavy straps it on him by 5 thousandths with a 002. And then both of them go under. Joseph Bomarito by a huge amount, goes 837. And Mike Peavy goes 886 at 163 miles an hour. So, not the numbers that Joseph Bomarito wants to see, and Mike Peavy are almost in the same category. Jessica Bagaki out of Carterville, Illinois. A stay-at-home homemaker. And looks over at Craig Schultz out of Winona, Minnesota. As Bob says, Jessica travels with Luke. Just being a homemaker is not all she does. She keeps Luke in line, so we'll buy that. But guess what? She's got a perfect light and then runs an 888 with a 9 down there, so she needs to slow the car down a bit to match up with that perfect light. 3 zeros. And an 051 for Craig Schultz light goes 885 at 172 miles an hour. Scott Cook, a Festus, Missouri resident, 26-year-old machinist, and Philip Smida out of Canfield, Ohio, 31 years old, Intensity Racing Products car. New car, 2015, so he may still have some bugs to shake out of it too. We'll see. 006, nope, he's got it filled out pretty good. Running too quick though, 887 with a 5 at 181 miles an hour. Scott Cook, 884, 170, and up on the line on the left-hand side, something happens that you just almost never see, and that is a perfect run. That little altered of Ronald Finney, he ran 3 zeros on the reaction time and an 8-9 with 2 more zeros behind it for an ET. So that's what we call a perfect run, and Ron Finney had a perfect run last time and real close to it this time. He has a 004 launch, and his timers read 889 with a 7. He's off by 3,000, so he's getting pretty close to exactly where he wants to be. 026 on the right side at 887 for a finish at 170 miles an hour.
So the second away from 2 perfect runs?
Yep, 7 thousandths. Two trips, as Bob said. 2 trips down the track, and he's only 7 thousandths off. Accumulative. Not just one race, but accumulatively for 2 races. He's serving notice to all the other Super Comp racers running up and down the track. Hey, guys, I came in here to play some serious racing this weekend. There's Luke Bogacki. His other half, I believe, just went down the track a few minutes ago, had a perfect light. Now he's in the right lane, she was in the left lane, both out of Carterville. He goes a 003, so not anything to snuff at. And a 005 on the left-hand lane, and then Luke Bogacki, besides having a 003, puts a 9 behind a perfect number. So he's only 12 thousandths off of a perfect run. The other lane was even better with an 890 and an 8 behind a 005. That's 13 thousandths. So you had a 12 and a 13 thousandths package. The margin of difference between those two, if it was a race, is 0.0013. That's splitting hairs at the far end of the track. Top dragsters, you should all be in the staging lanes. Top dragsters, you should be in the staging lanes, ready for your first qualifying session. Final call for all the top dragsters, as Bob Fry used to say, now. Brian Cook, left lane. Michelle Furr on the right side, Super Comp winner, Super Street winner at races in the past. She has an 0:23 start, goes 8:91 to 167. Brian Cook with a near perfect reaction time goes 8:88 with a 7 at 160 miles an hour. And I believe this is our last of the super comps. And up next will be the first qualifying session for the top dragsters, which means that you're going to turn up your heartbeat a little bit, turn up the pace, watch some 200-plus mile-an-hour runs out of the top dragsters as they leave the starting line, make their first appearance for their first qualifying session. I believe they have 2 sessions today, right, Bob? 2 qualifying sessions for the top dragsters. So Derek Denny in his 2012 dragster out of Pleasant View, Tennessee, goes 17 on the start, runs an 8:87 with a 4 at 175 miles an hour. And with that, to bring you all of the torrid action of the top dragsters, I'm going to hand the microphone back over to my buddy back here behind me named Bob Unkerford and let him keep you filled on all the action for top dragster. Is your heart beating fast enough, Bob? Here we go.
Top dragster, comp, top sportsman, top alcohol dragster, top alcohol. We got it all coming at us. Stock, super stock, final qualifying session for them as well. All I got to do is get all these cords untangled that you guys managed to Man. Telling you. 17 announcers in the 3x5 room. And no air conditioning. Yeah, that's right. Thank goodness everybody used their right guard and left tackle today. Well, again, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. Gateway Motorsports Park, stop number 5 on the Division III Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour. Got our Mark Spitzer race cars, top dragster series, getting ready to come up at us for their first qualifying session. They'll be followed by Comp Eliminator, our Brodick Steve Schmidt competition engines, top sportsman category. And we'll be getting into the Draw Racers for Christ Shootout competition, first round for our Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp competitors in the Mosier-sponsored events. Top Alcohol Dragster, Top Alcohol Funny Car will come out next with their first qualifying session. Semifinals of our Draw RFC Shootout presented by Mosier for our Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp contestants. Final qualifying for stock and final qualifying for super stock. And those of you that race both stock and super stock, please be aware that final qualifying session for today will come back to back. So if you're running stock and super stock, it would behoove you, if you would like to make both laps, to have your stocker at the front when we call so you can get your stock eliminator run in. Get down, get through tech, fuel check, Wade, make sure everything's groovy. Come back and get in your super stocker and get in the back of the super stock lines. I'm just thinking out loud, trying to give you all a little heads up, a little back-to-back stock, super stock qualifying to close out those categories qualifying for today. We'll then get into qualifying session number 2 for our Spitzer race cars, top dragster qualifying. Comp Eliminator will come up next. Our Steve Schmidt competition engines and Brodick's heads. Top sportsman category, the finals of our Draw Racers for Christ Shootout in Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. Then our final qualifying of the day will be Top Alcohol Dragster, Top Alcohol Funny Car. That'll put a wrap on today. We'll all go home or back to the motel. Crank the radiator down to about 67 degrees, crawl under the covers, and get a good short night's sleep. Be back out here tomorrow morning for our final time trials and qualifying before we go into eliminations and crown all of our champions come tomorrow evening. Now, do want to remind everybody our non-denominational Racers for Christ chapel service will be 8 o'clock tomorrow morning here in the tower. Again, Racers for Christ non-denominational chapel service will be in the tower 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll get into our final time trials and qualifying. Everybody gets one hit tomorrow, and then we go racing. We'll crown our champions tomorrow evening, and it'll be dark 30 by the time we get around to doing that. But we will crown our champs tomorrow night. Hope everybody's planning on being back out here for that competition, as well as today's qualifying sessions. Bring a friend when you come back tomorrow. It should be a great day. Mother Nature is on board with us this weekend for a very nice weekend weather-wise. Talking to a couple of guys down in the lanes a while ago, and it's kind of like, wow, can you believe this? 1st of August. It's in the 80s in St. Louis. The humidity's below 120%. And, I mean, it's like, wow, nice day, nice night. Going to be a perfect night for drag racing. I'm telling you, boys and girls, what we've got coming up tonight, this is going to be fun. A little prep going on the racetrack right now before we get into our Spitzer Race Cars Top Dragster first qualifying. Again, comp eliminator, boys and girls, get them ready because as soon as we get the top dragsters rolling, we'll be calling comp to the lanes. And our Steve Schmidt Performance Engines and Brodix Top Sportsman Cars, you will fall in right in place behind our comp eliminators. They're competition eliminator cars. Don't forget, you are running for the shootout that'll be coming up in Bowling Green in about 4 weeks, 3 weeks. It's coming up. Steve Ambrose, Todd France, Greg Camplain, Rick Brown, David Billingsley, Brian Brown, Robert Bailey, and Chuck Hawbill, the quick 8 right now in our Spitzer race cars. Comp eliminator, super shootout that'll be coming up at Bowling Green. Again, Spitzer race cars and Indy Gear bringing it to us, along with Butler Automotive Sales, G-Force, Quick Fuel, C-Tech Cabinets, Liberty Gears, Bullet Racing Cams, Ray Skillman, Cars.com, Indy Gear, Book Race Enterprises, T&E Auto Haulers, Brow Bell Housings, Camp Plain Machine, Jack's Wax, Total Seal, and Cone Racing as well. All of the sponsors that help make our comp eliminator racing here in Division 3. And the only thing that I really have to say today, and I'm going to say it one time today and I'll do it again tomorrow. Bow chicka bow wow. Going to miss my buddy Brian. Certainly going to. And Leo Tower, we lost, gosh, it's been a tough year. So we got Brian and we got Leo, thinking about both of them this weekend. My good buddy Lynn Nickerson, a fellow announcer that passed away just a couple of years ago. I'm telling you, I've either A, been at this too long or whatever. I'll let it go at that. But from my buddy Brian, from my buddy Leo, my buddy Lynn, God bless you guys. Mark Spitzer Race Cars, Top Dragster. Drivers getting pretty much suited up, loaded up, and ready to go as soon as we get the official okie dokie from down on the starting line. It's going to be time to get loud and quick. Qualify our fields. All right, time to get after it. Top dragster. Quick, loud, and fast. 6 flat is as quick as you can go in the category. You run a 599, you're gone. It does not count in qualifying. You run a 599 in eliminations, you're out. Technically, you could have a 599 and a 598 race, and the 599 would win and be in. Yes, stand correct. I've had a 599 lose, but I've never had 2 5-second cars. John Loebner, Mark Harmon, first pair out. Harmon, Indiana-based fast lube machine, got that new centrifugal blower sitting on top of that big machine. And it looks like we got problems, so John Loebner going to be off and running on his lonesome. And Loebner's got problems. He slows up to a 721 at 158, so theoretically, our first pair, top dragster cars, we go over. Yes, John did make it down the racetrack, but it would take an earthquake of the San Andreas fault magnitude to end up with him being in the field. That 721 is probably not going to hold at 158 miles an hour. Right now, he can hurry back and tell JR, hey, I'm number 1. Rob Mosier. Mike Trouth getting ready to roll in. Trouth number 3 in the points right now here in the division. Runner out of Kentucky over here on the right-hand side. Beautiful machine. Gorgeous undercover chassis race car and a unconventional 655 cubic inch Mopar power plant. And I say unconventional because, well, let's just say normally with the field of cars in top dragster, if you had a $5 bill for every big block Chevrolet that motivates one of these cars, you and your significant other could enjoy a very nice evening at the local Ruth Chris Steakhouse. There's that many of them. So when you got a 655 cubic inch Mopar combination running on the bottle over here on the right lane, that's pretty stout. Rob Mosier, left side. Another one of the centrifugal blower cars, the Mosier engineering machine. Mosier 625, 224 miles an hour. Trouth over here on the right lane, 771 at 113. So Trouth, the Mopar card, coming off the win at Columbus just a couple of weeks ago. Not faring well on the opening salvo. So we'll see him again a little bit later. And another shot yet tomorrow morning. Mosier, meanwhile, number 1 with a bullet at this point in time, 625 at 224. Karma Hopper rolls in next. Karma out of Kentucky. The Instant Karma race team, another Mopar-powered combination. Another 655 cubic inch Chrysler. Marco Abruzzi over here on the right side, the Abruzzi race transmission car. Marco currently leading the points chase in the division. Of course, everybody's in search of the first ever Top Dragster National Championship. First year the Top Dragster cars have competed for a season-long points champ. Cruzy's mixing it up with the best. He goes 6:39 at 2:16. 6:43, 210 miles an hour for Karma. Karma gets her Mopar to do what Mike Trout wouldn't do, and that's go from point A to point B at a rapid rate at over 200 miles an hour. John Loebner, Mike Trout, both looking at the time slips popping up on the scoreboard going, that shoulda and coulda and would have been me. Had everything gone right. Rob Mosier, though, 6:25 at number one spot. Do not know, but do not expect that 6:25 to hold for number one. Lee Feist out of Minnesota. Crooked Lane Motorsports. Here's another one. Here's one of those big motored Chevrolets. 748 cubic inch combination. You want to talk about some cars that could get into some nasty tire shake. Watch the cars as they leave the line. Those rear tires tend to get square if they don't have the combination set up right. John Dinkins, the Quick Fuel Technology racecraft chassis car. Left lane. There you go. You can see a little shake and rattle out there about 100 feet for Feist. Lee goes through 6:55 at 2:04. 6:42, 211 for Deacon's machine. Deakins goes to the number 3 spot. Les climbs up to the number 5 position. Al Peebler, runner out of the land of Lincoln. I tell you, we're really starting to see a lot of the centrifugal blower cars working their way into the show now. There for a while it was unusual to see one. They were kind of a work in process. Technology catching up with them in relationship to the blown cars or the cars on the bottle like John Scally over here on the right side, the ATI transmission car. I'm telling you, the guys and the gals are really starting to get this centrifugal blower portion or program figured out. And they are really starting to make them fly. Peebler left lane. Scally right side. A couple Illinois runners getting ready to duke it out here in the first round of qualifying. .637, 216 miles an hour by Scally. 6.65. Al's car came off the starting line, rattled the tires just a little bit, shook the car, moved the car to the right. He was just a hair out of the groove. Eased it back in, goes 6.65 at 2:13. 6-second lap, but I'm guaranteeing you Al left a lot laying out there on the table. Scally, 6.37, takes him up to the number 2 spot. As our next pair rolls in. Again, we qualify the Quick 32 in the Spitzer race cars, top dragster category. Danny Oldham and Lindsey Barker getting ready to roll in next. Barker coming up from Georgia. Miller chassis race car. 632 Chevy combination. You can hear that whomp, whomp, whomp out there. Danny Oldham, left side, Indiana-based electrician. 2009 Spitzer chassis car. Better out of the gate, Oldham. Better at the stripe, Barker. 650, 209. Oldham goes through 662 at 204. Lindsey up to the number 6 spot. Dan into the number 8 spot. Rob Mosier's Mosier Engineering car holding on to that number 1 spot. Ed Dudley and Larry Piper. Piper, talked about him earlier today. His Super Comp car. Competitor out of North Central Kansas. Couple of time track champion over at Heartland Park, Topeka. Couple of time division champ. Now got the racecraft chassis car playing hard here in the top dragster category. Ed Dudley, Indiana-based runner, another Spitzer chassis car. Spitzer makes a lot of cars, and Spitzer makes a lot of good cars. You look at the qualifying list, especially in the top dragster category, you will see a multitude. Cars with Spitzer's name as the fabricator. I was going to say, I heard somebody step off the throttle. It was Dudley. 816, 110 by Ed. Piper goes 6.531. 653.1 at 209 miles per. You can always tell when one of the cars coming up is a blown car. Just has that whomp, 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 whomp. Blown gas motor. Just has a sound of its own. BJ Sexton out of Ohio. And when you look at the combinations of everybody out here running, that 483 cubic inch motor for BJ, well, it could be described as a small block compared to everybody else, like, well, Don Floyd, guy alongside of him, the D&M glass service car, across the river in Florissant Mo, 632 cubic inch. I mean, you're talking 150 cubic inch disparity between these two. BJ's car, though, has that blower sitting on top of it. Don out there, Michelle's looking on, saying something's not right here. They tell Floyd whatever it is, and he's like, well, okay. At least get the car down the racetrack. Like this may be an all-motor run. Sexton, meanwhile, left lane, the blown car, 654. 211 miles an hour for Don Floyd. The M&M chassis car goes 664. 204 miles per. Starting line crew goes, wait a minute, we got a little something here we need to mop up. Looks like the Mop and Glow team has found a little work to do. Heard word over the radio that we got just a little bit out there we need to address. So looks like we may have to get the Mop and Glow out. We're going to put up the little stanchion back here that says caution wet floor. And we'll call out over the PA. Clean up aisle 1. Clean up aisle number 1, please. Meanwhile, in aisle 2, we'll set the blue light special going. Oh, wait a minute. Kmart's out of business, aren't they? Amazing what a little spray lacquer thinner and some mops will do on a concrete racing surface. If you got a little oil on your asphalt driveway at home, don't try this. Lacquer thinner on an asphalt driveway makes ugly real quick. The petroleum distillates do not like each other. So a little cleanup here on the AAA side of the racetrack. Our trap dragster field sits and waits patiently. So it looks like we got just a little bit of cleanup still going on out there. We're holding our next pair. Tony Jackson and Mark Jones sitting and waiting patiently. Nice to see Mark and the gang making the tow up from Louisiana. The one and only legendary Thriller out on the starting line. Thriller just made $10 because he bet Craig and the other guy. I get 50% Thriller. Next time you're at a New Orleans Saints football game, just look for Thriller's bus. It'll be there. All right, little cleanup in the AAA side, and we'll be ready to go.
Data Quest system is the latest in state-of-the-art data recording. The Data Quest full-color touchscreen dash is the only system available that puts your data at the touch of a fingertip. Data Quest's new integrated switch panel allows complete control of all your car's accessories directly through the touchscreen. And Ultronic Data Quest is an NHRA contingency product. Means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Ultronic is always there when you need them. For products that will get you to that final round, remember Ultronics and DataQuest Data Acquisition Systems. Order one now at www.ultronicsinc.com.
Brown and Miller Racing Solutions is proud to be a contingency sponsor in the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Brown and Miller manufactures the lightest, most flexible hose and fitting solution for your race car. Racers worldwide use BMRS hose and fittings, including NHRA champions Antron Brown, Alan Johnson, Greg Anderson, and Jason Lyne, as well as Mike Edwards, Larry Visit Brown and Miller on the web at bmrs.net or see one of their trackside reps at a Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. Brown and Miller
All right, and the call goes out to fire the next pair, and away we go. BJ Sexton will have a line to tighten up when he gets his back to the pits, but hey, we'll get that handle done and taken care of. Tony Jackson out of Lenexa, Kansas, getting ready to come up. Good-looking undercover car. Another one of those big-motored Chevrolets, and Mark Jones, Louisiana-based runner down New Orleans way. Landscaper by profession, commercial landscaper. Does a lot of small commercial businesses around the New Orleans area. Another Spitzer chassis car. Reigning division champ out of Division 4. Had a few bugs and problems down in Louisiana a few weeks ago at the points meet there. Wasn't going to race again until their next meet down in Shreveport. Got the problems fixed, they think. Decided to make a quick toe up, see what they could do. Mark Jones right side, Tony Jackson left lane, 6:25.0. Low qualifier number right now. Tony's in, Mark's in. $640.217 by Jones. Jackson Motors through 6:56, 206 miles an hour. So Mark up to the number 4 spot now on the qualifying sheet. 16 cars, 17 cars down the racetrack. And our diesel-powered hot rod getting ready to come up next here on the AAA side. Jared Jones out of Terre Haute. 393 cubic inch Cummins diesel Spitzer chassis car. Look at the size of the turbo hanging off that diesel. Why does that guy stand on the right side of the car? I wouldn't get close. It could suck him in. 2 turbos out there. Danny Nelson, a race car fabricator out of Batesville, Arkansas. Racecraft chassis. What his shop fabricates. Jared spooling up the turbo on the diesel. That's one of the cleaner diesels I've seen. Torque monster there in the left lane. Danny Nelson goes through 6:58 at 2:03. Jones goes at 10:03, 92 miles an hour. Looks like we got a little bit of stuff down there on aisle 1 again. Somebody get out that stanchion that says clean up in aisle 1, caution wet floor. So Jared Jones making a deposit back here on our starting line. Looks like it'll be time for another little cleanup here in aisle 1. So we got a little Earl left from the diesel. Being a Ford man, is just seeing as that was a, well, never mind. I'm not even going to go there. I'll be nice. My mother taught me if I couldn't say something nice, don't say anything at all. So I'll be nice and not say anything about that Cummins diesel. So we get out the scrub-a-dub machine. Looks like I got a little scrub-a-dub-dubbing to do. It's amazing the devices that the Safety Safari has found over the years to be able to come out on a racetrack, cut through whatever muck we've just had put down, and come right back with a racetrack that's good as or better than the one we just had. Right now, a little scrub-a-dub-dub action, but basically it was a device used to clean linoleum floors. Put a little spray down, a little brush action to brush it in, scrub it, cut it with the cleaner. Even has a burner on the back if we need to help burn off whatever residue is there. But right now it's scrub-a-dub-dub time, a little wash and wear out there, if you will. So we'll get the track taken care of and get back to it just as quickly as possible. All I can tell you is hang on, folks. Comp Eliminator, you got a little bit of time to get ready and get planned for whatever you want to do. Wally Stelmach and Zach Sackman, you guys can sit and wait and hang on momentarily. Your Dan Page and Spitzer cars. We'll get the cleanup in aisle 1 taken care of and get back to our Spitzer race cars. Top dragster qualifying here in just a moment.
Spring performance, from their CalTrack system to split mono leaf springs to their full line of shocks, Calvert Racing has been revolutionizing leaf spring systems to outperform the competition. It's no secret, with the CalTrack system equipped on 7 out of 10 of the current NHRA World Champions and the first leaf spring car in the 6-second quarter mile, Calvert Racing has what you need to get you to the win line. Visit their website at calvertracing.com for more information for their leaf spring application, bolt-on 2-link system, and CalTrack's traction bar system. Collector Tethers offer a combined 60 years of racing knowledge behind their products. The simple and eye-pleasing products offer optional primary and collector diameter applications in all sizes. Collector Tethers are available in fixed or custom lengths and were designed to work on everything from heavy brackets to pro stock race cars, including those applications with standard, tri-wide, and merge collectors, along with boreless style mufflers. Collector Tethers are stainless steel in construction, weigh under 1 pound, and take less than 10 minutes to install. Collector Tethers is posting contingency at Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series events and at all 7 Summit ET Series team finals. Visit collectortethers.com for more information. For over 45 years, racers have come to depend on Moroso Performance products to help get their car to the winner's circle. With a full line of oil system and must-have racing products, it's important that the factory support goes farther than just the purchase. For 2015, Moroso Performance is expanding trackside support to most divisional races while continuing to pay contingency on all Moroso oil pans. The Moroso Trackside Support Trailer is designed for the sportsman racer's needs and peace of mind while attending these events. Stop by the Moroso Performance Trailer and have your tire pressure gauge checked for accuracy on the Moroso fully certified calibration tool. Maybe it's time to replace that old coil wire with a new one for the season. Remember that coil wire will see 8 times the workload of the rest of the spark plug wires. Stop by the trailer and see just what is available for purchase. Moroso Performance product questions and inquiries can be answered in person by a factory representative. Moroso Performance, since 1968, it's our passion that drives us.
All right, our on hold right now. A little cleanup here on the AAA side of the racetrack, and it's an unfortunate situation, but we have to give our race cars as much of a quality racing surface as we can. So whenever we get some residue down on it, whether it be fuel, gas, oil, water, rocks, whatever the case might be, we do have to stop and clean up. Sometimes it's a short cleanup. Sometimes it's a little bit more involved. This time it's a little bit more involved. Fortunately, it looks like it only runs out to about the 110 foot mark. And Mother Nature's given us a fairly nice racetrack out there today as far as temperature is concerned. So even though we're literally putting sudsy water down on the racetrack to clean the racetrack, Mother Nature's helping us to get that dried up just as quickly as possible. Got a little track to take care of as far as preparation is concerned once the scrubber gets done, cleaning up the residue. And once we get that completed, we'll get our rubber down, we'll get our track sprayed, and we'll get the track dragged from whatever portion needs to be dragged to put it back into a great surface. Of course, sometimes we have to stop and clean up the shutdown area because we've got to be able to whoa them just as much as we got to be able to make them go. So right now, again, apologies for the cleanup there on the AAA side of the racetrack, but got to do it. Got to give all of our competitors a fair and equal shot to get down the racetrack. And of course, over the years, the Safety Safari has developed a plethora of equipment to be able to get these situations addressed and taken care of. I mean, we've got the scrubber, we've got torches, scrapers, we've got a little bit of everything and anything it could possibly take to get it done. So bear with us, hang in there. We'll get the track and the AAA lane and, of course, the laser energy side of the racetrack as well back up to snuff just as quick as we can. As soon as we get that done, it'll be back into it. Wally and Zach, the rest of the boys and the girls sitting and waiting patiently for their shot here in round number 1 of qualifying for our Spitzer Race Car Top Dragster category. Comp Eliminator, you are on standby. We'll be calling you shortly as we get rolling real well. Again, tip of the cap to everybody for the Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund done this year in memory of our good friend and fellow announcer Leo Tower. The Browns helping to put everything together, Brian and Deb, and keep picking up a little help from T&E Enterprises, Book Racing Enterprises, Camp Lane Machine, RaceSkillmanCars.com, Indy Gear, Jack's Wax, Bullet Cams, Liberty Gears, Total Seal, Cone Racing, C-Tech Aluminum Cabinets, Quick Fuel Technology, T.L. Smith Excavating, Bo Butner Auto Sales. Wonder how Bo's doing today out in Seattle. G-Force Racing Transmissions, all of them contributing in for a bonus fund. $100 goes to round 1, $200 to round 2, $300 in round 3, $450. Now this is bonus money over and above. $450 bonus money to the runner-up and $500 bonus money to the winner. So tip of the cap to everybody for the Leo Tower Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund this year here in Division 3 competition. Of course, the comp racers will be earning points toward their Spitzer race car Indy Gear Shootout, and that'll be coming up a few weeks from now over in Bowling Green. So, Brian, Deb, thank you much. Appreciate everything you do. Brian and Deb always supplying some neat T-shirts at Indy every year for the comp qualifiers there as well. Love the Comp Eliminator category. Of course, I love comp too. It's basically the only category. Well, I shouldn't say the only category. To me, it is the category that best enhances and epitomizes, if you will, what NHRA drag racing is all about. Comp Eliminator, if you've got parts and pieces laying over in the corner of the shop, you can put them together and make a race car. We can make we've got a category you can run in. Because comp has got big V8s and little V8s and 4 cylinders and V6s and inline 6s and turbochargers and blowers and fuel injection and carburation and dragsters and rear engine dragsters and front engine dragsters and altereds and roadsters and door cars and whew. You can build anything and fit it into comp, and I love comp. Competitive Eliminator, best way to describe it. Cleanup going on the AAA side. Hang in there. We'll be back in just a moment.
When it's time to purchase a data acquisition system, turn to the industry leader, Computex Systems. Computech has been providing racers with the best in motorsports technology since 1986. Just ask any of our past NHRA contingency winners, including Alan Johnson, Warren Johnson, David Rampey, and Al Kenny. Computech's DataMax data logger with a digital dash will fit anyone's needs. Give Computech a call today to discuss their data acquisition system and reserve your free copy of the latest demo software. The DataMax from Computech can help put you on the fast track to the winner's circle. Call 1-800-870-8383 to order risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Also, visit us on the web at www.computech.com. K&N now brings you an extreme duty oil filter and the same engineering that goes into the world's best air filter has developed a premium oil filter that features a 1-inch nut on the bottom of the can for easier installation and removal. This high-flow oil filter protects some of the most expensive racing engines in the world. Shouldn't it be protecting yours? K&N oil filters are available at all automotive retailers. Find out more online at knfilters.com. Engine builders stay in business by making power. As champion Pro Stock engine builder Roy Johnson states, for 11 years I've been using Diamond pistons. They have the best quality and service in the industry. To keep a step ahead, Diamond constantly invests in the latest engineering, machining, and inspection apparatus. You can share in the excellence that Diamond has to offer by incorporating these fine pistons in your next engine build. Diamond Pistons, it's your race and our reputation. Visit Diamond at www.diamondracing.net.
Looks like a little cleanup, a little rosin, a little scrape, and tractor's going to come down and put a drag over the top of it. As soon as we get that done, we will get ready to get back into it. Start putting the equipment away. That's always a good sign. You can start getting a little, a little excited about the aspect of getting back into our qualifying session. Yeah, sun's starting to move off to the west now. That means the direct impact of the sunlight between moving off to the west and the cloud cover. Track will start to tighten up considerably. As it cools down now, so looks like a drag going down. Starting line crew will double check it, triple check it, and say, okay, we're ready to go. As soon as we get the thumbs up, I'm pretty sure we're going to be hearing a 526 cubic inch Hemi and a 540 cubic inch rat motor come to life. All right, water down in the water box. Time to get after it. Wally, Zach, time to fire them up. Let's get back at it. Wally coming to us, coming down from across the border. Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada-based runner out of Champion Ironworks. That'll be the Hemi-powered car. Coming to life there on the AAA side of the racetrack. And Zach Sackman, young Illinois runner out of Novak Electric, another one of the blown cars. Over here on the right-hand side. All right, so Zach Sackman, the Novak Electric car over on the right-hand side, the runner out of Illinois. Stelmach over in the left lane. Got the Hemi car, the Champion Ironworks entry. Wally's car looked like it had a couple of cylinders out as it struggled its way down the racetrack. Meanwhile, young Zach goes 753, 206 miles an hour up to the number 9 qualifying spot with that hot rod. Stelmach's car came off the line. Just, you could see some raw fuel pumping out of the pipe. I can honestly say I've never seen that in a top dragster before. But hey, you stick around long enough, you see a little bit of anything and everything. Tom Elliott and Vince Nannini. It's coming up on the right side, Lake Bluff, Illinois runner. A VRN Race Cars, Strange Engineering machine over here, 665 cubic inch Chevrolet. Tom Elliott out of Brooks, Kentucky. Another Spitzer chassis car and another Hemi car. Well, I got to tell you, I've done a lot of these races over the years, and I have never seen this many Hemis, big motored Chryslers, in one field ever. Hey, there's a hustling Hemi. How about a 618, 225 miles an hour for Tom Elliott. 72-year young Kentuckian going all the way to the number one spot. Yeah, low ET and top speed now so far. Vince Nannini right side. Vince on a good lap, runs 650 at 210, but tell you what, when the guy alongside of you is laying down a 618 at 225, kind of like, goodness gracious, great balls of fire. What did I just miss out on? Tom Elliott, 72 years young, running 618 at 225. Dan Phelps and Jimmy Prevost. Dan over the left side, Prevost right lane. And who has been down this racetrack a multitude of times. Dan's got a hot rod right now that's not playing very nice. 702 at 206 miles an hour, and it just wasn't ready to get the get-go. Prevost, meanwhile, over here on the right side, jumps up to the number 8 spot, 45, 209, as we have a 45-car field trying to qualify for a 32-car final round opportunity. Lynn Ellison out of Central City, Kentucky. His crew must be going for best appearing crew. I get my vote, the Pirate. Out of Central City, Ashley Didrick. Ashley having a very good season over on the right-hand side. Youngster out of Logansport, Indiana, the Diamond Engine and Diamond RV machine. Already been to the final round a couple of times here in Division III competition. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. Comp Eliminator needs you to lanes. Competition Eliminator needs you to the staging lanes, please. Comp, come on down. .636 by Ashley. 216 miles an hour. Ellison laps off. 213. Ashley into the number 3 spot. Lynn into the number 9 spot. Like we said, Ashley's already had a very good year this year. Winner up in Joliet at the Route 66 race. Runner up at the race in Columbus a couple of weeks back. David Harrington and Rich Edwards coming up next. Harrington. The Harrington brothers, heating and cooling family operation out of Shawnee Mission, Kansas. These are the guys I call when I'm at home and my HVA system needs work. HVAC system, I should say. Rich Edwards out of Indiana on the right side. So Kansas meeting Indiana here in Illinois. It's only fitting, right? Edwards, 607. 229 miles an hour, and another Hemi car jumps to the number 1 spot. Goodness gracious. David Harrington goes 673 at 202. That'll put him in the show, but he's down in the bottom half. Richard Edwards, 6071. 229 miles an hour. Remember me telling you earlier that 721 lap that John Loebner ran earlier wasn't going to stay in. Pretty close to being bumped out, and we don't even have a full field yet. Mike Warren and Kyle Dvorak. Kyle out of McHenry, Illinois. Kyle having a tumultuous beginning to the early part of the season. Able to recoup, recover, and get back onto the racing surface. Mike Warren, left side. AAA lane. One of those small motors with the blower on top. 451 cubic inch. It's an old Davey Urhara top fuel car over there on the left side. And I do mean old. Warren out of steam by half track. Dvorak goes through 651. 208 miles an hour. Looks like Warren losing a little bit of fuel as he left the starting line. So Kyle goes up to the number 14 spot. Mike goes into the number 30 spot on the qualifying sheet. Send this pair down the racetrack. We will have a bump up on the scoreboard. Tim Papp, Shanna Snyder, Shanna left side. Vintage Trailers machine. Spitzer chassis car. Tim Papp right side, the Oakley Motorsports entry. 708 cubic inch combination. Another American race cars built machine. Shanna there in the left lane. Yet another Hemi-fied race car. Comp Eliminator, need you lanes, please. Competition Eliminator. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Comp, your turn. Come one, come all. Comp Eliminator. Need you to the staging lanes, please. So Shanna left side, Timmy right side. Get ready to set up a bump. Shanna goes 609, 234, 650 by Tim Papp. Only 181 miles an hour. Shanna up to the number 2 spot. Tim goes to the number 15 spot. Watch the scoreboards, because right about now, you'll see a bump come up on the boards. That 897, the number of Mike Warren. He and Ed Dudley looking to get bumped out as this next pair gets ready to go down the racetrack. Phil Oakley and Bill Ernst. Phil left side, Kentuckian. For all you Ford fans out there that have been bemoaning all the Hemi cars and all the Chevy cars, give you a bit of a rally point here. Young Mr. Oakley out of Kentucky. 638 cubic inch blue oval combination there in the left lane. And for all you Chevy fans, another Chevrolet for you here on the right side. Out of Knoxville. Good side-by-side lap. Looked like a little puff of smoke coming out of the inside of Bill Ernst's machine down at the other end. 681. 191. Hopefully goes 662 at 205 miles per hour. Bernard's car may have just contributed a little aluminum in sacrificial application to the gods of aluminum above. Yeah, it looks like Tom Fisher's machine needing some help with the art category on the transmission. Andrew Johnson out of Kentucky. Another Spitzer chassis car. Another centrifugal blower machine. So problems for Tom Fisher's machine. Here comes Andrew Johnson. He gets up, rattles the tire, shuts it off. He'll kind of coast on through to an 8:01 lap at 115. Tom Fisher, problems with the car. Obviously something in the transmission not working, because when he went to push the button to kick it into reverse, it wouldn't go. Got the push back, got the help. Tried to creep it into the starting line beams and just crept right going. Crept right on through the beams here on the Laser Energy side of the racetrack. Did not get a chance to get staged up to make a run. So both drivers will go over on that lap. Got the guys and the gals coming out from the other end, checking out the racetrack down in the shutdown area. Remember earlier I told you we had to give everybody as much a chance to whoa as we did to go. Down in the shutdown area, you were watching moments ago. You can see a little pluff of white smoke. We thought maybe it might have been a sacrifice to the aluminum gods, but it wasn't. It was a little moisture coming out of the headers. Again, Comp Eliminator needs you to lanes, please. Competition Eliminator needs you to the staging lanes. See, a couple of you have made your way to the lanes. Should be about 15, 16, 17 more. Comp Eliminator needs you to lanes, please. Competition Eliminator to the staging lanes. So the guys on the top end checking the shutdown area, making sure we're good to go. Young Mr. Coughlin rolls up to check out the racetrack, see what all's going on. Top end checked out, okie dokie. Just a precautionary check. Looks like we're pretty good and ready to go. Here comes Craig Sullivan. For all you Ford fans, here's another opportunity to stand up and cheer. Sullivan out of Indiana, 706 cubic inch blue oval. I'm like, goodness gracious. Joe Hessling, meanwhile, over here on the right side, another Buckeye State runner coming out of Toledo. Did they make a Jeep there? They did, as a matter of fact. 540 cubic inch. Big motor, and for Joe, brand new tires on the back of the car. Prior to him doing his burnout, they were still stickers on it. Like I said, prior to. How's the old song go? They went up in a puff of smoke and to that, but that's all, folks. Hessling right side, Sullivan left lane, Ford powered, Chevrolet powered, left to right respectively. See what Sullivan can do. Nice lap, Sullivan, 621, 220 miles an hour. Joe Hessling goes 646, 222 miles an hour for Sullivan. Move up to the 4 spot for Joe, move into the number 14 position. New number about to come up on the scoreboard, that 721 that we saw earlier. From the first car down the racetrack, John Lochner. Well, let me tell you, it's getting ready to go bye-bye. Nick Folk and Jeff Strickland. Nick Folk, who lists his occupation as bag thrower. I got to tell you, I don't believe so. Comp Eliminator, we need you to lanes. Competition Eliminator getting ready to go with or without you. Comp Eliminator cars need you to lanes. Top Sportsman now, your turn. Jeff Strickland. That 721's going by in a hurry. 641 Folk. 214 miles an hour. 664 Strickland. Sidepunk.com. Folk to the number 10 spot. Strickland in 664, and it's good for number 29. Bump on the scoreboard now, 681. Now it's going to start getting real cantankerous. JB Strasweg, Bob Mandel. Dell out of Tennessee, the Profab Race Car Chassis Shop. Race car builder over here on the right side. Straswig out of Evansville. There's a site called dragstersforsale.com. JB and Tori and the gang. Big block Chevrolets a pair. Comp and Top Sportsman. Need you to the lanes, please. Competition Eliminator, Top Sportsman. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Keep an eye on the car on the right side. Bob Mandel. Just may step up with another good load. Nice lap. 645, 208. Wasn't quite as quick as I thought it might be. 647. 210 by Straswig. Mandel goes to number 15 spot. Straswig goes to number 17 spot. They make their laps down the racetrack, and they end up putting Joe Hessling between them. Al Peevler down the bump at a 665. So we end up the first session with Al Peevler sitting on the bump spot at a 665. Jeff Strickland next at a 664. Strickland in that signpunk.com entry. Look to be picking it up in the next round as well. Al Peevler to get off those 2 bump spots. Did not have all of our cars make a shot at the racetrack this session. Be interesting to see what session number 2 brings. Comp Eliminator, and you should be in the lanes. If you're not there now, you're late. Top Sportsman, we need you to the lanes, please. Talked earlier about Comp Eliminator and the Leo Tower Comp Eliminator bonus fund going on this year. All the contributors that have stepped up to help out a little bit here in our Comp Eliminator field. Idea conceived and put together a few years ago down south in Division 4. Several of the sponsors put their work together and help enhance the points fund, I should say the purse fund. Tip of the cap to Brian and Deb Brow for all the work they've done. Getting assistance from a multitude of our sponsors, G-Force, Cone, Liberty Gears, Jack's Wax, Indy Gear Company, Book Racing Enterprises, just to name a few of them. Put a little bonus fund together for our comp racers to shoot for. Because let me tell you, Comp Eliminator, I love the category. Inline 6s, V6s, inline 4s, flat 4s. Flat 4, you say? Yeah, there's flat 4s out there. Volkswagen. Blowers, superchargers, carburetors, fuel injectors. I mean, we got a little bit of everything in Comp Eliminator. So we start rolling the cars for Comp Eliminator up underneath the tower. Gentlemen, right now, highly involved in the midst of the Comp Eliminator battle here in the division. Multi-time and former champ Steve Ambrose. He's up alongside Dwayne Robeson. Robeson with a brand new Camaro for the runner out of Gardner, Kansas. Small block, C-altered, right side, 300 cubic inch, inline 6-cylinder Ford with a varsity Ford 23 T-bucket. Ambrose there in the left lane. Steve over there on the left side, leading the points chase here in Division III competition this year. Bob leaning in, looking in. Dwayne Robeson right side. Dwayne, who last year campaigned a C-altered with a Pontiac body, a former KB Racing Pro Stock Pontiac body machine. Stepped up this year, though, with a brand new Camaro. Finding Camaro body machine. Let's see what he can do here. 787 the index. Should be down in the 730 range. Well, he's close, 743. 781 by Steve Ambrose at 166 miles an hour. Ambrose at 48 under. Dwayne at 43 under. Rick Brown getting ready to come up. Truck that was being built back in the days for the pro stock truck battle. Didn't get finished in time to compete in the pro stock truck ranks. Came a Comp Eliminator car, and for Rick, it's been a good one. Don Redditch and the gang out of Ohio. Small block Chevrolet 318 cubic inch combination. Rick Brown opens up the door and says, hey, wait a minute, something's wrong. Craig Bourgeois over here on the right-hand side, a B Nostalgia Dragster. 408 cubic inch. Small block, slingshot style machine. Nice wheels up launch, Rick Brown. Lots of weight transfer. Bourgeois should be knocking on that 6-second zone, just a little off, runs 7:11. Buck 56, 8:22 by Rick Brown. Nice lap, 55 under the index to jump up to the number 1 spot. Bourgeois at 44 under. See what they can do to tighten that up for the next round. But for Rick Brown and gang, gorgeous Chevrolet S10. Rick, of course, coming off the win up in Joliet just a few weeks back. The Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series race. Route 66 Raceway. Bob Bailey. Young Robert there on the left side. Wabash, Indiana. Makes me want to break out in song. But trust me, you don't want to hear me sing. Hey, if you'll pay to keep me from singing, I'll take it. I ain't proud. James Smith, right side, the Smith's Garage. Ols Forenza, bodied entry over here. See a lot of the old Robert making a lap down track. The red light doesn't mean anything. It's qualifying 6.66. 205 miles an hour, 8.16 by James Smith. James will be looking for a whole lot more. Bailey goes 54 under the index. And he'll take more as well. Because that's only good right now. Number 2. Brian Stuffelbeat, A Econo Altered. And Brian Brow, the D Dragster. Little 260 cubic inch. 4.3 liter V6 that Chevrolet put in, well, just about anything in their fleet for a while. Essentially a small block Chevrolet with 2 cylinders cut off of it. Brian and Deb campaigning one of the V6 powered cars. Indiana-based gang make bell housings for virtually everybody on their competitors list. Brian always a tough gunner when he rolls out. Loves to come down to Belrose, Louisiana, early spring for the Jags Cajun Sports Nationals. He said he doesn't know whether he has more fun eating or racing at that event, and I can understand that comment. Stuffelbeam out of Peoria, which you all know is in Illinois, not Arizona. Small block powered, Econo Altered, single 4-barrel, automatic transmission. 23 Peabody. Brow working his way through the gears, keeping that V6 in its sweet spot. Goes 7:22 at 184, 774 by Stuffelbeam. Brow up to the number 3 spot. Now at 53 under. So Rick Brown's 55 under. Robert Bailey's 54 under. Brian Brow's 53 under. Then Ambrose at 48 under. Craig Bourgeois at 44. Stuffelbeam goes in just a tick under his index. Again, Top Sportsman cars, you should be in the lanes. Top Sportsman, you should be in the staging lanes because you're coming up next. All right, we need our Super Street Shootout contestants. Beats, Satterley, Rosenmeyer, Frederick, Murray, Matthews, Carter, and Ship. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Our draw, Racers for Christ, Mosier Engineering, Super Street Shootout contestants. Need you to the lanes, please. Todd France annihilating slicks on the back of that Pontiac. Todd, who started off the season, win at the opening race in Indianapolis, runner-up at the second race in Norwalk. Currently sits a few points behind Steve Ambrose, second place in the division. Ray Skillman's Mustang, the B Econo altered, Mustang-bodied, Chevrolet-powered car for the runner out of Greenwood over in the Hoosier State. .761 Skillman at 176, 836 by France. Skillman goes 60 under the index. That's good for number 1. France goes 52 under the index. Right now, that's good for number 5. So Skillman takes the B Econo Alter. Ford Mustang out of Skillman Ford at SkillmanAuto.com. All the way to the number 1 spot. Rick Brown, Don Redditch, your little Chevy S10. You need to take a step back. You've just been bumped to number 2. Todd France says, I don't care where I qualify, watch me go. Winning a runner-up in the first 2 races this season. Interesting to see how he can continue on for the rest. Greg Camplain coming up. Greg runner-up just a couple of weeks back over in Columbus. Jim Greenheck out of Wisconsin, the racecabinet.com. Chevrolet Camaro right side. Camplain Spitzer, B Econo dragster car there in the left lane. Single 4-barrel automatic. 690, 170 for Camplain. 737, 183 for Greenheck. Greg goes to the number 3 spot, 55.6 under the index, 3,000s behind Rick Brown. Greenheck goes to the number 7 spot, 50 under. Bruno climbs in, turbocharged, 4-cylinder, Chevrolet Cobalt. I'm telling you, Comp Eliminator, we got a little bit of everything. What do we got here? 4-cylinder, turbocharged. Bruno Massel, double D altered turbocharged. Seen a front engine injected small block. Roadsters, altereds. Pete Pollock out of Menasha, Wisconsin. Pontiac Firebird right side, the C altered automatic. .400 cubic inch GMV8 underneath the hood for Pete. That little bitty, itty bitty teeny weeny 4-cylinder Cobalt. Watch this. 4-cylinder just put a whooping on that V8. 705, 196 by Bruno. 776, 176 by Pollock. Massel goes to the number 2 spot. Pete slides into the number 12 spot. 705 out of a 4-cylinder turbocharged machine. Pollock goes 776 with 400 plus cubic inches of big motor V8. And comes across the stripe second. Tony Galbraith out of Indy, the B Dragster automatic. A little bit bigger motor than we saw a little while ago. And our other B dragster. This time out of Rolla competition engines at Indianapolis, Circle City. Troy Galbraith left side. Chad Bogus right lane, the K altered automatic. Neil at Parks fabricated chassis, 32 Bantam bodied machine. 248 cubic inch. Very small and tiny. Chevrolet. $677, $195 by Galbraith, $765, $169 by Chad. Troy goes 60 under. That's good for number 2. Chad goes 59 under the index. That's good for number 3. Ray Skillman ends up 1 at 60 under. Troy Galbraith number 2 at 60 under. Chad Vogus close at 59, 9 under for the number 3 spot. And then the 4-cylinder turbo car of Bruno. Rick Brown's V8 powered truck. Greg Camplain's dragster. Robert Bailey's dragster. And Brian Brow's dragster rounds out the quick 8. You want to be in the quick 8, you got to be 53-1 under the index or better. Need all of our shootout contestants to the lanes now, please. Our draw Racer for Christ Super Shootout contestants. Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp. Wheats and Satterley. Rosemeyer and Frederick. Murray and Matthews and Carter and Ship in Super Street. Super Gas, we need Rogers and Sutton. Vance and Bush. Nelson and Sarmento. Joe Costello and Cropfield in Super Gas. In Super Comp, Schultz, Horseman, Hoyt, Swan, Risenshield, Eggleston, Finney, and Kahili. Boys, girls, if you're in the draw, Racers for Christ, Moser Engineering, Super Shootout. Need you lanes, please. Ryan Kuykendall out of Highland, Illinois, the high-tech transmission. Dodge Stratus bodied machine. And Brandon Baxter, another Dodge Stratus bodied machine. This is our first pair of our Steve Schmidt Racing, Brodix top sportsman competitors. Pulled to the line. Baxter right side out of Granville, Illinois. Dodge Stratus bodied car. 676 cubic inch Mopar powered machine. Kuykendall left side. Dodge Stratus bodied car. But a 784 cubic inch Chevrolet underneath the hood. So the aerodynamics of the Stratus body, for all intents and purposes, most likely a pair of former Pro Stock Dodge Stratuses out there. Chevrolet powered left lane, Hemi powered right side. .677, 206 miles an hour by Baxter. 682, 201 by Kuykendall. First pair of our top sportsmen. Qualifiers making their way down the racetrack. Again, Super Shootout, Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp contestants. Need you to the lanes, please. Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp. Shootout contestants need you to the staging lanes, please. J.R. LODRS driving the Overland Tow Service. Chevy S10 left side. Corn coming over from Paducah. Another Dodge-bodied machine and another Dodge power plant. Times 738 cubic inches. Top Sportsman cars, lots of cubes. That are great big bottles. LODRS goes through 722 and 192. Rick Korn obviously made a stop at the St. Clair County Chamber of Commerce office today. Picked up the tourist route map and followed it down the right-hand side of the racetrack that time. The general design in physics or algebra or whatever it is, the quickest way to get from point A to point B is a straight line. Physics, okay, thank you. Rick Korn skipped physics class that day. Whew. Did not go straight. He'll be back. He'll get another shot. Don't get me wrong. I'm not busting on him. It's just sitting right here behind him, watching him go down the racetrack, and all I can say is good thing there's a steering wheel inside these cars. Kenyon Dinkle out of Terre Haute pulls in. Chevy Cavalier left side. Rick Bowman out of Iowa over the right lane. Rick, former Harley Davidson dealer. Still has connections, by the way, if you're looking to buy a ride. Bowman over here in the right lane. Categories. Rick making a little move out there about the 330 mark as one of the stages came in. How about a 690 Bowman at 202? How about a 672 for Dinkle there in the left lane? Both drivers over that 200 mile an hour mark. Both drivers into that 6 second zone. But Dinkle, 672, takes him up to the number one spot on the qualifying sheet, at least for now. Jeff Hostetler and Glenn Julius. Julius up next over here in the right lane. Laser Engineering side of the racetrack. Right at 700 cubic inches of Chevrolet. Hostetler's got over 700 cubic inches of Chevrolet. The Hostetler Farms Pontiac Firebird there on the left side. Julius right side. Hostetler left lane as we continue on. Fourth pair. Schmidt Racing. Top Sportsman cars. 736, 186 by Julius. 757, 182 for Hostetler's hot rod. Dinkle continues to lead the pack. Julius and Hostetler file in place, number 6 and number 7. Their respective runs down the racetrack. Mr. Coughlin getting ready to roll in next. The yellow Jigs. Chevrolet Camaro getting ready to come in. Young Mr. Mike out of Ohio. Marco Bruzzi right side. Mark, who's holding on to the points lead in the top dragster category. Not in the top 3 in the top sportsman category, albeit he was runner-up at the opening race at Indy. Coughlin left side, runner-up at Joliet. Both these drivers have found the final round this year. Neither driver able to close the deal. Coughlin left side. There's one of the big motors, 832 cubic inches. Coughlin, 683, 206. Abruzzi, 691, 201 miles per. Mike's good for number. Marco's good for number 6. Nickel, 672, hanging on to number 1. Jimmy Fallon, Ohio-based runner, comes up next. That's the green. 63 Corvette split window. Coming up next on the right-hand side is we need our Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. Shootout contestants to the lanes, please. Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp if you are in the draw. Racers for Christ, Super Shootout presented by Mosier Engineering. In any of our super categories, street, gas, or comp, need you to the lanes, please. Jimmy right side, Angie looking on, getting ready to flip the computer switch. John Scully left side. Scully up, the 67 Camaro. 3-time division champ, former Jegs All-Star champ. Scully got the Camaro with the big Street Tuner's wing on the back. See if he needs it. I bet he does. Wow, 721, 207 miles an hour for Scally. On and off the throttle. You can see that car on and off the throttle easy before he got to the 330 mark. Still ends up number 8 on the sheet. Jimmy Fallon, a 698 lap. That's good for number 7. 199 miles an hour. 99.55. Talking about missing that 200 mile an hour mark. Did it by that much. Again, holding his fingers just a couple of millimeters apart. Shane Cowan and Doug Woody be our next 2 contestants. Cowan left side, Indiana-based runner. Middle Indiana Oral Surgeons.com entry. Pretty Corvette. C5 bodied car. Doug Woody right side. 67 Chevy Camaro for Woody. Independence, Missouri-based runner. Young man who's campaigned this car in super gas for years. Top Sportsman came along and Doug said, I can play. I'll be right back. Took the car home, updated it to be able to run in the Top Sportsman ranks. Come out. Doug's a competitor. See where he shows up. He best be on Wow. Doug Woody, straight and true. 744, 185. 723 by Shane Cowan. Into the number 10 spot. Doug slides into the number 12 spot. I'm going to tell you right here and right now, Doug Woody can drive that car. Probably has more laps in that car than these guys will have in their cars in 3 years. Woody will make that car go rounds. Benjamin Board out of Overland Park, the Kirkman Composites. Chevrolet Camaro entry. Scott Haas out of Stillman Valley. Scott with his 53 Corvette bodied entry there on the left-hand lane. Couple of very nice top sportsman cars. Here in the Steve Schmidt competition engines, Brodix. Top sportsman category. Zoomers. 6:52.6. 212 miles an hour. Number one qualifier by 0.2 front of Kenyon Dinkle. Kenyon Dinkle. Wow. Nice lap by Scott Haas. He goes 701 to 196, but I'm telling you, that little 400 cubic inch motor in Benjamin Board's Camaro. Let's just put it this way. Captain of the ship was really whipping the chain on that motor going down the racetrack. Holy cow. New number one qualifier by 0.2 of a second. You usually see the top sportsman field be just a little bit off from as being as tight as the top dragsters are. Man. Seeing somebody step up to the program 0.2 quicker than the number two car. We're not done yet. Don't get me wrong, but that was an impressive lap. Rodney Benson, Andy Horn. Horn out of Ohio. Benson out of Scott City Mo. Mustang there on the left side. 668 cubic inch blue oval. Horn right side, another Mustang bodied car and another blue oval combination. Another good mid 6-second lap, 6:67. 2:04 for Andy Horn. Rodney Benson. Car just a little lackadaisical off the line. Never did really get up the momentum. Rodney knew it wasn't going anywhere. Shuts it off, 971, 95 miles an hour. But Andy Horn takes his opportunity, run it all the way up to the number two spot now on the qualifying sheet. Eric Burnett, Jerry Albert. Jerry's Camaro over on the right side, the 97 body style car. Coming off the win in Columbus just a couple of weeks back. Former Jegs rep, former Jegs champ. Couple-time top sportsman champ. Albert, he carries the number 31 on the side of the car, signifying that he is the reigning champ here in the division. Eric Burnett out of Indiana, the Marine Service technician. Chevy Cavalier. Again, one of the small motors, only 547 cubic inches. But wait a minute. We saw Benjamin Board's 400 cubic inch motor take him to the number one spot. Out of the groove. Looked like he may have just gotten up on the tires once he got out of the groove. Nice save by Eric. 690, 597 miles an hour. Eric Burnett, though. Car came off the line, made a move immediately to the left. Got both tires out of the groove, and I say both tires out of the groove was fortunate. because it allowed both tires to go up in smoke once it got out of the groove. He'd had one tire in and one tire out. There's no telling what that car would have done. Burnett runs it down to a 1067 at 82 miles an hour. Puts him on the sheet, but nowhere near where he wanted to be. As Tom Harger rolls in the purple Olds Cutlass. Mario Bosch runs up from Kenner, Louisiana, the MKD Racing. Grand Am bodied car. Mr. Harger gets out there about 100 feet this time, and his car drifts to the right. Mario goes 687, 206 miles an hour, and for the Kenner, Louisiana-based Pontiac, that'll move him up to the number 7 spot. Harger's Oldsmobile. It's on the sheet, albeit in the number 22 spot. Down in the 11-second zone. Tim Wise out of Ohio. Number 3 in the points standings right now. Not won a race this year. Not been in a final round this year. At least not here in the division. Still sit number 3 in the points. A lot to be said for just going rounds. Winning, runner-upping, get you more points. Maybe a little bit more notoriety. Sit number 3 in the points without a final round showing. 4 races into the season. Not bad. Mick Snyder right side. Good to see Mick and the gang back at it after a gnarly incident down in Texas. Gosh, what's that been? 2 years ago now? See the boys back at it. Always tough competitors. Come on, Mick. Wow, 660, 178 miles an hour, and it wasn't pretty at all. I think he was over at the St. Clair County Chamber of Commerce office this morning as well. That could have been and should have been a number 1 qualifying effort. Had it gone straight and stayed in the groove. As it is, it's good for number 2. Tim takes the Mustang down track, 711 to 193. Look at that. Weiss goes 711 to 193. Snyder goes 660 and 168. You see anything wrong with this picture? I mean, like, huh? Kurt Frederick and Jeff Barker. Jeffrey coming up out of Georgia. Chevy cobalt-bodied machine right side. Frederick left line. Cleaning out the nitrous line. Bringing the system down to the proper pressure. We're coming down from Burlington, Wisconsin. Probably a Green Bay Packer fan. Don't ya know? Barker, your reigning Division 2 champion. Wheeling and dealing the cobalt. 668, 209 miles an hour by Barker. 686. Jeff to the number 4 spot. Kurt into the number 9 spot on the qualifying sheet. 26 cars so far down track. Just a 3 pair away. Mark McDonald and Tommy Turner. Tommy coming up from Florida. Tommy and Terry. Great couple. Love their drag race. McDonald out of Boonville, Indiana. The dragstersforsale.com. Ford Mustang bodied car. 598 cubic inch blue old. $693, $198 by McDonald, $679, $207 by Tommy Turner. Tommy up to the number 7 spot. McDonald into the number 14 spot. Top Alcohol Dragster needs you the lanes, please. Top Alcohol Dragster, your turn. Come on. Top Alcohol Dragster needs you to the lanes, please. Here's Lester Johnson. Cynthiana, Kentucky. Just sounds like a nice little town, doesn't it? Cynthiana, Kentucky. And a TPS automation. 55 Bel Air, chop top, low riding, big motored. Former Jegs All-Star rep, Lester. Look out, boys and girls. 6.62, 210 miles an hour by Lester. Nice lap, puts him up into the number 3 spot. So Benjamin Bourne, a runner out of Overland Park with that 400 cubic inch mouse motor. Well, compared to everything else it is. Up to the number 1 spot with a 6.52. Mick Snyder, that 660 lap, good for number 2, and it was far from perfect at only 178 miles an hour. Lester takes the 55 Chevrolet into the number 3 spot. Then Andy Horn, reigning Division II champ, Georgia runner Jeff Barker sits 5. Kenyon Dinkle came out, started it all off with that 672 lap. Ends up number 6 after 1 session. Brandon Baxter sits number 7. Rounding out the quick 8, Tommy Turner. Tommy and Terry, runners out of Florida. Sit number 8 at a 679. So good session, quick session, nice session. So we call Alcohol Dragster to the lanes now. Alcohol Dragster needs you to the staging lanes, please.
All right, have a little bit of fun here with a little extra incentive here, and this is Super Street 1090. We'll give them the dial. They got to work with it, Frank.
Yep, 10 to 90 dial. This is a little bit of elimination action here.
Ricky Ship left side, and you've got?
I got Larry Carter on the right side. He comes out of Park Hill, downtown Park Hill, Oklahoma. 63-year-old mechanic driving that 1964 Nova. Really beautiful Nova. So go, Ron.
Well, we've got 8, and we're looking to narrow them down to 1, and this ought to be quite a matchup here. They earned the right to play in this game.
Qualified for the Super Street category.
All right, clean and green, and the stops are off and the 660's done, and they're looking for that wind light. Who's going to get it?
Wind light shines, comes on my side, 1096 on the 1090 dial, 146 after an 0-1-2 reaction for the draw on the Racers for Christ Super Shootout, first pair of cars.
Well, I'll tell you what, you had the bulb, and I think Ricky had to keep the pedal to the floor as he was 2 under the 1090.
Yeah, he was trying to chase him down, didn't work out for him. Brings up Brad Frederick out of Kearney, Nebraska. That's home of the drag strip for many years. It was a division racing place for Division 5 on that 1090 dial. He won Super Shootout at Olathe, Kansas in 2013.
Jerry Rosenmeyer is going to try to vaporize the bulb and hope the lights dance on the AAA insurance lane. The Carpenter with the Camaro.
Yep, the Kearney AG and Auto Repair sponsored 62 Falcon. You don't see too many of these cars anymore, but this one's pretty sharp car. Runs really strong out of Brad Frederick, out of the Kearney, Nebraska area.
Well, they're pre-staged, tightening the belts down, taking a deep breath, and they'll lock the tree down. Well, the lights green good. That's all they're going to say until they cross the stripe, and I bet you one of the drivers know they're behind.
Got to chase the other one down if he's a little bit late on the light. My side wins it. He had the 009 light, runs 1098 with a 34 miles an hour.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jerry was dead on the tree, but he was dead late out of the gate, and it cost him. We'll see Brad next round. Rudy Matthews, left-hand lane, Division 3 Super Street Champ 95. He's ready to roll out of Ohio City, Ohio.
Division 5 representative Lewis Murray out of Eureka, Missouri, just south of St. Louis. That's the Phase 2 sponsored machine. 73 Camaro. Kind of interesting start. This car will pull pretty much with a large wheel. Down and stop. And then pull it up.
That is awesome. The wheelie bars are set to where they can play that game on both sides. Here comes that finish line. Who's got the muscle down the top end? And it will be Rudy Matthews, dead on 5, 28 thousandths as he threw it over to Louis, and Louis couldn't hit that long ball.
And the difference in victory was 0.067 in Rudy's favor. Jeffrey Wheats out of Morrison.
And Bitsy Satterley wheels up. Settle back down to 660. They're looking at each other's front fenders. They approach the dump zone or the decision zone. On the double breakout, Bitsy survives that one. Bitsy was 6 thou under and takes the win.
Wheats 1088 went under a little bit too much. They had a 4 thousandths difference on the starting line.
Well, just like that, that takes care of Super Street, the Shootout, sponsored by Moser Engineering, Draw RFC. We are shifting gears, and we run into Super Gas, and we'll throw a 990 down there. And what do we got, Frank?
We kick it up just a little bit faster this time, 990 dial for Rick Sarmento out of Wildwood, Illinois, the 63-year-old retired 34 Dodge driver.
And David Nelson, they're both going to feel the breeze going by the race car drivers as the Nelson Upholstery and Custom. Beautiful Corvette out of Palmyra, Missouri.
556 cubic inches on the right side, and it's Dodge powered, 557 cubic inches underneath the hood of the Corvette.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've got a good one here. This is anybody's race, and they will grab the brass ring at the top end, and it will be David Nelson, 3 over, 006 on the tree. He was ready.
You got to do that 006, and if you got an 026, you've got to do a lot of hoping, and it just didn't work for Rick Sarmento. And at 992, and it gave the victory to David Nelson.
By 13 thousandths at that finish line.
It's Dirk Sutton. He's a local racer here at Gateway Motorsports Park, right across the river in the Wentzville area, home of the old Mid-America Raceway. He's got that 990 number on the board down there.
Gary Rogers left Wow. We'll keep quiet.
We have
but the
a
artisan.
strong race on our hands here. If no breakouts, the win goes to the 005 of Dirk Sutton opposite of 012, and he goes 996 on that 90 to go to the second round of the Moser Engineering sponsored Racers for Christ Shootout.
Well, Gary Rogers on the breakout just got there too quick by 5 thou.
It's Alan Bush's turn out of Erie, Illinois. A 2004 Division III Super Gas champion. So he knows how to run Super Gas.
And the mechanic out of St. Peters, Missouri, we've got Mike Vance. A little bit of touch-up down there on the starting line. Looks like the left side especially. Mike sponsored by Winning Technologies.
That 05 Cavalier, he probably was driving that. Couldn't have been driving that one when he won it in 04, when he was Super Gas champion in Division III, or when he won the Mid-Michigan, or the Tri-State races, because that's an 05 car. He did that in 2002 and 2004, so it's changed cars. Got this 05 Cavalier, 582 cubic inches of Chevrolet for Alan Bush on the laser side.
Mike Vance sneaking up on that Christmas tree. He's got the low beams on, and Alan will join.
Yep, Alan Bush looking over to see where Mike Vance is. Mike's got the first bulb lit. Here comes the first bulb for Alan Bush. Now it's a game of wits between the two. And the throttle stops in. They're off and running.
Here comes Alan Bush pedaling hard at the top end. Can he get there?
Well, an 09-1 against an 07-3, and the 91 wins it because Mike Vance had to chase him a little bit. Runs a 992 for Alan Bush at 174 miles an hour.
Well, Mike Vance gets there too quick as he runs 3 under that 990, and we'll bring up Rob Kropfeld, left-hand lane with the cool Corvette out of Hamilton, Ohio.
Yeah, it looks a little different. It says 71 Vega wagon. I don't believe that's a Vega wagon. Opposite lane is Jennifer Jo Costello out of Louisville, Kentucky. Just high on the Highway 64, a few miles. 22-year-old marketing person. In the right here in the St. Louis area that had a car that looked identical to that. So I don't know, maybe that might be a family member. I'm not sure.
6,000 separating them out of the gate, and Rob Kropfeld gets it done running 6 over the dial. I believe he cut Jennifer loose down there at the finish line.
Yep, she ran underneath at 988 with a 9 on that 990 to kick herself out of that, and lets Rob go on to the next round. Well, that's the last of the Super Gas in the shootout. Now we move over to the Super Comp cars. And that's the draw, Racers for Christ Super Shootout, presented by Moser Engineering. Our first pair of Super Comp cars features Mike Eggleston from down the road in Highland, Illinois. He used to get a hop on Interstate 70 and go a little bit to the west, and you'll find the Tough Paw aluminum car, driven by Michael Eggleston.
Kendra Reinscheid spinning the hoops down in that rear direction, sponsored by Armor Sealing and Fast Lube. That's an American chassis pipe around Kendra Reinscheid, and we're looking for 890s out of both lanes, but we want to vaporize the bulb first.
Yep, 890s is what they're doing. 2014 Bowling Green winner was Mike Eggleston. He was a Super Comp Cedar Falls Open winner, and he won Super Comp here at the Nationals in 2012. So Mike Eggleston is no stranger to the winner's circle. He's also won at that, I can't read that. It looks like it's a little garbled on the screen at Cordova once upon a time. So 890 for Mike Eggleston out of Highland, Illinois.
Well, Tammy Eggleston down there as part of the crew for Mike, hoping Mike can put that bulb on the 00 range.
That's what he's trying to do. Things happen on the starting line. It has a big effect on what happens at the finish line. The win light goes to the 016 of Mike Eggleston, running an 894 on that 890 dial at 170.06 to advance to the second round of the shootout.
Well, Kendra run closer to that 890 standard, but that 054 bulb put Kendra behind at the start. And by 21 thou, Mike goes to the next round.
Yep. On the starting line, more than anything else, is where these races are won or lost. Craig Schultz up next from Winona, Minnesota. Goodson Tool and Supplies sponsors the car, pays for some of the money and the fuel and travel and so on.
Racecraft office chair he's riding in. This is anybody's race right here.
Pretty close on the starting line. It was 5,000ths difference, but Schultz forced Tim Horschman to go under. Schultz running 893, 171 miles an hour in the Laser Energy side. Right lane wins. Schultz to the next round.
Horseman had the bulb, but goes under by 4 thou. Our perfect run of the day. Ron Finney, left-hand lane. He'd love to do it again right here. The Renegade Race Fuels machine out of Greenwood, Indiana.
Hope he hasn't spent all of those perfect races. Tyler Cayley out of Rock Springs, Georgia, the 27-year-old painter in the 2005 undercover chassis car. 615 cubic inches of, as Bob Unger put it, big one.
All right, somebody's holding two. They may have to spin it down.
One or the other kicked himself in the seat of the pants, and our perfect guy, nope, didn't do it. Tyler Cayley treated 015 to an 035, and he goes 894 to 168.
Well, Ron was under. He was behind on the tree and had to keep the pedal down on the floor, and he went 888 off the 890.
It's Janice Swan's turn out of Mooresville, Indiana, the 50-year-old consultant in the 2007 Roman chassis car.
And Steve Hoyt out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Steve and Jan Hoyt Racing running that big bow tie, sitting under the mailbox over there on the left-hand lane.
Fort Wayne, the former home of International Harvester. Once upon a time, I think about half the town was
There's a whole lot of front wheel watching going on right now.
You better believe it.
Steve Hoyt takes that win as he was 4 over the dial. He was ahead out of the gate, and Janice, unfortunately,
Chasing, ran an 888 with a 9 going under by a bunch at 174 miles an hour.
well, I'll tell you what, we need the man with the plan. Bob, we've got top alcohol dragsters, and I think the fans have been waiting for this. Bob's ready.
I'm always ready when you talk about alcohol dragsters, funny cars. They're my buddies. I teched them for years and years and years, and I had a lot of fun with those guys. A few of them that I used to work with are still here, so went down and visited with them and reminisced a little bit and give Bob a chance to get his gizmo hooked up here, and he'll tell you all the specifics about the alcohol dragsters. You're going to see one girl driving today, though. I think this is her first event as a competitor, if I'm correct, and that's Megan Meyer, Randy Meyer's daughter. You saw one of his other daughters in the super comp category, and Megan, she made some passes yesterday to get her feel of the track and ran some 545s.
She licensed down in Gainesville, Florida earlier this year. Hi, Ted. Are we ready?
I want to know where Ted's been all day. Ted was hiding because I went over to see him and he wasn't around.
He was there. He's busy working.
Uh-huh.
Ted doesn't hide. He's pretty well devoted to that and keeping everybody going. And how many cars you got to take care of now, Ted? 3? 2.
He just says 2. I remember when he was working with Randy Fleming in the funny car for years, too.
And R.J. Smith.
R.J. Smith,
Yep.
right.
Ted's been at this a day or 3. Or 72. Or 720.
He likes that brain damage material called nitro.
So getting ready to light up our first of our alcohol dragster cars to make their way down the track this weekend. We have 2 sessions to go for qualifying. We also have a stock eliminator qualifying session and a super stock qualifying session yet to go. We've got our dragsters and funny cars for their first session. semifinals of our shootout, and in stock and super stock. I know some of the drivers thought it was going to be a cleanup session. We did announce earlier today that it would be a full-on, all-call qualifying session for stock and super stock, as we reminded our stock eliminator drivers that run both to be at the front for super stock and then be at the back for stock to give them an opportunity to get laps in both their cars. So that they did. A little track prep going on. Frank, you had something?
No, I was just going to say that, yes, I remember you telling them to people and forewarning the stock, super stock guys about that particular situation so that nobody can say, well, you didn't tell us that.
We didn't know that. Well, yeah, we did. We shared that information with you, and besides that, it's been on the schedule all day.
That's correct.
I mean, the most famous words in all of motorsports are at the bottom of any NHRA qualifying schedule. Because down at the bottom it says schedule subject to change.
That's right.
And those are the most famous words in all of motorsports because, good golly, Miss Molly, we know that the schedule changes from time to time, from day to day. And most of the time it depends on what Mother Nature does to thwart our attempts at getting everybody down track on a schedule and a quality opportunity to get down track. But right now, a little finish work, a little finish up on the track prep before we send young Miss Meyer down the racetrack. Interesting to see all the crew chiefs make their way out and check the racing surface. Dave Harada out there checking the racetrack for Mia Tedesco's run, getting ready to come up. Mia's had a pretty good year this year. A couple of wins already on the division trail, leading the points chase there in the division, taking the first win of the year over at Indy, and then taking another win in Joliet at the Route 66 Raceway. Runner-up a couple of weeks ago over in Columbus. So 4 races here in the division, and Mia's been in 3 of the final rounds, winning 2 of them. That's a pretty good year.
Yes, it is.
And Dave Harada out there, big tip of the cap to Dave and the gang for all the work that they put in to make Mia's car as competitive as it is.
Of course, Dave Harada's been around this business a long
He
time.
growed up in it.
I always remember probably one of his scariest situations when the little drop of nitro was left in the car. I don't know whether you're familiar with that particular one, Bob, or not.
I remember when it went bang. Yes, I do.
Now, that was quite an incident, and I'll tell you what, everybody and his brother was lucky that day.
Yep. Megan Meyer pulling in, 22-year-old youngster, junior dragster competitor, moved into the Super Comp ranks. Brand new Chase Copeland built automobile. Fire the car up on a little bit of gasoline in the tin can that hangs off the back of the manifold. Get the gas going into the car, build a little heat in the car. And as we said earlier, Megan getting her qualifying laps in, and her licensing laps, I should say, down in Gainesville, Florida on the Monday after the race of the Gator Nationals down there. But again, another young lady or another young driver that has come up through the ranks and basically grown up in the sport of drag racing.
I was talking to her last night, Bob, and she said she's really enjoying this ride. The car feels real comfortable to her, and she kind of showed that last night because she made 2 passes, or 3 passes, I believe it was, and all the passes were very, very good passes, running in the low 5s, very straight, very well-controlled passes.
I talked to her a little while ago myself, and I said, "You ready?" And she said, "Yeah." She said, "Just another day at the office, if you will." So, out there to pull it in. 22 years young, brand new. Chase Copeland built car. They had this car on display down at Pittsburgh State University right after it was built. Some of the engineering kids down there had an opportunity to get out and take a look at the car. But Megan Meyer, first qualifying lap for first race. Doing it right here in front of you. at Gateway Motorsports Park and the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Ooh, a little aggressive off the starting line. Car jumping up on the tires and going up in smoke.
Yep. Unfortunately, not the kind of pass you'd like to see on your first lap down the track for a qualifying pass, but there's still another round to go, and I'm sure Megan will be back, and Randy will figure out and get that along with Ted, and they'll have it all set right the next time.
Oh, they'll get her done. Without a doubt, they will get her done. Alan Hartley and Gary Cooper and the rest of the gang getting ready to come up for their shot now. Getting the alcohol dragster rates for those of you that are not familiar with the category. You can run one of two power plants. You can run an injected nitromethane machine, or you can run a car that runs on blown methyl alcohol.
100% methanol or 95% nitro. They have lowered it down by 5% from what they used to run, down to 95 now.
I've had people ask me, and they say, well, you know, if they're going to run, why are the nitro cars restricted to just injection and not having a blower on top like the alcohol cars do? Well, they have a class for that. It's called top fuel.
That's right, top fuel.
And it costs a lot more money because you go a lot more quicker. A lot more quicker? My English teacher would be proud of me, wouldn't she?
Yep. You had Rhetoric 101.
A lot more quicker. That's from the Department of Redundancy Department.
We aren't getting paid to follow Rhetoric, right? Well, I think this car is about as old as I am, Bob.
No, Frank, it's not anywhere near that old.
Well, it's pretty old, though, because that's an old top fuel car, actually.
But it's a 2000 chassis. It's been updated. Gary Cooper now at the wheel. Gary out of Wichita, Kansas. Teaming up with Alan Hartley out of the Omaha area. Old car that's been in top fuel. Young Mr. Hartley used to campaign it in the top fuel ranks at selected races throughout the country. Car basically went into mothballs for a while.
That's right.
Got put in storage. Opportunity came to do a little negotiation, a little bartering, a little trading, and Gary Cooper says, hey, you know, let's put the old car back to work.
Yeah, and Alan said that the guy called him about some top fuel parts, and he said, oh, yeah, I've got a whole bunch of those parts in the back of the garage. And this other guy said, well, I've got a bunch of A fuel parts. Can we do some swapping? And Alan said, well, I got this car that I can't run in top fuel, can't sell. Let's just make it go.
And Cooper and Hartley have teamed up before on this combination. So it's a teamwork that's been known to get down the racetrack and surprise a few people every now and then. They've got the parts, they've got the pieces, they can run the number. Watch what happens.
They had little problems last night. The tires wanted to chatter just a little too much, and they'd get it out.
Like we said, 547, 261 miles an hour. Nice lap to put them into the number one spot for now on the qualifying sheet. But nice lap. Good, straight, and true. And I was watching the tire tracks as the car left. You don't see the chatter marks, the basketball marks. Car was on a good launch. Launched straight and true and really hustled its way down track.
Yeah, it didn't walk at all side to side. You see none of that stepladder pattern that you'll see when the tires start walking around out there. And like you said, very, very straight pattern down the track that time.
Do want to remind everybody the souvenir shop here at Gateway Motorsports Park is open. It's over on the Midway. It's authorized Oakley retailer. Got hats, T-shirts, can koozies, hoodies. Now, don't laugh. I've been to a race on the 4th of July in the middle part of the country where we sold out of hoodies because it got too cold.
I can remember races at Brainerd in the middle of the summer where it got too cold. And also the Gateway Kartplex is open and will be open until 9. That's in the center of the NASCAR track.
You got like rhythm carts down there?
Yes, they do, and they go about 60 miles an hour, Bob.
What are we doing here?
All right, let's go. one of the things I used to love to go to Brainerd for was the carts up there.
Oh,
'cause
yeah.
They had that cartplex, and I put one over the wall one time and kept on going.
I think we've all had our fair share of experiences. Gordon Tatum, Germantown, Maryland, pulls in the Lucas Oil car over on the right-hand side of the racetrack. And Noah Kondo. Here comes Noah.
Well, now, race fans, that's an alcohol dragster on the left-hand side. It's a nitro burner on the right side.
Got the injected nitromethane combination for Tatum. AJ, Alan Johnson components comprising the power plant. For Noah Kondo, the blower sitting up on top, methyl alcohol spinning through the cylinders. Davey Yahara chassis car. There's another old Top Fuel car out there.
Yes, sir.
Late 90s Top Fuel machine. See the crewman lean in with the anti-icing spray. As the methyl alcohol goes in, it cools everything down extremely cold. They spray methyl alcohol on the butterflies on the injector hat to keep them from A, freezing shut, or B, freezing open.
And also, that blower is not like a top fuel blower. It's a different type of supercharger.
553 and a 574. Tatum goes the 53. 270 miles an hour down at the other end of the racetrack. You look at Gary Cooper's numbers by comparison. He goes 547 and he's 9 miles an hour slower. Just think what Cooper would have run had he run 270 out the back door. For Noah Kondo, good lap down the racetrack, gives them something to tune with, build on, and work with for the next round of qualifying. 574, 249. Car just a little lazy getting off the starting line, but made its way down track. 250 miles an hour. It was still pulling good at the other end.
Not shabby on either one of those runs. I mean, more like the 247 to 250 is what the field should be set in to be very comfortable. But first round, well, they've got to get a feel for what the track's really doing out there, too.
And then when the cooler night air is coming into play a little bit later on this evening for their second session, they've had a chance to get down the racetrack. They've had a chance to see what the track's going to give them. They know the track's going to get a little bit tighter, be able to take a little bit more horsepower, take a little bit harder application of the horsepower to the racing surface itself as Randy Meyer and Jared Dreher pull in now. The Dreher Motorsports, Indiana-based team. Pair of injected nitro cars. Jared, a top 5 finisher, finished number 3 in the division last year. A habitual top 5 finisher, if you will, on the regional circuit, the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour. Randy Meyer, a 4-time champ. That's Randy. Saw his daughter Megan do the first run down the racetrack on her first ever race in competition. Randy, a 4-time division champ. Randy also has been known to hone a few drivers over the years, and a couple of them drivers have gone on to become the national champions driving for Randy Meyer. So Randy right now working with his daughter Megan, see if maybe he can make a national champion out of her next year. Be interesting. See the crew guys out there doing a little mop and glow. The cars will do their burnout. When they come to a stop, the fuel will splash out of the vent of the fuel tank up on the front of the car. Sometimes it'll evaporate and dissipate and go away. Sometimes it needs just a little bit of assist from a mop. That's the case. The starting line crew noticing it, taking care of it, giving Jared Dreher a good, solid race surface to get down. Randy Meyer in the left lane. Should be a good opportunity for a new number 1 qualifier either side of the racetrack.
Boy, Jared giving it everything he could, but just couldn't stay on it.
About a 542, 264 mile an hour lap for Randy Meyer. 977 by Jared on and off the throttle, not once but twice. Randy goes to the number 1 spot. Still doesn't have Still doesn't have the top speed, though. Gordon Tatum holding on to that with the 270-mile-an-hour lap. Semifinalists in our draw, Racers for Christ, Mosier Engineering Shootout. Our 4 semifinalists in Super Street, our 4 semifinalists in Super Gas, and our 4 semifinalists in Super Comp. And the Mosier Engineering Shootouts. Need you to the lanes, please. Looking for it. Let me see. I can do this. 4 cars. I need 12 cars to the staging lanes,
You
please.
passed Math 101, Bob.
Now, if I tried to do that with the core method, I couldn't do that.
That's
But anyway, Robin Samsel and Marty Thacker getting ready to roll in. Marty currently sitting number 3 in the points chase here in the division. Always a tough runner out of Illinois. Robin out of Indiana. I'm telling you, Division 3, the North Central dragster ranks. You guys have got some tough competitors coming at you each and every race.
Yes, they do. If you people have noticed, several of the cars have come up and they've got a blanket laying over the front of the car. Well, there's a reason for that blanket laying over the front of the car. They cool the fuel down before they pour it in, and then there's a big insulation around the tank. And they try and keep that fuel cool by putting a blanket around the outside of the car until they're getting ready to run.
Let's put this in simple terms. If you got your beer in an ice chest and it's sitting in the back of your truck, you leave it exposed to the sun?
Heck no.
You put a blanket over it to keep it cool.
Yes, I do.
There you go. That's the same principle for the fuel.
I don't like warm beer.
Nobody. Well, the British do, but that's another story.
They're over there. That's why they're over there.
That's why. Never mind.
That's why we beat them in the Revolutionary War.
Warm beer?
Warm beer.
Okay. Robin Samsel, left side. Top 10 finisher. Always tough. Marty Thacker, right side, your reigning champ. Marty, though, interesting enough, has not been to a final round this year.
Something you'll also notice, Bob, that the alcohol car will actually have the RPMs way up when he gets ready to launch. The nitro car will launch from an all-new height.
545, 264 by Marty into the number 2 spot. 553 by Robin. 267 into the number 4 spot. So it's Randy Meyer, Marty Thacker, Gary Cooper, Robin Samsel, the quick 4. Right now, Gordon Tatum, Noah Kondo, Jared Dreher, and Megan Meyer, the slower 4. That is an 8-car field, but you know what? We got 10 cars here this weekend. So we're getting ready to bump out 2. Will it be Jared and Megan? Will both of these cars make a full pull? Will it? Won't it? Who it? Won't it? Mia Tedesco and Brandon Boer. You want to talk about some tough racing going on? Mia's won 1. Brandon's been runner-up. Second race, Brandon was runner-up. Third race, Mia won. Fourth race, Mia was runner-up. Right now, these two are number 1 and number 2 in the points. Mia Tedesco. TheCarsProtectionPlus.com. Dave Arata tuned entry over here on the right side, leading the points chase. As we said, already in 3 final rounds, the 4 races here in Division 3 competition we've had. Brandon Boer finished 4th last year, currently 2nd in points. Been to 2 final rounds, came up short in both. 1 to Mia, 1 to Marty Thacker.
I see a pattern there, Bob.
Brandon Boer's getting out of that pattern. That's Brandon over on the left side, the blown alcohol car. Mia here on the right side, the injected nitro machine. Now, I'm going to follow up a little bit on what you said a minute ago, Frank. Talking about the driving styles of these cars, let's put it in layman's terms. Brandon Boer is driving a stick shift car. When he leaves the starting line, it's just like driving a stick shift away from a stoplight. You have to bring the RPMs up. You have to slip the clutch. You have to apply the gas. You can't give it too much gas and over-rev the motor. You'll burn up the clutch. You can't give it too little gas and dump the clutch too quick. You'll stall the motor. So it's a driver's finesse, and Brandon Boer will shift it twice going down the racetrack. Mia Tedesco, by comparison, is driving an automatic. When she pulls away from her starting line, her stop sign, if you will, it's a matter of letting the foot off the brake and mashing the gas. The car leaves from an idle, picks up and accelerates, and the more load, the more pressure that is put on that engine, the more power it makes. So down track it'll go, if you will, automatic right side, stick shift left lane.
That's right. Explanation very well.
Brandon right now looking to get rattled the tires. She stepped off of it, 546, 266 by Brandon. So Brandon goes into the number 3 spot at 266 miles an hour. Mia goes into the number 8 spot. So Jared Dreher, Megan Meyer get bumped out, much as we predicted, but not with the numbers that I was expecting to see. So after one session, Randy Meyer, Marty Thacker, Brandon Boer, Gary Cooper, your quick 4. Then comes Robin Samsel, Gordon Tatum, Noah Kondo, and Mia Tedesco. Jared, Megan, be back this evening. Step up the program and get back in.
Hopefully.
I got faith.
I do too.
Shootout cars, need you to the lanes, please. Shootout cars, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Street, we're looking for Bitsy Satterley, Brad Frederick, Rudy Matthews, and Larry Carter.
Now.
We need the 4 of you back to the lanes, please. In Super Gas, we're looking for Sutton, Bush, Nelson, and Cropfeld. In Super Comp, looking for Schultz, Hoyt, Eggleston, and Kahele. Need the 12 of you, if you will, back to the lanes, please. All right, alcohol funny car. Getting ready to come at us. Royale coming up from Texas, the Carbon Fiber Techniques. Now, Roe has been a crew member on a number of funny cars over the years. Kind of saved up his pennies, saved up his coins, his dollar bills, and whatever else he could. Picked up the 96 Dodge Daytona body car. Thrown his hat into the ring here as a top alcohol funny car contestant. Coming up from the Lone Star State. The Carbon Fiber Technologies machine. Get ready to see what Roe can do to get this car down the racetrack. Roe will be on a single odd lot number of cars. Somebody has to run by themselves, so we'll put the car out there. We work from the lowest number of accumulated points to those who are carrying the highest. So when we get to the end of the category, we'll be looking at Paul Noakes, Todd Robertson, Tony Bogolo, bringing up the rear of the pack because, well, those are the top 3 in points here in the division. Royale left side, Texas-based runner, older style Dodge Daytona body. For Roe, it works. Matter of getting from point A to point B, getting the car down the racetrack. RPMs come up. Roe Motors it through on and off the throttle. You can hear him out there, 606, 212 miles an hour. Now we're talking about the injected nitro cars and the blown alcohol cars in the dragster category. In top alcohol funny car, they are all blown. You cannot run an injected nitro funny car. And don't get me started on the legality and the reasons why and the law, the rules and all that, because I'm not going to go down that conversation. But let's just say that in the top alcohol funny car category, they are all blown. They're all on alcohol.
Well, we got a second. Remind you that the concession stand is open over there. They've got toasted ravioli, best in America, plus great breakfast specials in the morning. So plan to have breakfast with us in the morning at our concession stand.
And I want to send out a thank you to Tony Denisenko, listening in via the interweb. Sends me a little note via text. Says, "Hey, dummy, didn't you know this?" He didn't put it that way, but, you know, that's, if you know Tony Denisenko, that's what you get.
He's just rubbing you on the backside.
He did. Tony's Tony. I love him like a brother. Steve Frankie, Kirk Williams getting ready to come up. Kirk and the boys out of Glenwood, Iowa, the Williams brothers, and I do mean that. It is a family operation. They have competed on the Division 5 ranks for years, been a division champion multiple times. Chris and Kirk and Dad, everybody over there. Breeze brothers normally helping out as well. Kirk and crew, always tough.
Very great team of guys, and they lost some of their sponsors, so they haven't been making that many runs or races this year. Kind of trying to do the rest of the season on pretty much a limited budget. So this is one of the few times that you're really going to see them out with that car, and they usually are very strong runners. As Bob said, they have been multiple division champions over the years. Worked with them when I was taking the alcohol funny cars and dragsters over in Division 5, and they were a very strong runner in Division 5 for many, many years.
Steve Frankie over on the right side, the Indianapolis-based machine. Good-looking Chevrolet Camaro bodied entry. Frankie and gang, always tough when they pull to the line. You know they've got the parts and pieces and combination to get down the racetrack. The Williams brothers were up here in the office earlier this morning going, "Hey, where's the UPS truck deliverer? We got some parts coming in that we really need to make sure get here." So it's Williams, Frankie on the line right now. Second pair, or first pair I should say, as we continue on with the opening salvo of alcohol funny car qualifying. Steve goes through 716 at 196. Kirk getting into a little tire shake, getting it out of the groove. You can see one tire completely out of the hard part of the groove, or the blackest part of the groove over there on the AAA side of the racetrack. And when you got one tire out and one tire in, you do not try to get back on the throttle.
Bob, it looked like it danced really strong on both sides of the tires there when you see the pattern looking to the left as he pulled over to the left. So he had some pretty tremendous tire shake right off the get-go.
Oh, he had the tire shake, but he got it feathered out and got it off. But by the time he got the tires settled down, there was one tire out and one tire in. And when you've got one tire in the groove and one tire out of the groove, you try to get back on the throttle. That one tire that's in the groove is going to bite a whole lot harder than the one that's not, and it's going to turn you sideways in an instant.
That's
right.
right.
And I tell you, Kirk Williams, a very talented and experienced driver, knowing that he was far enough out of the groove that if he tried to feather that and get back into it, it was going to get ugly quickly. So he says, nope, we'll come back a little bit later on tonight. For Frankie, 716, Roe Yale. Hey, Roe, pick up the phone, call home. You're still number one. Stock Eliminator needs you lanes 3, 4, 5, and 2, 3, 4, 5. Stock Eliminator needs you lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Stock Eliminator. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6 for your third qualifying session. Stockers, come to the lanes, please. Stock lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6.
We should have all of the Super Comp, Super Street, and Super Gas that are in the Moser Engineering round 2. You should be in the staging lanes also.
I think they're there. We got all 12 of them. I counted the tires.
12 tires?
No, we got more than that.
Oh, I thought you were doing that particular math you were talking about.
No. We got 48 tires.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And you counted 48.
I counted 48
49.
tires. No, 48.
Okay.
Nobody's got a spare. Nobody down there's running the Continental kit.
Okay.
Kid out in the stand going, Daddy, what's a Continental kit?
We won't go there either.
Dad says, I'll explain it to you later, son. Go to a cruise night, find you a 57 or 55 Chevrolet or an old Chrysler. You can probably find a Continental kit there. Lance Van Houten and Mark Billington getting ready to roll up now. And then the gang coming up from Prosper, Texas, a former Division II champion. Let's see, Prosper, Texas is in Division 4.
Right.
They were a former Division II champion.
Okay.
And they're here today competing in Division
3.
Thank you.
They're just learning their ABCs in 1, 2, 3.
Have you got a road map?
No. And you told me you counted 48 tires.
Well, I did, but that was one of the official cars over there. Call it.
We need Dirk Sutton, please, to the staging lanes. Dirk Sutton, we need you to the staging lane. So Bob
I
can count your 4 tires.
I didn't say they were all on race cars. I just said I counted 48 tires over there.
Okay. Well, Sutton needs his tires counted.
Yeah, Sutton, you need you to come to the lanes. We got all but you. Lance Van Houten out of Iowa, rolling in Chevrolet. Billington right lane, both good laps down the racetrack. 578, 252 by Billington. The Thunder Alley Enterprises Chevy Monte Carlo goes to number 1 with a bullet. Lance Van Houten goes to number 2. Right behind him with the 589.9 for the team out of Iowa at 246 miles per. Steve Harker, your reigning national champion and your defending event champion. Dale Brand was runner-up here last year after being the number 1 qualifier. Steve Harker, your reigning national champion. Steve, for years, campaigning and finishing 2. Always giving chase to that guy off the East Coast by the name of Frank Manzo. Frank retired, went to tuning Pro Mod cars. Steve Harker and the gang said, hey, we got it now. And here they are with their brand new Chevrolet Camaro. Ray Drew out of Hales Corners, Wisconsin. I wonder if he's a Green Bay Packers fan.
I bet he is.
I'd put money on it. 2014 Mustang-bodied car over here on the right side.
Is that what we call Cheesehead?
Cheesehead, yep.
Yeah, Jumpin' Jack Frank Manzo.
The ace. Ray Drew over here, though, running 4th in the division competition last year. He had this Mustang down in that 550 zone. Don't think you're going to see a 50 come out of either one of these cars right now. It's not exactly what you would call stupendous to lay down a 550. High 560 out of Harker's car, mid 560 out of Harker's car would not surprise me. But I don't think there's a 50 out there. If you got a 50 wrapped up in your hot rod right now, you got an awfully nasty hot rod. Steve Harker, left side, your defending event champion. Raymond Drew, right side. 567, 244 miles an hour. That I expected. 894, 98 miles an hour by Ray Drew after being on and off and on and off the throttle. And Harker, 67, goes to the number 1 spot. And it was soft at only 244 miles an hour.
That's right.
Billington's 252 mile an hour speed on his 578. Shows there's more out there, more opportunity. Steve will be back. The nighttime run getting ready to come up. And he'll take full advantage of that coming back in the cooler evening air on a much tighter racing surface. Waiting to get the all clear off the top end of the quarter mile. Make sure we get both cars off the other end. Stock Eliminator, qualifying session number 3. Need you to the lanes, please. Stockers, Q3. Need you to the lanes. Come on down. Stock, Q3. Need you to the lanes, please.
And then remember that the stock, super stock are back-to-back. So those of you that are running both classes, please make the appropriate arrangements so that you will be able to do what you want to do, and that is make both your qualifying runs both in stock and super stock.
Todd Robertson comes up next over here on the right-hand side of the racetrack, the Laser Energy lane. The Aeroquip Eaton Enterprises, Chevy Monte Carlo bodied machine. And for Robertson, started the season off with the win in Indianapolis on the division trail. Went to Norwalk, was in the final round one more time, came up a little short for the guy out of the West Coast named Doug Gordon, but still a win and a runner-up in your first 2 races. Robertson right now sitting number 2 in the points chase, finishing 5th last year in the division. Pulls up alongside the Hedman Headers machine of Andy Bowl. Andy out of Racine, Wisconsin. Says that's a Mustang bodied entry. Okay. Ball left side. Todd Robertson right leg. Ooh, Todd on and off the throttle. He'll coast through. Andy goes through 571, 255 miles an hour, 764 if you're scoring back in the pits for Todd Robertson. So Andrew Bowl goes up to the number 2 spot with the Hedman Competition Products machine. Right behind Steve Harker, right in front of Mark Billington. So right now it's Harker, Bowl, Billington, Van Halen, Royale, Steve Frankie, Todd Robertson, and Raymond Drew. Your quick 8 in the top alcohol funny car battle.
And Kirk Williams right now on the outside looking in, but that could always change.
And it will in the next round of qualifying. These guys down here in front of the tower, you're waving your bottles around. You got something in those bottles down there you're not sharing? By the way, I do want to say happy 15th birthday to Tyler Elston. Tyler, happy birthday to you, my son. Our semifinals in our draw, Racers for Christ, Mosier Engineering Shootout are getting ready to come up, and Stock Eliminator. Qualifying session number 3. Stockers, need you to the staging lanes, please.
So a job well done by Bob Unkefer and Frank as they called the action for the alcohol classes. We are going to get back to business here with our shootout, semifinal action. We start out with our Super Street class. The tractor making a few drags down there on the racetrack. And also keep in mind Division III photographer Kevin Pepper has been catching all the action here all day. Works tirelessly doing what he does. Make sure you check out the Photos and More trailer back in the facilities here. And looks like, Frank, the concession stand's been pretty busy.
Yeah, the concession stand is busy. We also have a souvenir stand over there, and right behind the souvenir stand actually is where the photographer is that you're talking about. He's set up over there on the outside of the fence from the concession area. So you can go visit the photographer, go on around into the fenced-in area. Gateway souvenir stand is open, and authorized Oakley retailer for hats, t-shirts, car koozies, and hoodies, and so on at the Gateway souvenir trailer. And then you can go to the concession stand, take care of all of your evening desires as far as food's concerned. In fact, there's a long line of concession stands over there. The Top Fuel Club, which is the Gateway Motorsports Park concession stand. And if you get tired of all of this drag racing action, which I know you'll never do, you can go to the Gateway Kartplex. It's open. It's on the inside of the NASCAR oval over there, and you can hop on one of those 60-mile-an-hour go-karts. And they're a lot of fun, I can tell you that.
Well, I'll tell you what, Frank, that was quite a session for the alcohol dragster and funny car ranks. Kind of what are you expecting later on this evening as the temperatures drop a little bit?
Temperature drops, track gets a little bit tighter, the oxygen content in the air changes a little bit. So all of these crew chiefs for the alcohol cars, they're going to go back, sit down at their computer, look at what the printout reads on the computer from this particular run, and come out and check the track. As you've seen, some of the guys are out there with some of these new gizmos they've got for checking the traction content on the starting line, so they know how tight the track is. They'll be checking that out. They'll be reading the temperature and the weather condition and figure out all of the information that they need for that particular aspect of it, plug it all in, and figure out the tune-up they're going to put in and the clutch settings on the cars.
Well, I'll tell you what, the fans will be in for a treat, sounds like, later on this evening as the sun settles over there on the horizon.
Well, one of the neat things about under the lights are a little bit darker, we've got nitro burning cars, and of course, along with nitro comes that nice dance of flames that you see out of the header pipes on the A fuel cars. And most of the top alcohol dragsters, I think there's 3 alcohol and the rest of them are nitro cars. All of those cars, you're going to see those neat little flames as they dance out of the cars when they hit the throttle.
Well, here we go. The shoot 4 left. Who's going to punch their ticket into the final? We'll start out with Super Street, and we'll start out with Rudy Matthews on the AAA insurance lane.
1090 dial for both sides. Larry Carter, he's sitting over here on the Laser Energy side. He's going to take on Rudy Matthews, and he looks across. He's driving that 1964 Nova, sponsored by Land Pride. He's a 63-year-old mechanic, so he knows what goes on under the hood.
Well, the Hawkins Speed Shop 69 Camaro owned by Rudy Matthews, all the way from Ohio City, Ohio, but Larry came quite a ways, too.
Yes, he did. He's out of Park Hill, Oklahoma.
Twin bow ties, oh my, as they sneak up on our Christmas tree. They're trying to open up that big package at the finish line, and hopefully it's a W on their time slip.
Right, 1090 is the number. They both want to run that number with a 0 and as many zeros as they can possibly get in that column that says RT for reaction time.
Well, they're both going to try to climb in that bulb and get it done. Right at the start. Rudy got in there a little too tight and sunburned the bulb on the left side.
Killed himself. Larry Carter, he goes into the final. Dials, he has that 1090 on the board down there, and he runs dead on with a 9 after he had a 12 thousandths reaction time at 152 miles an hour. So he's into the final with that 64 Nova.
Just to fill out Rudy's time slip, he run a 1093 off of the 1090 standard, and quickly we got Bitsy Satterley, the machinist out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, with the Camaro trying to get it done.
Looking over on the other side, it's Brad Frederick out of Kearney, Nebraska, a 40-year-old automotive specialist in the Kearney AG and Auto Repair. It's a 62 Falcon. So, as Bob said, the Blue Oval people, have something to cheer for opposite the Chevrolet.
Ready? Wow, Frank will keep flying.
This, I think, Ron, is what you would call a very, very tight race.
Well, Bitsy takes that win out of that left-hand lane, runs 1091 off the 1090, 005 off the tree, but Brad wasn't tardy either.
He was back there with a 008. There was only 3 thousandths between the two on the starting line, but a whole different at the other end. Bitsy forced Brad to dive under that 1090.
Well, Super Gas, and we locked the scoreboard down. They got to work with the 990. Rob Cropfeld, he'll be on the left-hand lane, the AAA Insurance, and he's an Hamilton, Ohio native.
Yeah, we kick it up 1 second this time, or kick it down 1 second, I should say. 990, that's the number. David Nelson's going to run that from Palmyra, Missouri. And Nelson Upholstery and Custom, that's a 2001 Chevrolet Corvette.
Well, the two common threads, they're both looking for a 990, and they're both driving Corvettes, but from there on out, it's whatever they've got under the hood.
Yeah, 557 cubic inches on the right side, big block Chevrolet. Left side's 406. I would suspect that's probably a skinny.
So a little bit of throttle stop difference. That'll be a difference right out of the gate down there.
Yes, sir.
So Rob's taking his time rolling. So they're going to be fender watching big time.
Sure, right. What do we got?
Well, I'll tell you what, they both dropped the boat anchors at the top end. Cropfeld runs a 993 and picks the win out of that left-hand lane.
There was a 1,000th difference on the starting line. 17 on the Laser side, 18 on the AAA side, but when it got to the other end, it was a whole different story.
Looked like they were kicking the finish line a little further north as far as they could, but it captured both of them. And now we move in Alan Bush, left-hand lane.
And Dirk Sutton, right side. Bob was counting tires, and he needed those 4 tires to get to his 48, he said. Dirk's out of Wentzville, Missouri, which used to be the home of Mid-America Raceway, which ran for a long, long time. Actually was built prior to the Gateway track. He's got to catch him, hope he doesn't break out.
But there is a reason for that difference.
Yep, Dirk Sutton had a 12 on the tree against a 108. So Dirk Sutton had a pretty comfortable race going. He ran 993 at 145 miles an hour.
Bush was tighter on the dial, but the RT of Dirk Sutton spelled the doom as we move into Super Comp semifinal for the Draw RFC Shootout presented by Moser Engineering.
I think Dirk Sutton's going to square off against Cropfeld for the final in the Super Gas side.
Well,
Saturday against Carter on the Super Street.
So the smoke clears, and out of the smoke comes Steve Hoyt. He's got the left side of the racetrack secure. The self-employed Fort Wayne, Indiana resident, and he's got plans to be in the final, but who's standing in his way?
Well, that's Craig Schultz, the Goodson Tools Supply sponsored dragster out of Winona, Minnesota. Lands of 1,000 lakes up there, and there are thousands of them, but there's also, when I've been up there, lots of mosquitoes sometimes.
Well, Craig's fishing for a win right now, but Steve Hoyt is up to the task.
Bob just about fell down the steps back there just now. I won't tell you why, though.
All right, here we go. Wheel watching going on at the top end. Wind light comes on the double breakout.
All the way from Winona to put a 001 up on the time on the reaction clock, and runs 2 thousandths off of a perfect run almost.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Both lanes.
The math figures out 008 for Hoyt, 001 for Schultz. They both break out by 2 thousandths. 007 MOV.
Margin of victory 0076.
Tyler Kahele trying to get into that final, the Georgia resident, the Kahele Racing Team.
And a hop, skip, and a jump down the interstate, Mike Eggleston. from Highland, Illinois, and been successful quite a few times. Won a lot of races here in the bracket racing category too over the years.
Guess what? They both vaporized the bulb, so this is anybody's race.
That's exactly right, and the wind light shines.
Dead on 9, 26 thousandths. I'll call that a package for Tyler, and he's in the final.
Yep, Eggleston went under by 2 thousandths after he had a 3 thousandths lead on the starting line. Gives up the win to Tyler.
Well, it happened fast and furious, so we will catch our breaths, and we'll have some finals here, heck, probably within the hour.
And it's going to bring up stock, I believe, right, Bob? Yeah. And I think we'll let you have a little fun here. Can you count the tires of these cars as they go down for me and give me a total at the end?
You want the ones on the ground or the ones hanging in here?
Both. Give me a separate category for each. I got to give Bob a lot of grief. Bob and I have known each other for a long time. Worked in Division 5 together for quite a few years, so we have had a lot of fun over the years. And I'll turn it over to Bob, let him tell you all about stock, and then followed up with super.
Final qualifying. Thank you, Frank, for our stock eliminator cars, the most restrictive category in NHRA competition. An opportunity for the gentlemen and ladies. Got a qualifying run in. Now, we'll have one more tomorrow morning. I say it's final qualifying. It's the final qualifying shot today. There will be one more lap tomorrow before we go into elimination. Young man out of Wakarusa, Kansas, driving in both stock and super stock. Hey, paid attention. Tyler's a good kid, though. Comes up first pair of stock. That's the yellow Chevy Nova out of Wakarusa, Kansas. Ever stop to think about Tyler Wodarczyk having to put his return address on an envelope? Tyler Wodarczyk, Wakarusa, Kansas. I mean, it takes half an hour to put the address on. 11:52.101 for Tyler. 1471 for Dan Toole, the little V-stock automatic Mustang there on the left side. Here's another one of the 4-cylinder stock eliminator cars. Ellis Booth on the left, bottom right. Dan taking a Cobra Jet Mustang, one of the late model factory stock hot rods down the racetrack. He goes through 906. Meanwhile, Ellis Booth got that 76 Pinto wagon just kind of cruising along. 1549 on an 82-mile-an-hour lap. Don't have to be fast, just have to be consistent. Ellis moves from number 7 to number 6. Now on the qualifying sheet, Judy Boreski and Bruce Gibson. As our stockers roll in for their final qualifying shot today. Another one tomorrow, coming up tomorrow morning to get everything rocking and rolling for us. Gibson's D-Stock Automatic, 340 Dodge Team on the right side. Judy with a 1970 Olds 442. Pair of early 70s. Factory hot rods, 1082, 121 by Gibson, 1167, $1.15 by Judy. Wow. I would love to see this pair meet up in competition. Bill Skillman, your number 2 qualifier, the Cobra Jet Mustang right side. He's qualified right now, number 2 at an 873. Gerald Nivens, the little Ford Ranger. Right now is qualified number 4 at a 1617. It'd be like a 7.5 second, almost 8 second handicap going to the little damn truck. That's what Gerald calls it. 4-cylinder Ford Ranger. Look at that. Talk about disparity going down the racetrack. Skillman goes by at 155 miles an hour. If he had to run Gerald Nivens, he would be going by at the top end by a plus speed of over 70 miles an hour. Gerald Nivens would look over his right shoulder and be like, shoot. And there you go. We'll see it one of these days. Hey, who knows? It may end up that way in qualifying. You can never tell. Rob Petrie. Tom Pettigrew. Tommy over here on the right side. Gallatin, Tennessee runner. 77 Pontiac Firebird. Petrie in the left lane. A 96 version. Whole lot of difference in technology between the fuel-injected 96 and the carbureted 77. 1080 Ford 122 by Petrie. 1180 111 by Pettigrew. Jerry Bennett pulls up now, 383 cubic inches. 62 Plymouth Savoy. Tim Weisdoffel out of Mount Vernon, Indiana, in that long roof 66 Bel Air wagon. Mopar goes 11-13 at 117, 13-10, 101 for Timmy in the wagon. Here comes the Country Dog. Dog pulling up in the Corvette out of Donaldsonville, Louisiana. Dave Walther out of Indiana up into 327, 4-speed, 66 Chevy 2. Dog Motors through 11:28, 106 miles an hour, no improvement. 1093 by Dave Walther. He'll stay consistent. Starting line going to get a little dressing there real quick. Those of you sitting in the grandstands can look down and see that gold dust he's putting down. You've probably heard of him and heard him talk about putting rosin on baseballs, rubbing them up with rosin to make them sticky, a little bit better grip for the pitcher. It's the exact same thing you're looking at here. That's powdered rosin that they put down on the racing surface, rub it in, and put a little, stick them on top of it, a little traction compound. Gives them a nice starting line to hook up with is James Hanlon and Jimmy Hidalgo. James and Jimmy. Jimmy and James. Hanlon pulls in the 302 two-barrel. 74 Maverick up on the left side. Jimmy Hidalgo Jr., late model, factory horsepower. 347 or 346 cubic inch. LS, fuel injected, computer tuned combination over on the right side. Now, those of you that are spectating, which car would you think is quicker? Late model or the early model? You said late model, congratulations, you're right. Bigger, heavier car, but much more technologically advanced power plant, chassis, transmission, all working in the favor to make it about a 3-second quicker car going down the racetrack. Hidalgo on the right side, number 3 in the national point standings last year. Your reigning 4 stock eliminator champion. Now, if you stick around for the super stock cars to come up, Jimmy Hidalgo will be back in a blue Firebird, and I'll tell you the same thing there. He is a reigning Division 4 super stock champion. 11:35, 88 miles an hour by Jimmy. 14:21 by Hanlon. 91 miles an hour down at the other end of the racetrack. Hanlon improves. Up to 63 under the index now, as we call super stock. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. Super stock. Need you to the staging lanes, please. 3 and 4. Final qualifying session of the day. Super stock. Needs you to the lanes. Danny Bird. 327, 4-speed. Chevy 2 left side. That is one nice hot rod. Drew Skillman goes through 9:15. 148, the Ray Skillman Ford entry over here on the right side. 1093 at 109 by Danny Bird. Again, Super Stock needs you to the lanes, please. Super Stock needs you to the staging lanes, please. Jamie Greening making a tow over from the home of the Mizzou Tigers. Columbia, Missouri base, the home for this V6 powered Chevy S10. By the way, that's a V6 4-speed truck. How about Chuck Belanger? Elger out of Kentucky. Small block, 69 Nova. 1120. 114 by Chucky, no help. 1220. Jamie Greening at 108 miles an hour, and he too does not improve on his qualifying effort. Rachel T-Bear, number 1 qualifier. 305 powered Malibu. It's number 1, and then it's back-to-back Bill Skillman, Drew Skillman with their Cobra Jet Mustangs. Right now, Kent Stone and Chris Chaney. Big block, 69 Camaros a pair, 396 left lane. 427 right side. .1037, 126. Cheney doesn't improve. 1061, 127. Stone doesn't find any improvement out there. So they'll stay number 27 and 42 respectively on the qualifying sheet. We have had 56 stock eliminator cars go down track so far. Here's your number 1 qualifier. Lewisburg, Kansas over the right side. Rachel T-Bear, transplanted Canadian, now living on the south side of Kansas City. Donnie Beeler left lane in the Corvette. Donnie goes through 1134. 119, 1169, 111 by Rachel. She'll stay 1. Donnie moves up to number 9 on the qualifying sheet now at 85 under the index. Doug Baker, 72 years young, out of Ohio. Doug is now going to make this a 57 car stock eliminator field. Late arrival, 428 Cobra Jet. He gets this shot. 1 more in the morning, we'll go straight into elimination. Costos, 396, 4-speed. .1073, 108 by Costo. 1078 by Baker, 122. So Baker pulls in, makes 1 shot at the racetrack today, and goes into the number 45 qualifying spot. He'll be down on the ladder. Mike McGinley and Brett Spear, your reigning Division 5 stock eliminator champion over here on the right side. Nice to see Brett adhering to the enforcement of the NHRA competition. Big, bright pink numbers on the car. I got to give him static. 1077, 93 miles an hour. Brett will be a player tomorrow in that final qualifying session. Mike McGinley goes 1144 at 115. Some of the drivers electing to not run the car all the way down the racetrack. They'll run it to 1,000 feet. Based on their records, they'll know what the car would have run. The object he's thinking is come back for the final qualifying session. Good idea of what the air conditions are, what the car is going to run, then try and place yourself in an advantageous spot on the qualifying sheet. That's the thought plan. Adam Davis goes 11:02 to $119, 12:48 for Roslyn, 106 miles an hour. The 4-speed 302 89 Mustang doesn't improve, nor does Adam. Talk about a 302 4-speed Mustang. How about a 327 4-speed Camaro? Both of them convertible. Robbie Massey, the Carl Chevrolet, Ankeny, Iowa. Hot rod over here on the right-hand side for the young driver. 427 factory stock Copo Camaro. Talk about 998, 124 by Massey, 1162 by Denny Hillman. Denny takes the first generation Camaro down track along the latest Chevrolet Camaro. Interesting pair to watch go down the racetrack. Lots of history there. The Camaro body style, General Motors history. Ken Witcher shows up out of Ohio. Small block powered 69 Camaro. This will make it a 58 car stock eliminator field. In Super Stock, need you lanes, please. Super Stock, lanes 3 and 4. Super Stock, lanes 3 and 4, please. Fred Suter, right side, 396 69 Camaro. Obviously, the big block making a little bit of horsepower, more horsepower, is going to get there first. 1057, 124. Witcher goes 1143. Puts Ken number 25. Basically, everybody in the middle of the sheet down just got bumped a notch. Ben Wenzel, Brent Vogus. Ben coming in off of a good showing. Route 66 Raceway, another first edition Chevrolet Camaro. This is a low mileage one owner car in the left lane. The Wenzel clan bought that car brand new in 1967. Drove it home from the dealership and made a race car out of it. And it has been a race car since. Realize that car's coming up on a 50-year anniversary. Yaha. Brent Vogus right side, the 302 powered 68 Mustang. Brent's one and only lap, a 13-second venture down the quarter mile. 302 4-speed Z28, first generation, first edition Chevrolet Camaro. Wenzel Motors through 1055, 125, another 13 flat run by Brent at 101 miles an hour. Drew Whalen comes up, the B-Stock automatic, Lucas Oil. Pontiac Firebird for the young gun out of Alexander here in Illinois, up alongside Russ Spear. This will be Drew's first shot at the racetrack. And we now have a 59 car. Stockers are just way cool. Drew goes through 1057 at 126. 1168, 111. Drew number 29 now in the qualifying sheet. Spear goes 1168, his best run. Russ now sits number 36. Dan Nugent, Travis Morgan. Pair of Malibu. 69 Chevelle, right side. 75 edition, left lane. 350 small block and a 400 cubic inch bow tie combination for the 75. $12.07, 108, no improvement by Travis Morgan. $11.92, 109 by Nugent. He'll stay way down on the bottom of the sheet. Travis will stay number 53, Julie Bierman. And Bob Gear. Next pair, your dedicated, lifelong Buick contestant. 350 edition in the 72 Grand Sport. Behrman taking the 68 Pontiac Firebird down track. 1097, 121, 1189 for gear. 110 miles an hour. Bob will stay on the number 4 side of the qualifying legend. Wade Owens and Nick Siebert. Wade wheeling and dealing the Corvette out of Cape Girardeau. Siebert driving his new Pontiac Firebird, new for him, and runner out of Wamego, Kansas. .11:02, 93 miles an hour for Siebert. Another one of the drivers who wants to remain down at the bottom of the qualifying sheet until he gets to the final qualifying session. 1086 by Owens. Dan Colville and Brian Merkel. Merkel out of Johnstown, Ohio. Max Auto Parts, Pontiac Firebird getting ready to come up next. Going to make it a 60-car stock eliminator field. 2000 edition of the Pontiac Firebird comes with the LS1 combination, and Dan Colville, Dodge Dakota on the left side. Had problems. One lap down the racetrack. Had problems getting the Dodge to work right, function properly, and go from point A to point B for the Coldwater, Michigan-based runner. 360 cubic inch, 4-speed Dodge Dakota. Well, that was a much better burnout for Dan. See if he can move and improve. Brian Merkel going to adjust the ladder a little bit more. Again, for all of our stock eliminator competitors, this makes a 60-car field now. I think Dan's going to be much happier with this run. Brian should be pretty happy too. Firebird goes through 1084, but only 106 miles an hour. That tells me he was off the throttle when he got to the other end. Dan goes through 1194. Well, Dan will move up 1. Brian goes in at the bottom, where he wanted to be. Jeff Teets pulls in. 62 car stock, or 61 car stock eliminator field. I'm losing track. Nope, 61 with Jeffrey. So Perry Camaro. 350 left lane, 396 right side. Lieberscher over on the right side, 1015, 132, 1046 at 129 by Jeffrey. Well, I just shuffled the field from the number 24 spot back. Alan Castle and Bruce Castle. Bruce over on the right side, senior of the two. 429 powered Mercury Cougar. Alan left side, the younger of the two. 351 powered Ford Torino. And Bruce goes through 1146, no help. 1180 by Allen, no help. Albeit Allen's a little bit closer to his earlier number. Bobby Bishop and Alan Wick. Sounds like a guy should have his own radio show, doesn't it? Alan Wick. Hi, and welcome to Talk Night with Alan Wick. Don't ask me where it came from. 340 cubic inch Barracuda over on the right-hand side. Bobby Bishop, 287 Camaro. Bishop 1258 at 104, 1148 at $1.14 by Allen. Both drivers off from their earlier numbers. 61 cars now have made a shot at the racetrack. Here's Jeff Strickland and Bruno Massel. Another pair of Copo Camaros. Small motor left side, sporting 350 cubic inches. Small motor right side, sporting 350. One runs an 860 at 155. One runs a 1036 at 129. Gee, do you think one of them might be blown and one of them might not? We'll have to find out. Austin Richardson and Nathan Botten. Austin wheeling a 67 Nova. Former Cummings Racing. Former Mosier Engineering. Chevy 2 left leg. Nathan out of Illinois, the 351 powered Mustang here on the right side. $11.55 by Austin at 89 miles an hour. He'll stay down at the bottom where he wants to be. $11.76 by Nathan. He gave it a little bit harder run. Just did not improve any. Chris Stevenson, 62 car field. K-Stock automatic Buick getting ready to make its first run down the racetrack. $11.80 at 110 miles an hour by Stevenson. $12.61 by Bishop. Wow, Chris Stevenson, 84 under the index. Jumps all the way up to the number 11 qualifying spot and shuffles everybody else back. Joey Ship's G-Stock automatic entry comes up next. Small block Nova, 350/70 edition. Gotta love it. Joey Ship's Nova runs out in Ray Skillman 4. Joey Ship goes through 11:46. 114 miles an hour. Wow, Joey picks up a 10th down there. That'll move him up on the qualifying sheet. But since he's the final stocker, and they're already cleaning my computer screen to go from stock to super stock, I can't tell you how much he picked up. All righty, we go from stock eliminator to super stock. Dan Steed and Bill Dyer step in. First pair out, and what'd you know it? Ford versus Chevrolet again. Steed goes 1057, 123, no help, but stays dead consistent. Look at Bill Dyer, a little 302 powered Mustang. Dyer improves, runs at 1099, now number 3 on the qualifying sheet. So it's Skillman, Dyer, and Mustang. Speaking of Skillman, here's your number 2 qualifier. Billy up in his blue Cobra Jet. Larry Hodge up in his red Monte Carlo. If anybody told Larry. And he went that way. Skillman runs a 902 and 149. No help, 1073. 96 miles an hour by Larry. Improvement for him. Dan Kyle and Paul Ellenberg. Kyle goes 10:04 and 131 out of the Firebird. 973 by Hellenberg. Out of his Cavalier to $1.19. Mitchell Autry up at the Grand Am. I like Mitchell's car for one reason and one reason only. Got a Carcraft license plate on the back end. That's just cool. You don't see those much anymore. Jeff Turk out of Yorkville, Illinois. Wild Turkey Engineering. I bet I know what that is. 345 cubic inch. 68. Wheel standing Barracuda. 958 picks up a Hun at 138. 1084 by Mitchell. Mitchell now 20 under. Turk now 77 under the index. Stock eliminator guys were all off by a nickel or a dime. Super stock cars, all 51 of them, seem to be running and picking up a little bit. Jeff Town right side. It's been to the winner's circle before on the National Event Tour. And Mike Morgan left lane. Brazil, Indiana based runner. Gold Bird on it. One of the most sought after cars. Back in the 70s. 1020 and 128 miles an hour by Jeff Town. 1101 at $1.20 by Mike Morgan. I was dating a gal back in the 70s. She went out and bought a brand new one. T-tops, the whole 9 yards. Got ready to go to Indy that year, and she handed me the keys, and she says, "Why don't you drive my car?" Gee, you know, who am I to say no to a woman, right? So I called a buddy of mine up. She didn't want to go. So I called a buddy of mine up and said, "Hey, we got us a hot rod to drive to Indy. You want to go?" Sure. Made a trip to the big go. Ray Skillman. A little quick out of the gate, but that's all right. These are still practice qualifying runs. 799 Skillman in the Ford Cobra Jet. 1011, 133 by Denny Breeden. No help for him. Drew remains 1. Bill remains 2. Ray Skillman remains number 12. Justin Jenkins and Mike Town working their way down track. Town goes 10.67. 9.54 by Justin. Neither driver improves. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. Top dragster. Spitzer Race Cars. Top dragster needs you to the lanes, please. Spitzer Race Car Series. Top dragster needs you to the staging lane. Tommy Randall goes 9.66 at 123. The Mustang a 9.86 lap at 136 miles an hour. Those of you in the grandstands, keep an eye on that silver 69 Camaro in the right lane. He has been picking the front end up and really carrying it up. See if Jeremy Duncan's got it tightened up any here for this session. Dave Dupp's over in the left lane. That's your number 4 qualifier. That's Chevy Cobalt out of Ohio. I had a feeling that car would come back. Earlier today, really stood the front end up, carried it out, set it down about 100 feet out, real pretty. Nice run. 10.03, 129 by Jeremy. 9.91 at $1.34 by Dave Dubs. Craig Sullivan came in today. Wow, they've already torn this thing down, put it back together, and got the record certified. Oh. Them boys been busy. Yeah, well, they got to be good to get it all torn apart and back together. New GTF class. Craig Sullivan, Chad Crawford and gang. The Mustang over there on the left line. Going 969, 970. They go 989 now. 1080 by Jim Lavallo. Jim driving that 66 Plymouth Belvedere over on the right side. 1076 earlier today. Sullivan, your number 6 qualifier. Lavallo down at the bottom of the sheet. That's the only way I can say it. Drew Skillman, your number 1 qualifier. The Mustang over on the right-hand side. Factory Super Stock E. 330 cubic inch. Ford modular engine underneath. Hard top left. 895, 149 by Skillman. 996, 130 miles an hour by O'Malley. Skillman actually picks up another 0.02 of a second. Gee, many. Troy Ross, Mike Bryant. No, I stand corrected. He fell off 0.02 of a second. I'm sorry, looking at the numbers backwards. Mike Bryant, right side, the Pontiac G5. Troy Ross, the Chevy Camaro. 358 cubic inch runner out of Emporia, Kansas. Now, those of you that follow the cars that go around in circles, pay attention. Troy Ross in the left lane out of Emporia, Kansas, runs out of Clay Boyer. 922, 118 by Troy, no help. 995, 133 by Michael. He'll stay 10. Troy will stay down the bottom of the sheet. Here comes the boys out of Claremore, Oklahoma on the right side. Chris Cheney, right lane. Dave Dupps Jr., left side, wheeling his heads-up racing. Or heads-up cylinder heads. Chevy Camaro. Top dragster needs you to lanes, please. Top dragster needs you to the staging lane. Come on, come on. Top dragster. To the staging lanes, please. $978, $117 by Cheney, $1046, $128 by Dupps. Dupps doesn't improve. Cheney stays absolutely consistent. Had already run a 978 with a 2. Now Greg Meyer and Aaron Dysinger pull in. Dysinger 1041. There's a couple of Hunt improvement at 126. 1012 by Greg Meyer though on the Firebird. Dutton, he falls off by a little bit more than a nickel. Robbie Brewer goes down track, 10:14. He picks up a couple of hundredths of a second in his Cutlass. 10:45 by Tyler Wodarczyk. Remember, Tyler came up. He was the first car in stock, so he can turn around and go back and get his super stocker. And he goes 10:45 at 127. Brewer improves a couple hundredths of a second, but he does not improve on the qualifying sheet. Nice to see Urban getting down track a whole lot better. That last run he went down was in the 12-second zone. This time he goes 9:54, 139. Much, much better. 9:32 for Alan Wade's big block Camaro at 141. Jimmy Hidalgo Jr., Cooter, another one of our runners, running on both sides of the eliminations ladder in stock and super stock. Doggo coming back down to Firebird. This is the one I told you when he came back. I tell you, he's also the reigning Division 4 super stock champion. Finished number 10 in the category. Ricky Decker, your defending champ here in super stock. It was 10:08 at $1.18 at Doggo. There's issues with that Firebird because a 14-second run is not what he was planning on running. Top dragster needs you to lanes, please. Top dragster, guys and gals, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Top dragster, staging lanes, please. Come on, come on. Top dragster, up there. Jeff sets his down a little bit earlier and eases it back into the groove. Love the Firebird. New Firebird for Jeff and his bride goes 980, 135. Well, it's new compared to the Camaro they raced for years. 10:27 by Brett Spear that time at 101 miles an hour. Donna stay number 16. Spirit goes to number 40 on that lap, Todd France. Todd has been absolutely tough. In the comp eliminator ranks. Love to be just as tough here at the end of the season. Picked up the win. The red and white. Beretta there on the left side out of Irvin John's Racing Stable. Russ Campbell. Hey, Russ gets the Hemi car to go. Wow, finally 868, 155. Campbell jumps up. Gets it 62 under the index. He's third pole down the racetrack. First time today he's had an opportunity to get it all the way down track under full power. Scott Lieberscher, Nick Folk roll in. Nick's made one lap. He went 961. Eliminator, get them ready. You're going to come in right behind them. Top dragster needs you lanes, please. Top dragster. Staging lanes, please. Final call. Top dragster. Lieberscher goes 942 to $150. 961 by Nick Folk. He's run back-to-back 961-1 and 961-5. Riley Stufflebeam up in her Firebird. Youngster out of Peoria. Wheeling and dealing, one of the family hot rods. Ryan Richardson over on the right side. Wheeling and dealing, the family Camaro. Both of these drivers, 20 years of age. Youngsters. In 35-3 by Riley. She's now gone 36, 35, and 35. Yeah, I bet Bob Fry could dial that car in. 10:47 at 96 miles an hour by Ryan Richardson. And then again on second thought. That'll be our final pair of cars in super stock qualifying for the day. For all of our drivers in super stock, it is now beer 30. Time for a cold barley pop at the concession stand. Get them while the getting's good. Cold beverages, hot food. French fries are pretty yummy. Looks like a little track spray. Starting line maintenance. Get everything done and taken care of here on this end. As we get ready to go with our final qualifying shot of the day for our Spitzer race cars, Top Dragster Series contestants. They'll be coming up right behind them, Comp Eliminator. So boys and girls and Comp, get them ready, because we're going to be calling you here real quickly. Then our Steve Schmidt race engines, Brodix Power, Top Sportsman cars. You'll be coming in right behind Comp.
All those that have made their final runs for today, if you haven't had enough racing, you know, we've got the 60-mile-an-hour go-karts over in the middle of the NASCAR oval. If you want to go do some more racing, you can go purchase a ride on the 60-mile-an-hour go-karts at the Kartplex in the middle of the NASCAR oval right here at Gateway Motorsports Complex.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting our racetrack prep done and taken care of. A little spray from one end to the other. A little starting line maintenance is our Spitzer Race Cars, top dragster series contestants coming out of the staging lanes now. They'll be coming up underneath the tower here momentarily. We will hear the thunder from the pipes of our top dragster field. "42 cars answered the bell for the opening round of our top dragster qualifying. Not in the show. As of right now, David Harrington, Dan Phelps, John Loebner, Wally Stelmack, Mike Trouth. Mike coming off the final round here not too long ago. Andrew Johnson, Ed Dudley, Mike Warham, Jared Jones, Bill Ernest. All of those cars not in a 32 car top dragster field. Comp Eliminator now needs you to the staging lanes. Competition Eliminator qualifying session number 2, boys and girls. Need you to the lanes, please. Comp Eliminator needs you to the staging lanes, please. Told you it would be just a minute before we heard the sound. Thunder emanating from the pipes underneath the tower. Bob Mandel and B.J. Sexton. Bob's up. Runner out of Profab Chassis Shop down in Tennessee. And now B.J. coming up. Remember, B.J. came up earlier in the left lane. Had a little bit of cleanup after B.J.'s run. Let's see if he got the line fixed. Hopefully he did. Blown 483 cubic inch Chevrolet. BJ went 654 in the early session. Bob Marshall went 645. You look up on the scoreboard, those cars that aren't yet in, and we read off the list moments ago, those cars that aren't yet in have got to run a 665 or better to get in. All right, Bob Mandel looking to improve on a 645. BJ looking to improve on a 654. Why do you want to improve? You want to be better. You want to be the best you can be. 642. 209, Bob Mandel stepped up. 660. BJ stepped backwards by about 0.06 of a second. So Mandel jumps from the number 15 spot up to number 11. Now, why would BJ want to improve? Well, because BJ's currently number 24. If every car that is not in the show stepped up and improved now, BJ would find himself on the outside looking in going into final qualifying tomorrow. Lindsey Barker, John Deacons. When you have got 10 cars not in the show and you're sitting number 22 or higher, you have a lot of incentive to improve your qualifying time and make yourself better, just to make sure you stay in the show. Who knows what tomorrow's conditions are going to be. They be cool, crisp in the morning, an opportunity for everybody to step up, really do some damage. John Deacons right now, Lindsey Barker, both of these drivers in. Hang on, Johnny. Car moving around pretty good. Goes 649 and 210. 628 by Lindsey Barker. Lindsey goes from number 19 all the way up to number 6. Talk about making a move at 216 miles an hour. How do you do? All the way up to the number 6 spot. That knocks Deacons, who was 12, back to number 13 now. Al Peevler rides that bump. That 665 is with a 0 that you see up on the scoreboard. Both of these drivers in. Les Feist, Minnesota-based runner out of Crooked Lake Motorsports. Wonder if they got mosquitoes on Crooked Lake. In Minnesota, they probably do. J.B. Straswag out of Indiana, the dragstersforsale.com entry. Don't know that J.B.'s car's exactly for sale, but it runs out of J.B. out of dragstersforsale.com. And I'm sure if you had enough money, J.B. would sell it. Everything has a price. Everything. JB goes 640 at 211 miles an hour. That improves. 688, 200 miles an hour by Les. That doesn't. JB up to the number 10 spot, picking up 700ths of a second. Les will be number 25 on the qualifying sheet now. Now, here comes a driver that definitely wants to improve. Don Floyd over there on the right-hand side. Ran a 664 in the opening round. Remember, his bride had, on the left-hand side, his bride had problems getting the nitrous bottle turned on after the burnout, and he only ran a 664. Don currently sits number 30 on the qualifying sheet, and he's looking to step up and get away from being that far deep into the qualified field. He knows that there's a bunch of cars that aren't qualified coming up. They can certainly step up, do some damage. Karma Hopper right side is in, runs 639, that improves Karma. 659, that improves Don. Don now number 28. Did he improve? Yes. Did he improve as much as he wanted? No. Now he's only 4 cars away from being bumped out. Karma jumps up to the number 9 spot with that 639 lap. 32-car field will be what's qualified once all is said and done. We had 42 cars go down the racetrack in the opening session. Mark Jones, your reigning division champ on the left side. Louisiana runner. 640 in the opening round. He's solidly in the show. No problem. No sweat. No issues. Danny Oldham, though, the electrician out of Indiana, number 30. 662. There's another gentleman that wants to improve. Mark goes 630, picks up a 1/10 of a second. 655 by Dan Oldham, picks up 700ths. Dan up to the number 26 spot. He can breathe a little bit easier, but I wouldn't be breathing a sigh of relief. Mark Jones all the way up to number 7, picking up 5 spots on that one run. 6.307, 219 miles an hour. Kelly not with him this weekend in Division 4. Top dragster crew chief of the year, his bride, sitting at home listening via the interweb. She'll be jumping up and down, clicking her heels and going Yahoo and way to go, Mark. She might say a few other things, but we won't go there. Dan Phelps. All right, here's one of your cars not yet in the show. Phelps out of Missouri, the Raleigh Competition Engines car over here in the right lane. Phelps went 7:02 in the opening round. He's got the speed down. 206-mile-an-hour runner. He can do it. Right now, not in the show. Al Peevler knows that his 665-0 right now is very precarious. Zach Zachman. 650. Dan Phelps. 207 miles an hour. 649, Zach Zachman. Zach up to 19. Dan up to number 21. Peevler just got bumped out. And now the bump becomes Jeff Strickland. Strickland, who ran a 664 in the opening session, now sees his number come up on the scoreboard. Remember Don Floyd came up earlier and he got moved up to that number 28 spot? Guess what? He's already back down to number 30. Telling you. Peevler got bumped. We haven't seen him. Harrington's out. We haven't seen him. Loebner is out. We haven't seen him. Mike Trouth is out. We haven't seen him. Telling you, if I'm down number 24 or higher on that qualifying sheet, right now I might be chewing my fingernails. Ellison and Larry Piper. Larry's number 24. Comfortable, yes. And he wants to be better, and he is. 638, 214 miles an hour. 639 by Ellison. Piper jumps from 24 up to number 10 now and takes away all fret and worries. Ellison sitting number 11 with his 639 lap. So two good side-by-siders for the Orange Boot Brigade. Ellison in, Piper in. 664 of Strickland to bump. Here's Marco Abruzzi and Tony Jackson. Tony out of Lenexa, Kansas. One of those cars that's got to be just a little on the Noivus side. He's 656 right now, holding him number 28 in the show. And that list of names that I read off moments ago that haven't run yet, yeah, well, they still haven't run yet. Marco Abruzzi, left side. Marco had a pretty good year so far. He's sitting number 13, the Abruzzi Racing transmission. Tony Jackson, 651, 206. He picks up 0.05 of a second. 636 by Abruzzi. He picks up 300. Tony's up to the number 25 spot. Am I breathing easier? Yes. Am I breathing easy? No. Marco's in, number 9 with the 636.9. He'll stay in. The only way he won't make the show on tomorrow afternoon is if he breaks. All right, here we go. Mike Trouth. Mike coming up, left-hand side of the racetrack. Mike, who has already been to the final round this year, taking the win in Columbus just a couple of weeks ago. Not in the show. Jeff Strickland, your 664.9. Very precarious. Here's Rob Mosier alongside. Boss man, chief cook and bottle washer over at Mosier Engineering. He's been bumped back to number 5. Ooh, bang, boom. That's not good. Parachutes out, pop, fire. Mike Trouth not even going to make a full lap. Mosier runs another 625. Mike Trouth will have a whole lot of work to do this evening because everything that went pop, bang, boom out there on that race car, If that had been on the 4th of July and it had been about 1,000 feet in the air, it'd been real pretty. As it is, it was not the 4th of July. It's on the 1,320-foot racetrack, and the only thing pretty about it was pretty expensive, or has the potential to be. So the runner at the points race in Columbus just a couple of weeks ago, going to go into Saturday going, oh my, what's a feller got to do? And right now, after that big bang boom out there, got to tell you, Mike has got some parts and pieces that are going to need some repair. Now, fortunately, he's at an event. A lot of good competitors alongside. They'll do everything they can to help him out. If he doesn't have everything he needs, I'm sure he can go knock on a trailer door or two and say, hey, guys, can you help a feller out? Mike came into the event third in points here in the division. You think he's not liking this? I'll guarantee you. Comp Eliminator needs you in lanes, please. Competition Eliminator, you're not in the staging lanes, you're late, you're tardy. You're absent without leave. You are missing in action. MIA. Comp Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Well, the good news is when Mike went big bang boom down there, he didn't put anything down on the racetrack. The bad news is that Mike went big bang boom down there. Not what he wanted to do in any way, shape, or form. Tom Elliott, right side. How about this? Your number 3 qualifier coming out of Brooks, Kentucky, over here in the right lane, is 72 years young. Out here running low 6-second runs, 6:18 to be exact, at 225 miles an hour. Yeah. You're sitting there in the grandstands going, really? Hey, I might josh with you, but I won't lie to you. 72 years young and your number 3 qualifier. John Scally, left side. Chicago-based runner, the ATI transmission machine. Both drivers, top 10. I lied to you. Tom Elliott's going 6:15 at 225 miles an hour. Crazy. 72 years young, number 3 qualifier. Love it. Scally improves, runs 6:27. 219, and for John, that moves him from number 10 up to number 6. I think I might have seen a smile down there, maybe even a high five. Comp Eliminator needs you to lanes, please. If you're not there yet, you're dead late. Comp Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Well, here's 2 cars that aren't in the show. 2. Not 1, 2. Phil Oakley and Jeff Strickland both have to be concerned. Al Peevler, your number 33 qualifier, was in at the beginning of this session, has been bumped. Mark Harmon in the left lane. The fast lube entry out of Indiana hasn't even made an attempt to get down the racetrack yet. his first shot at qualifying. Nice leave, Harmon. Front end up, set it back down, 6:43, 213 miles an hour, 6:42 by Peebler. Hey, Strickland, guess what? You got bumped. Harmon goes to 19, Peebler goes to 17. Don Floyd, 6:59, now sits on the bump. And this has just become the 7th quickest field in Top Dragster. Vince Nannini and Mike Warren. We're not done yet. I mean, here's Mike Warren. He's not in. He wants in. He's got to run better than 6:59. Hey, did you bring your A game? Did you bring your big boy pants? Telling you right now, you want to get in and play. You're going to be part of the 7th quickest. And like I said, we're not done yet. But we have already established the 7th quickest bump in NHRA. Warm, I think, might be in this show. 6:20 at 226 miles an hour. Nannini goes 34. Mike Warren's it. To number 4. I mean, hello? Nannini goes to number 10 with a 6:34. Let's see who's on the bump now. Oh, it's Danny Nelson. Racecraft chassis fabricator at a 6:58.5. And guess what? We just became the 6th quickest Top Dragster field in history. What did I say a while ago? We're not done yet? Hey, we're not done yet. Kyle Dvorak is in. He's in the left lane. Youngster out of McHenry, Illinois. David Harrington, right side. He ain't in. Pardon my English, but not in the show. Ran a 6:73, 2:02. He wants in. He's looking at the scoreboards down there going, good gravy, Miss Mavie. What's a feller got to do? Well, a feller's got to run 6:57 or better to get in. That's what a feller's got to do. I don't think so. Nope, 6.666. 203 miles an hour. Now, 4 of a kind at the casino might get you somewhere. 6.666 ain't going to get you nowhere here. Ain't going to get you nowhere. Well, my English teacher be proud. Dvorak goes 6.26 and 2.17. Up to number 7 spot. Yeah, the double negative in the positive. David Harrington not in the show. Here's Tom Fisher. Fisher hadn't made a lap yet. Another 72-year-old youngster. Shanna Snyder, right side. Here's your number 2 qualifier, the vintage trailers machine. 521 cubic inch Hemi-fied machine. Tom Fisher, let's see. Tom Fisher can step up and run a 6:57.8 or better. We would have the 4th quickest field. If he can run a 6:57. No, we got to get right in front of the horse. And that doesn't work so well. 6:45 at 2:03. That'll get him in. Shanna Snyder goes 6:08. Shanna stays 2. Tom goes to number 24. The bump now becomes a 6:55.7. Guess what? That's now the 3rd quickest field. 55.7 misses the 2nd quickest field by a thou. 6:55.4 is the quickest field. So right now, we are 3,000ths of a second away from the quickest ever field. Young some, come and get it, boys and girls. Here's Ed Dudley out of Fishers, Indiana. Special chassis car, right side, and guess what? Ed's not in. 845 cubic inches of big motored Chevrolet. Here comes Ed. Joe's in. He's number 25. Wow. Ed Dudley. Can Ed get in? Ain't looking bad so far. Looking pretty good, as a matter of fact. I think he's in. 629, 213 miles an hour. Look at Joe. Joe goes 628. Hessling's number 10. Ed Dudley goes into the number 11 spot. What did I say a minute ago? We were the second quickest. Guess what? Les Feist at a 6:55.4 is the bump. That ties the quickest ever field. So let's see. We need somebody to step up and go. Who hadn't run yet? John Lobner hasn't run yet. There you go. Danny Nelson hasn't run yet. There you go. Now, Nick Folk, Jim Prevost, both in. Wow. 6:55.4. Tied for the quickest ever of NHRA Top Dragster competition. 6:37, 2:13 by Folk. 6:37, 2:11 by Prevost. Both drivers in blue. Prevost 16. Oh, Nick Folk right where he doesn't want to be. Number 17. That means he's got to run the fastest car. Nothing changes. He has to run the fastest car. But wait a minute, we haven't seen Jeff Strickland yet. Oh, my. All right, kids, load it up, pack it up. Here we go. Oh, there's John Lobner. Are we going to set the quickest ever field in Top Dragster competition? Car coming up on the right side, going to give us that opportunity. John Lobner out of DeSoto, Kansas. Mullis chassis car, 762 cubic inch combination. He can do it. Ashley Tidrick, left side, is in. She's number 14. All right. 6:55.4 or better by John Lobner, and we have set the quickest ever field in NHRA Top Dragster. Going to be close. 678, 198 miles an hour. Nothing for John Lobner there. Ashley Tidrick, though, she picks up. She goes from number 14 to number 12. 629, 217 miles an hour. Jim Papp and Phil Oakley, another driver not in the show. Oakley out of Philpott, Kentucky. 638 cubic inch Ford powered machine. Hey, all you Ford fans out there, put your hands together. Let's make some noise. See if we can get the quickest ever field and do it with a Ford powered car. How about it, huh? Come on, get a little rooting going on out there. Tim Papp in the left lane. He's in. The Oakley Motorsports car on the left-hand side. Now, Phil Oakley. Everybody with me now. 6:55.3 or better. 6:55.3 or better. Got to do it. Got to set. We need to set. I mean, hey, come on. Great evening here in St. Louis. Track's tight. Air's not spectacular, but it's good. Not going to happen on that one. Well, shut my mouth and call me stupid. 6:45.8, 209 miles an hour. Say hello to the quickest ever field in NHRA Top Dragster competition. And we ain't done yet. Oakley goes into the number 27 spot. Tim runs a 6:33. That moves him up to 14. Oh, hey, Let's just really rock the boat. Jeff Strickland coming up left side. Wally Stelmack coming up right side. Neither one of these guys are in the show. You want to really rock it? How about a 650 bump spot? It can be done. Tony Jackson, BJ Sexton right now looking to get bumped. Dan Phelps, 6.506. Could be on the bump. Jeff Strickland left side. Wally Stelmack right side. Wally out of Winnipeg, Manitoba. Hang on. .658, 204 by Strickland, 681 by Wally. Wally's car did a double clutch off the starting line, and we knew that one wasn't going to make it. Strickland gave it a shot, just could not get her done. Rich Edwards and Andrew Johnson. Andrew over here on the right side, the Laser Energy lane. Not in the show. So there's still hope. We can tighten it up even more. Richard Edwards out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Here's your number one qualifier. Hemi-fied, Hemi-powered Mopar car over on the left-hand lane. Number one at a 607, 229 miles an hour. Johnson can step this up, tighten it up. Andrew's not going to do it. 608, 228. Richard doesn't improve. 7222. Sounds like an old TV show, doesn't it? Room 222. Andrew ended up number 41. Edwards is going to stay number one. Here comes the silent assassin, the turbocharged Cummins diesel. Jared Jones. Jared's not in the show. Hey, Danny Nelson's racecraft car. Danny got bumped out. He's not in the show. Danny's a car that's already won one of these top dragster races this year. In fact, if memory serves me correctly, I think he's won two on the division level. That's a bad hot rod over there. He can get her done. 658, he's already been close. Jared Jones, Spitzer chassis, Cummins diesel, twin turbo. How about that? There you go. 6.527. And Jones goes 6.44.3. The bump now, Tony Jackson's 6.51.7. Danny Nelson improves and gets bumped right back out because Jared Jones goes 6.443 and a 6.51.7. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together out there. That was a great round of Top Dragster. You have just seen the quickest ever field in NHRA Top Dragster history set here tonight. The quickest ever field in the history of NHRA Top Dragster racing. And you know what? I think we'll all be back and see these cars again at the fall when we come back to St. Louis on the Mellow Yellow Tour. Top Sportsman. Need you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Holy guacamole. Tony Jackson ends up the bump. Well, I shouldn't say ends up the bump. We got another session to go tomorrow. But after two sessions, we have the quickest ever Top Dragster field in history. And Tony Jackson holds down the bump spot at a 6.51.7. The former quickest ever field was a 6.55.4. So we improved on that by 0.04 of a second. We still got one under the tower? Oh, Craig's already in, though. Sullivan's in the show. He's good. He's number 5 already. Wow. Looking up stats from last year. Frank pointing out that last year the bump here was a 678. So in a year's time, these cars have improved 2.5 tenths as far as the field tightening up and becoming more competitive. Absolutely incredible. So all one can say is, wowza. I mean, Danny Nelson steps up to a 652 and doesn't get in. Because the diesel goes 644 and gets in front of him. Danny Nelson was 33rd on the qualifying sheet in Columbus 2 weeks ago. And Danny's not going to like that. Need to go back and find a little bit more horses. In Comp Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. And Top Sportsman, we need you to the lanes now, please. If you're not there yet, Top Sportsman needs you to the staging lanes, please. A little bit of cleanup this time in aisle number 2. The Mop and Glow team out there doing their thing on the racetrack, making sure they get it all scrub-a-dub-dub, cleaned up and ready to go for Craig Sullivan. Craig, who's sitting underneath the tower of the Renegade Fuel American chassis car, another one of our Ford-powered machines. Craig, part of history. He's already in the quickest ever NHRA top dragster field competition. 32 cars is what we qualify, and we bump spot now a 651.7. Quickest ever by 0.04 of a second. And the quickest field before that was set, a couple of weeks ago when we were in Columbus, Ohio. So a 2-week-old record gets shattered here in St. Louis.
When you want proven performance, there's one brand that's been around for over 75 years. Edelbrock, building the finest American-made performance products for the street and track. Edelbrock's total power package delivers dyno-proven parts for maximum results. Edelbrock has thousands of and models. Visit Edelbrock.com to get your free 2014 Edelbrock Performance Catalog and to see what's available to take your ride to the next level. Hogan's Racing Manifolds would like to thank all of their past and present customers for making them such a success, as they are now celebrating over 41 years in business. One thing has not changed. They still take pride in each and every manifold they build. One of the ways that Hogan's Racing Manifolds likes to give back to their customers is by offering contingency for all NHRA national and divisional events. Though they have made their reputation in the racing field, Hogan's Racing Manifolds also builds manifolds for the street enthusiast and for show cars. Visit them online at hogansracingmanifolds.com, Facebook, or just give us a call today.
So a little scrub-a-dub-dub action out here on the starting line on the Laser Energy side of the racetrack. Get a little bit of cleanup after one of our cars goes down the racetrack, and we'll get that taken care of. Finish up our final car in our top dragster session. Then get into comp eliminator qualifying for their second session. See how the cars fare after another round of qualifying. Our top sportsman cars come in behind that. Then it's our shootout finals time. Then top alcohol dragster, top alcohol funny car, under the lights and in the dark. Here at Gateway Motorsports Park to round out the evening in day number 1, stop number 5, the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour here in St. Louis. So still a lot of race cars to come and go at you. Remind everybody, concession stands are open. I never have made it over to get my funnel cake today. Well, I got work to do. We got cars coming up. I'll go get it here. It's a little bit late. Well, I don't need a funnel cake. Let me look at this belly. Last thing I need is a funnel cake. Everybody at home listening in on the internet snickering, going, yeah, Unc, that's right. That's what you need is a funnel cake. Yeah, but they're good. I'll give me a funnel cake before the weekend's over. Don't worry about it. Right now, a little cleanup out on aisle number 2. Laser Energy side of the racetrack. Get the final cleanup done. Get our racetrack back. We'll be ready to rock and roll and rumble and continue on. Finish up day number 1 here at Gateway Motorsports Park. Now, when you see the tractor out there giving a little drag, that tells us we're just about ready to go. We got the cleanup done. Now we just got to give the surface back a little bit of sticky. As soon as we get the sticky back, we'll line Mr. Sullivan up, the Renegade Fuels Ford-powered American chassis race car. Get ready to finalize and set the field, at least for tonight, in our Spitzer Race Cars Top Dragster Series.
Jiffy Type, the preferred manufacturer of quick connect fluid fittings since 1963, is proud to once again be a major contingency sponsor of NHRA. Jiffy Type will be posting contingencies at national, divisional, and JEG sports national events in support of the racers. Jiffy Type quick connect fluid fittings are approved for use in virtually all fuel, water, oil, and transmission systems in your race car. Unlike threaded fittings, Jiffy Type Quick Connect fittings connect and disconnect in seconds with no tools and feature revolutionary valve technology at both the socket and plug for minimal flow restriction and added safety. In addition, Jiffy Type's 100% leak-proof seals hold up under the most extreme racing conditions. Get the racer's advantage. Make the switch to Jiffy Type Quick Connect fluid fittings today. Visit us on the web at jiffytypemotorsports.com. LODRS Motorsports is pleased to be a continuing contingency sponsor for the divisional Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series, as well as the Summit ET Series for sportsman racers using our header tether system. LODRS' patent-pending header tether system has been accepted by NHRA for use in all categories of competition and is the high standard of quality that LODRS is known for. The LODRS header tether system features our unique U-cut-to-fit design, allowing the user to place the brackets in their desired location for a clean install. LODRS products are made in the USA and backed with a lifetime warranty. LODRS, quality, plain and simple.
All right, looks like we got the official okie dokie that we're sticky again. Ready to get back at it. Time to finish up our Spitzer Race Cars Top Dragster Series competition, or I should say qualifying session number 2. Now again, we've got one more shot tomorrow, but it'll be late morning by the time we see the Top Dragster cars. Unless the clouds roll in overnight and the weather is a little bit different from what they're forecasting, don't foresee that this is going to be, or that tomorrow's morning's weather is going to be any better of an opportunity to get down the racetrack. But already a record 6.51 second bump spot on this field. Nigh on to incredible. Here Craig Sullivan spinning that big Ford motor over underneath the tower. Waiting for it to come to life. All right, we can hear him spinning it over underneath the tower and is like, okay, come on, Craig. Come on, Craig. A little fire. Come on. Get it to life. Crew guy runs over, puts a little spray inside the can, and it's like inside the scoop, and it's kind of like, okay, now I got some fire. So Craig Sullivan, who's already in the show, sitting in the number 5 spot, went 6:21 earlier today. We're not going to do a record. We're not going to make it any quicker of a record than what it already is. But we are going to solidify it. Now, can Craig go to number 1? You got to go 6:07 or better. Take the number 1 spot away from Richard Edwards, who's took it away from Shanna Snyder a little bit earlier. And I got also caught up in the record numbers. I missed that he went to number 1. And Richard, I apologize. Why didn't you guys catch that? Good grief. Yeah, right. Yeah, right, Ron. Come on. I may have been born at night, but it wasn't on a turnip truck, okay? 618, 219 miles an hour. He does improve, so it's even a little bit more better field. Wow, Richard Edwards, number 1, 607, 229. Shanna's got 2 speed at 234. Shanna Snyder sits number 2 at 608. Tom Elliott, 615. Sullivan moves up to the number 4 spot on that lap with that 618 lap at 219 miles an hour. Wow, what a session. A little anticlimactic there at the end, getting that lane cleaned up to get the one final car done. But hey, 6.517. New quickest ever field in Top Dragster Racing. Dwayne Robeson, Greg Camplain, Comp Eliminator qualifying, coming at us now. We have seen virtually every car in the Top Dragster ranks improve that was able to make a full pull. What's it going to do for our Comp Eliminator cars? This could be interesting. Right now, a 16-car field with Ray Skillman sitting number 1. Greg Camplain 6. He's 55 under the index in Comp Eliminator. We talked about it earlier today, about the variance of cars in our Comp Eliminator competition. Door cars, dragsters, big motors, little motors, inline 6s, 4 cylinders, big V8s, little V8s, turbochargers, fuel injection, blowers, carburetors. We got a little bit of everything. You qualify by how quick you run against the index for your particular class. The national index being the average number, if you will, for your category. 50 under the index, a good run. 60 under, better. 70 under is what some of the guys run. Till you get to eliminations, then it's another story. 684, Camplain improves. 756, Dwayne Robeson does not improve. Camplain up to number 1 spot now. 62 under the index with that 680, 487 mile an hour lap out of the dragster. First car out, step up. Jim Greeneck and Rick Brown doing their burnouts as we call our Super Street Super Gas, and Super Comp. Mosier Engineering, Draw and Racers for Christ competitors are finalists. Back to the lanes. 2 in Super Street, 2 in Super Gas, 2 in Super Comp. I'm looking for 24 tires to be on the grounds back there in the staging lanes. Come on. Rick Brown, B Truck Automatic. 55 under the index, the small block, and I do mean small, little 318 cubic inch. Chevrolet S10 powered pickup. Jim Greeneck, C Altered Automatic. Carbon fiber, chromoly chassis. Chevrolet Camaro lookalike car over there in the left lane. Red lights don't mean anything. Object right now, get her down the racetrack. Get her done in a hurry. 7:31, 184. Greeneck picks up 6. 8:21, 163. Rick Brown picks up behind. Rick at 57 under. Greeneck at 55 under. Rick sits 6. Greeneck moves up to number 7. Ray Skillman was your number 1 qualifier. He's now been bumped back to number 2 thanks to Greg Camplain's lap. Skillman, B Econo Altered. That is a Ford Mustang 2014 Cobra Jet bodied car. And for all you Ford and Chevrolet buddies out there, I want everybody that's a Chevrolet fan to nudge your Ford buddy with your elbow and go, nah, 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 nah. Because Skillman's Mustang in B Econo Altered trim, small block Chevrolet power. I wouldn't pull your leg. Robert Bailey, A Econo Dragster. Over on the right-hand side for the runner out of Wabash, Indiana. Big motor, 482 cubic inch rear engine car. Skillman, I know, wants to be number 1. See what he can do, how much quicker than a 761 lap he can go. That's what he was at. He's going 759 or better. See if he can do it. Robert Bailey wants to be number 1. He's got to step up as well. 661. There's a nickel. 767 by Skillman. That doesn't help. Bailey goes from number 8 up to number 5. Skillman will remain number 2 on the qualifying sheet. So Camplain 62 under right now, holding in there. Here comes the K Altered Automatic, 4-cylinder, 250 cubic inch. Half a V8 for Vogus. St. Peters, Missouri-based runner. Neyland Parks fabricated the car. A lot of high tech sitting over there on that left-hand side of the racetrack. Bruno Massel, right side. Another high-tech car, 4-cylinder, turbocharged, alcohol burning, Chevrolet Cobalt for the Auto Geek. Bruno's Automotive, Chevy Cobalt. Bruno number 6 currently. 705 puts him at 57 under. If he can run a 7 flat or a high 6, he can take the number 1 spot. Chad Vogus, 765. If he can run a 761 or better, he can take the number 1 spot. 4-cylinder. Up there. He's looking pretty good. Well, Vogus got out of it, runs a 786. How about a 701? 197 by Bruno. Is that enough? No. Puts him 60 under the index. Ties him with Ray Skillman for the number 2 spot. Because Ray did it first, he gets the position. Bruno ends up number 3. At least so far. Ryan Brown rolling in, the D Dragster. V6 powered machine. Get a tip of the cap to Brian and Deb for all the work they do. And a tip of the cap to all of our sponsors. Budner Auto, Total Seal. Camplain Machine, T&E Auto Haulers. G-Force, C-Tech, Liberty Gears, Indy gear, and Book racing equipment, just some that make it possible for a little added bonus. Brian and Deb spearheaded the effort. The Leo Tower Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund, paying out additional monies this year. Craig Bourgeois, left lane. B Nostalgia Dragster. Craig coming off a win just a couple of short weeks ago down in Belrose, Louisiana, No Problem Raceway. You ever want to go to a race and have a good feed and get to watch some races? Come on down to the Jegs, Cajun Nationals. Being March next year. I'm telling you, we have a great big party, and oh yeah, do a little racing as well. Brian Brow right side. Craig Bourgeois left lane. 698 by Bourgeois at 183. 722.4 by Brian. Brian stays consistent. Bourgeois moves up to the number 7 spot. 57 under the index now. Brown sits number 10 in 722.4 at 53 under. Brian Stufflebeam, A. Econo altered. And Todd France. Todd, who we talked about earlier, has been on a tear in the Comp Eliminator Wars. Todd with a win and a runner-up already this season, sits number 2 in points. France on the right side, driving Irvin John's Pontiac. Stufflebeam left side, the Econo Alter. 23T bucket. Small block Chevrolet, single 4-barrel, automatic transmission. Econo Alter designates nothing more than the category because there's nothing about it. Stufflebeam rolls right on through the starting line. That run will be for naught, an 8:36 by France. Todd runs within 3 thousandths of a second of what he ran earlier. Will not improve. He'll stay number 11. Stufflebeam finally gets to the other end of the racetrack. The Ron's Automotive, little 23T bucket. Drivers do need to remind you that we need taillights on, please. It's dark 30 now. Taillights need to be on for each and every car. Taillights on, please. Steve Ambrose. David, Michigan, the varsity Ford 23T. 6-cylinder, 304 cubic inches. Inline Ford started out at 300 cubic inch, an iron horse motor, if you will. Been around the Ford engine family for, well, longer than Frank Morski's been alive. That's a long, long time. Very special build, Alan Johnson cylinder head on it. Steve front end up, sets it back down, heads for the other end of the racetrack, goes 7.76. 167 miles an hour. He improves. Steve now at 53 under the index into the number 11 spot. As we continue on, there's a nice tail light for us to see him by. Troy Galbraith. Number 4 qualifier, B Dragster Automatic, small block Chevrolet. Runner out of Indianapolis. Galbraith out of Indianapolis. Circle City, as it's called, if you will. The Rolla Competition Engines machine. Up here on the right-hand side. Number 4 qualifier. 60 under at a 677. If he can crank off a 674, he can take over the number 1 spot. A little bit of a move to the left off the starting line. Hustles it down track, goes 678 at 195. So Troy will stay, at least for now, your number 4 qualifier. That'll put Comp Eliminator into the books for tonight. Greg Camplain sitting on the number 1 spot at 62 under. With all the improvement that we saw out of the top dragster field, I honestly thought we would see a little bit more movement out of our Comp Eliminator cars. But it's Camplain, Ray Skillman, Bruno Massel, Troy Galbraith, Chad Vogus, Robert Bailey, Craig Bourgeois, and Rick Brown. Your quick 8 in our Comp Eliminator field. As we roll now into our Schmidt Competition Engine. Top Sportsman Series. Brandon Baxter and Mike Coughlin. First pair out. Coughlin, the number 10 qualifier, 683 at 206 miles an hour. It's going to be interesting now to see what the top sportsman cars do in relationship to the performance that we saw, an improvement record field in our top dragster category. Coughlin coming off a runner-up effort over at Route 66 Raceway about 4 weeks ago. The Jegs mail order, Chevrolet Camaro, 832 cubic inch motor. I'm telling you, that's a whole lot of big block. 676 cubic inch Emmy motor for Brandon Baxter's Stratus body car. Brandon, your number 7 qualifier for the runner out of Illinois, out of Granville. .678, 206. Coughlin improves. 671 by Brandon Baxter. Brandon improves. Brandon up now to the number 6 spot. Coughlin improves up to the number 8 spot. So both drivers picking up a notch or 2 on the qualifying sheet, and that bodes well for the rest of the field to know that the improvement is out there for our top sportsman field as it was for the top dragster field. And we only had 29 cars make the call for the opening round, so the chances of setting a quickest ever field are non-existent unless we get 3 more cars that show up and they all run very, very quick. But hey, you never know. Kenyon Dinkel. Kenyon came out, Cavalier out of Terre Haute. He's over here on the right-hand side. He was the first car out in the opening session. Laid down a strong 672, 208 mile an hour lap, and we thought, well, hey, here we go. He was number 1. Was number 1 for several pairs. We got rolling through the opening session. With Julius out of Indiana, out of Circle City, up with the Pontiac Grand Am. Indianapolis. There we go. Glenn down on the pack. Number 23 on the sheet, 736 out of the Pontiac. 664, 209. Kenyon improves. 710, 198. Julius improves. Kenyon up to the number 4 spot now. Nice lap there at 209 miles an hour. Julius, number 19 on the sheet with that 710 lap. At a $198 for speed. We've got, 4 cars down and 4 cars that have improved. This could be interesting. Jeff Hostetler out of Chillicothe, Mo. We're close to my hometown. Cattle rancher, let me tell you, there's a lot of land up there to be cattle ranching on. And if you're not cattle ranching, you're probably growing corn. Because when I drove through there the other day, there was corn everywhere. And I mean tall corn. Rick Bowman's Chevy Camaro on the left side. Another runner from the corn country up Salon, Iowa way. Bowman lists his occupation as retired. Spent many a year running a very successful Metro Harley-Davidson dealership up in the Des Moines area. Bowman trying to improve on a 90. He goes 683. There's 7 Hun. 753 and 184 by Hostetler. He picks up 4 Hun. So Hostetler moves to the number 25 spot. Bowman moves up to the number 11 spot with that 83. Continue on. Improvements abound. Mario Bush. Mario out of Kenner, Louisiana. Another Pontiac Grand Am bodied machine. Rodney Benson, right side. Scott City, Missouri runner. Out of Benson's Custom Auto Body. A 70 Ford Mustang. Don't see a lot of those in our top sportsman competition. Beautiful sunset off to the west. The colors just now starting to fade. Rodney Benson seeing if he can improve on a 971, and I'm pretty sure he can because that was only a 95-mile-an-hour lap. Mario may have to a little bit more work to do. He went 687 in the opening round. He wants to improve on that. There in the tighter racetrack. Looks like problems for the Mustang again. Mario goes 687 again. 687, 205. He went 687.9 and 206 earlier. 930 by Rodney. 97 miles an hour. Goes quicker, goes faster. Still not the run he was looking for. Going to be searching hard by the end of the day. Tomorrow if he can't getting that Ford down the racetrack at a much quicker pace. Jeff Barker, the reigning Division II champion. Hoosier Cone, K&N, and NOS. Helping out on the Georgia-based Chevy Cobalt. Alcohol Dragster needs you to the lanes, please. Top Alcohol Dragster needs you to the staging lanes, please. Come on, boys and girls. Top Alcohol Dragster needs you to the staging lanes, please. Barker, multi-time Division champ down in Division II. Sitting there looking at his accolades on my announcer screen. It says 07 champ, 08 champ, 09 champ. He messed up in 2010, went back to it in 11, missed it again in 12, got it in 13 and 14. I mean, that's a bunch of championships. Tom Harger alongside the Oldsmobile. Hang on, Jeff. Keep it in the groove. There you go. 635, 221 miles an hour. Jeff Barker makes a big move. All the way up to the number 1 spot. Our Barker goes 7:05 at 201 out of the Oldsmobile. He'll move into the number 19 spot, but Jeffrey Barker takes that Chevrolet like a rocket ship to the number 1 spot with a bullet. Benjamin Board behind him in the number 2 spot at a 6:52. I mean, that's like daylight between those two. Doug Woody and J.R. Lobner. J.R. driving the Overland Tow Service machine. Joe Meyer's truck over here on the right-hand side. Joe looks on. J.R. is in the cockpit. J.R. says, thanks, Joe. You take care of the truck and I'll drive it. Doug Woody, division champ. A couple of times over. The Independence, Missouri-based runner there in the left lane. Straight Line Motorsports, 67 Camaro. For Woody. Wow. Joe Meyer's truck goes nowhere. 743, 186. Woody picks up a Hun. Joe Meyer's truck leaves the starting line, and that's all, folks. JR just along for the ride and cruises through 21 seconds later. At 47 miles an hour, and they'll go back to the pits, put their collective heads together, and go, wow, that really sucked. Oh, man, that really did compared to what they were planning on. JR's a much better driver than what you just saw, and Joe Meyer's got a much better truck than what you just saw. Joe and JR, we'll see them again tomorrow. They're in the show. Don't count them out. I'm not going to. My mama got rid of her dumb babies. She just kept us ugly ones. Shane Cowan in next, the Corvette out of Pittsboro, Indiana. Good looking car right side, and Jerry Albert, reigning champ, multi-time champ, Jegs All-Star champ. And that yellow and black Camaro there on the left side. Kind of a unique paint job on it. What I want to know is how did Jerry Albert explain that paint job to his painter? I mean, seriously. Top Alcohol Dragster needs you lanes, please. Top Alcohol Dragster needs you. Staging lanes, please. Come on, boys, girls. Shane Cowan right side, the Corvette. Jerry Albert left lane. Albert's earlier lap, a 695. 689 this time for Albert, 719 for Cowan. Both drivers improved. Albert picks up a couple of spots, goes to number 14. Cowan picks up one spot, goes to number 22. Jeff Barker remaining that number 1 man. We haven't seen Benjamin Board come up yet. Haven't seen Mick Snyder come up yet. I got a feeling Mick Snyder is going to be coming up pretty quick. Marco Abruzzi. Marco already been on a pretty good run this year. Marco runner-up at the opening race at Indy. Started the year off, kind of cooled off a little bit since then. But you can never tell when this Camaro is going to get hotter than fire and just take off and whoop up on everybody again. Scotty Haas right side. 53 Corvette. Hardtop body machine out of Stillman Valley, Illinois.